What are you doing? It will only take a moment. He pulled the panties over her shoes. You'd better give them back. She quickly adjusted the cape to make sure she was covered from head to ankles. I will. He tried to free the panties from his ring. You don't happen to have any scissors, do you? The gondola jolted as it came to a stop. Laura grabbed his shoulders to steady herself. Piazza San Marco, the gondolier announced as he tied the gondola off. His steps sounded closer as he came around the canopy. Oh no, Laura breathed. Jack yanked the ring off his hand and stuffed it and the panties into his jacket pocket. I'll get them back to you. I can't believe this. With a grimace, she stood and wrapped the cape around herself. The gondolier helped her disembark. Jack could practically hear his father's mocking laughter as he led her toward the piazza. And like a true Casanova, his thoughts kept returning to her lack of panties. It was as if the gauntlet had been tossed. The castle walls had been breached. The inner sanctum was his for the taking. Before the night was over, he would touch paradise. He couldn't force her, though. He needed to be smooth like his father. Of course. He pulled out his cell phone and made a quick call to Mario with new instructions for Lorenzo. Mario assured him that everything was going according to plan. He rang off just as they reached the entrance to the piazza. Wow, it's bigger than I thought it would be. Laura squinted as she surveyed their surroundings. I wish I could see better. Shouldn't we come back during the day? She gave him a wry look. Fully dressed. There are too many tourists in. A breeze swept past them, billowing the cape around Laura's legs. She shivered. Are you cold? Jack wrapped an arm around her. She gave him an annoyed look. I'm feeling a slight draft. He smiled. Don't worry. The place is deserted. No one will see you but a few pigeons. And a priest. Come, I want to introduce you to Father Giuseppe. He spotted the old man across the piazza on the church steps. Laura strolled beside him. Isn't the church closed? Father Giuseppe will let us in. He's an old friend. You get special favors from the church? He shrugged. I told you. I'm practically a saint. I'm practically naked, she muttered. Miracles do happen. Jack ascended the steps. Thank you, Father, for meeting us. The old priest embraced Jack, then spoke in Italian. Have you been behaving yourself, Giacomo? Of course, Father. May I introduce Laura Boucher from America? Signorina. The priest bowed to Laura and switched to English. It is a pleasure. You wish to see the Basilica San Marco? Yes, I'd love to. Thank you. This way. Father Giuseppe fumbled through a large ring of keys as he led them toward a side door. He unlocked it, then flipped on some lights. Come in, please. Jack and Laura followed the priest into the nave of the cathedral. Their footsteps echoed through the large building, and statues stared down at them. Jack slipped some euros into a collection box. I just realized I don't have my handbag, Laura whispered. I can't give a donation. It's all right. We left it at Romatech. We'll get it later. Father Giuseppe gave them a tour, but his yawns grew longer and more pronounced as time slipped by. You're tired, Father, Jack finally told him in Italian. And I have interrupted your sleep. We can continue on our own, if you like. Very well. I'll take you to the campanile. Father Giuseppe gave him a worried look as they left the church. She's a nice girl. You must treat her well, my son. I will. Jack ushered Laura down the steps. A cool breeze fluttered her cape, and she pulled it close to her. The priest stopped in front of the campanile and fumbled through his keys. Does she know who you are? Jack sighed. She knows my personality and character. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Father Giuseppe unlocked the door then turned on the lights. He regarded Jack sadly. "You will have to tell her." Jack swallowed hard. He knew from past experience that telling a woman the truth meant losing her. He couldn't risk going through that kind of pain. "I don't want to lose her." The priest rested a hand on his shoulder. "You must have faith, Giacomo. Love does not judge, nor will it be unkind." He turned to Laura and made the sign of the cross in front of her. "May God bless you," he spoke in English. "Thank you, Father," she whispered. "Grazie." Jack hugged his old friend, then escorted Laura inside the bell tower. The priest closed the door behind them, and the loud click echoed through the tower. "He's not locking us in, is he?" Laura whispered. Jack shrugged. "If he does, I can always teleport us out." Her eyes narrowed. "You could have just teleported us to the top, right?" "I could have, but I wanted you to have the full tourist experience." He led her inside the elevator and punched the button for the top floor. With a lurch, the elevator began its ascent. She shook her head. "I can't believe I've been talking to a priest with no underwear." Jack smiled at her. "I'm fairly certain he was wearing underwear." She scoffed. "So how do you manage to get preferential treatment around here?" "I told you, I'm practically a saint." He pressed a hand against his heart. She made a face at him. "You didn't answer my question." "Very well. The original campanile fell down in 1902. There was no money to rebuild it till 1912 when my family gave them a very large donation." The elevator doors opened, and they exited onto the observation floor of the bell tower. "Come see the view." He motioned toward the open window. Laura remained in front of the elevator. "Your family gave them a donation in 1912? "Yes." "Merda." Was she on to him? He lifted a hand toward her. "Come, have a look." "It wasn't your family, was it?" she whispered. "It was you." His hand dropped by his side. 9 circles of hell. He should have known she'd start figuring things out. Her face grew pale. "I'm right, aren't I? It would be so easy for you to say that I'm wrong, but you can't bring yourself to say it." His hands balled into fists. "Laura, just tell me the truth. How old are you?" He turned to look out the window. Stars twinkled over a sea of red-tiled roofs. His heart raced. How much should he say? "I have come here so many times over the years, but I was always alone." He looked at her. "Till I met you." She moved toward him. "Can you be honest with me?" "Lara, I am falling in love with you." She inhaled sharply. "Oh, God." She pressed a hand to her mouth. "But how can we... Is there any hope for us?" "I've been told that when there is love, there is hope." "You must have faith," the old man had told him. Laura's eyes glistened with tears. "I'm afraid you're so much older than me and so different from me." "Inside, we are the same." A cool breeze swept around them and fluttered her hair. She shivered and wrapped the cape around herself. Music drifted up from the piazza. An accordion played, then a baritone voice began to sing. Jack glanced down. Lorenzo was playing the accordion, and he'd brought one of Venezia's finest singers to the piazza to perform for Laura. "Oh, my God." She peered down from the window. "He's singing Bella Notte." She looked at Jack with tears in her eyes. "You arranged that for me?" "Yes." He took her hand. "Will you be my lady, Lara?" "I want to be." Then no power on this earth can stop us. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her with all the passion he'd kept locked up for so many nights. This was the night, the bella notte, when she would become his. He'd wanted to share Venezia with her. There was so little he could share, so little information he could tell her, that this had felt like the only way to get close to her, and the way she was responding gave him more hope than he'd had for almost 200 years. She was clinging to him, opening to him, melting against him. He invaded her mouth, and she sucked on his tongue. He smoothed his hands down her back and cupped her rear. When he pulled her against his swollen groin, she moaned. Lara. He kissed a path across her cheek and down her neck. She swayed her hips from side to side, rubbing against him. Santo cielo. She wanted him. His passion escalated into a frantic need. He swept the edges of the velvet cape over her shoulders. Then he undid the buttons down the front of her dress, stopping at her belt. He pushed the bodice and sweater back only to discover some sort of modern strapless contraption barring him from heaven. It's not glued to you, is it? He didn't want to rip something off her delicate skin. Lara smiled and caressed his cheek. It unhooks in the front. Shall I show you? I can manage. He wrestled with the strange plastic hook. Then suddenly the clasp popped open. He sucked in a breath at the lovely sight. Paradiso. She shook her head, smiling and blushing at the same time. They're just breasts. No, love. His eyes met hers, and he smiled. They're your breasts. Her blush deepened, and the scent of her sweet, rushing blood ignited his frantic need once more. I want you. He unfastened her belt, and with vampire speed, he undid the rest of her buttons before the belt hit the floor. He pushed her dress wide open, then gripped her around the waist. Her creamy skin was shaded pink from the red glow of his eyes. He slid his hands up over her ribs, then he cupped her breasts. Yes. She arched her back, leaning into him so the pink-tinted mounds filled his hands. With his thumbs, he circled the plump, rosy nipples. They pebbled before his eyes, and his groin seized up tight. He rubbed the tips of her breasts and felt them harden beneath the pads of his thumbs. His erection grew hard. With a tortured moan, he pinched the tips of her breasts and tugged slightly. Oh, God! Lara grabbed his shoulders as her knees buckled. I've got you. He grasped her bottom and lifted her up. She wrapped her legs around his waist. He pressed her back against the wall and raised her higher so he could feast on her breasts. He shoved her dress aside with his face and latched onto a nipple. She shuddered in his arms. Jack. She held his head tight. He suckled her and nibbled on the hardened tip of her breast. Then a slight dizziness swept over him, making him freeze for a second. The sun. It was approaching the horizon. Merde. Jack, please. Lara breathed as she gripped his hair in her fists. He nuzzled his cheek against her breasts as he fought to remain strong. He had maybe 5 minutes left before his energy would completely seep away. If he fell into his death sleep here, the sun would kill him. He inhaled deeply, and the scent of Lara's arousal stirred him, so rich and heady. Santo cielo, he would make her scream before leaving. He adjusted his hold on her so he was supporting her with one arm. With his free hand, he burrowed under her skirt. Look at me, he whispered as he slid his hand up her bare thigh. She did. Your eyes are so red. Yours are so blue." He reached the slippery folds, and she gasped. "Oh, God!" Her eyes flickered shut. He stroked her till she was quivering in his arms. He teased her clitoris with feathery strokes, then suddenly tweaked it. She cried out. Her heels dug into his back. More moisture drenched his fingers, and he moaned. She was so sweet, so responsive. He leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "Cara mia, I love you." "Oh, Jack," she panted, her breath erratic against his cheek. His death sleep tugged at him once again. He'd have to teleport very soon. He slipped a finger into Laura's wet vagina, and her inner muscles gripped him greedily. She was so close. His erection pushed painfully against his jeans. The sun crept closer to the horizon. Sweat broke out on his brow. He inserted 2 fingers and stroked her slippery inner walls. "Jack!" Her muscles clenched, and she stopped breathing. All was deathly silent for a moment. Even the serenade from below had stopped. Jack pulled his fingers out and tugged at her clitoris. With a scream, she shattered. Her body convulsed. Pigeons, scared from their roosts, circled the bell tower with a flurry of beating wings. Jack leaned against the wall, dizzy with weakness, as the sky lightened, announcing the imminent arrival of the sun. With the last of his strength, he teleported them to his room at the townhouse in New York City. He collapsed on the bed with Laura landing beside him. The alarm blared, set off by them teleporting in. Fortunately, no one was around to hear it other than him. Phineas would be at Romatech working. Jack fumbled in his jeans pocket for his keypad, then punched the button to turn off the alarm. What happened?" Laura whispered. He breathed deeply as super vampire strength poured back into his body. The night was still young in New York. He had hours now that he could spend making love to Laura. And that was exactly what he planned to do. Chapter 15. Laura pressed a hand to her brow as she waited for the room to stop spinning. Everything had happened so quickly. She'd had such a huge orgasm she thought she'd passed out. But now she realized they'd teleported. Jack shifted position beside her, causing the bed to jiggle slightly. Bed. She was on her back in a bed, on a black and red striped bedspread. Jack propped himself up on an elbow and peered down at her. "Are you all right?" She caught her breath. He'd said that he loved her. "Jack," she touched his cheek. "Cara mia." With a smile, he skimmed his fingers down her neck, then down between her breasts. "Where were we?" "Where are we?" She glanced around the room. The black furniture and plain cream-colored walls looked awfully modern for a palazzo. He cupped her breast. "My bedroom." She shuddered when he teased her nipple. An aftershock from her orgasm shot through her. Oh, God! He was so good. And he'd said that he loved her. He removed his leather jacket and tossed it on the floor. We teleported, right?" "Yes." He stretched out beside her. "To your bedroom at the palazzo?" He hesitated, then kissed her brow. "It doesn't matter. We're together, and we have all a night." She had trouble concentrating when he was nibbling down her neck. "Are we still in Venice?" She felt his sigh against her skin. "We're in New York." She frowned. "But I was having a great time in Venice." "I noticed." He untied the ribbons that fastened the cape around her neck. "You were shuddering in my arms, drenching my hand, and nearly ripping my hair out." Heat rushed to her cheeks, and another aftershock hummed between her legs. She'd never had an orgasm like that before. She'd screamed so loud she'd probably inflicted permanent trauma on all the pigeons. But it had been so incredibly romantic, and Jack had said that he loved her. I loved it there. Why did we leave? We only planned to go for a few hours, remember? We wanted to do more work on the Apollo case. We're not exactly working here. He smiled as he circled a finger around one of her breasts. I was distracted by the lure of heaven. She took a deep breath. Venice was very romantic. We can be romantic here. He gave her a hopeful look. He wanted to make love to her. Laura swallowed hard. It was one thing to get blindsided with his declaration of love in Venice. She'd gotten swept into a whirlwind of passion, and it had been glorious. Unfortunately, another teleportation trip had knocked her back to reality. She still didn't know Jack about Jack. She'd asked him flat out how old he was, and he had evaded the question. She'd hoped to find out more about him on the date, but he'd managed to tell her nothing, except that he loved her. I'm feeling a little frustrated. He glanced at his jeans. You're not the only one. Do you really love me? Yes. He met her gaze, his eyes intense and sincere. I do love you. Her eyes blurred with tears. Why did you take me to Venice? I wanted to share my home with you. I wanted to know if you could love it the way I do. Jack, she touched his cheek. I did love it. I didn't want to leave. Then could you see yourself living there, with me? She gulped. That's kind of sudden. How could she live with a man she knew so little about? She knew he was sweet and lovable. She knew he had to be human. He felt emotions like a human. He said he loved her, and right now he looked genuinely worried. She sat up and located her bra squished inside her dress. She refastened it. Jack sat beside her. You don't have to go. I think I do. She buttoned up her dress. I seem to have lost my belt. I'll call Mario, and he'll have someone collect it. I can return it to you tomorrow night. You could teleport back tomorrow night? When he nodded, she continued. But you can't go now? He looked away. No. That's not making any sense to me. He remained silent. Her shoulders drooped. You're not going to explain, are you? She blinked back tears. How could he say he loved her if he didn't trust her? She slid off the bed and retrieved her underwear from his jacket pocket. His ring was still stuck to it. Lara, you don't have to go. He looked so sad it was breaking her heart. I don't have my handbag. I'll bring it to your apartment later. I need it now, so I can take a cab home. Jack sighed. I'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Laura perched on the edge of his bed. He vanished in front of her eyes. Oh, shit. She collapsed onto his bed and gazed at the ceiling. She was falling in love with him. He had all the wonderful qualities she'd ever wanted in a man. But those additional qualities, those supernatural powers, gave her pause. She'd been forced to the conclusion that somehow he was genetically different from the average human. Some sort of strange mutation had occurred in the human species that gave some people superpowers and incredibly long lifespans. And he wasn't alone. There were others like him, and they wanted their existence kept secret. Maybe they were afraid of being misunderstood or exploited. They had a point. If others thought they had discovered the fountain of youth, they would be hunted down for the secret. But she would never do anything to hurt Jack or his friends. Why wouldn't he trust her? She closed her eyes and remembered their playfulness in the gondola, and their passion in the bell tower. My God, what passion! She'd never experienced anything that wild and exciting before. It would be so easy to strip off her clothes and climb into Jack's bed. She turned her head to look at the pillows. She could spend the night here. Jack would give her a night of glorious sex. And she wanted him. She wanted him so bad. But she wanted answers too. How could she make herself completely vulnerable to a man who wouldn't tell her anything? He'd said that he loved her. Damn it! Laura sat up. If he loved her, he needed to trust her. She wanted to love him, but how could she make that final plunge when he kept so many secrets from her? With a sigh, she dropped her underwear on the bed. She hung the velvet cape in his closet. She couldn't resist grazing her fingers over his other clothes. Damn, she was in so deep. She used the phone on Jack's bedside table to call a cab. Then she took her underwear into his bathroom to search for a pair of scissors. There was no mirror above the vanity. How strange. She rummaged through the drawers. Toothpaste, razors, dental floss, the usual stuff. For a supernatural being, Jack could seem awfully normal. She found a small pair of scissors and snipped his ring free. It was a heavy, golden ring with some kind of elaborate insignia on top. Very old-looking. Strands of her underwear were still entwined in the design. She pulled the strands free and set the ring on the vanity. Laura. Jack's voice came from the bedroom. He must have just teleported back. She quickly put on her underwear, then opened the bathroom door. I'm here. The look of relief on his face touched her heart. He set her handbag on his dresser. I'd like to take you out again. He gazed at her with that hungry look that made her knees weak. We have unfinished business. Good Lord, if the man was any sexier, she'd have a heart attack. But what a way to go. I had a wonderful time. Sheesh, what a lame thing to say. You screamed. Well, yes. Her cheeks grew hot. I don't usually... I liked it. His eyes glittered with a softness that made her heart squeeze painfully in her chest. Oh, she wanted to run into his arms. She wanted to love him. Jack, I'm so tempted by you. The gold flecks in his eyes started to gleam. Cara mia, let me love you. She sucked in a ragged breath and prayed for strength. I can't get more involved with you until you tell me everything. She lifted her chin. So here's your chance. Talk to me. Let me into your world. He grimaced with a pained expression. Lara, there are several reasons why I can't tell you. If it was only me, I might risk it. But there are others like me, dear friends who trust me. Their lives depend on my silence. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you or your friends. He shook his head. I can't risk their lives. Damn it, why wouldn't he trust her? She clutched her hands into fists. I'm sorry, Lara, but I have to be loyal to my friends. Would you be able to respect me if I was the type of man to betray them? For the first time, she realized she was forcing him to choose between her and his friends. And if what she suspected was true, and he was centuries old, then he could have had these friends for a long, long time. Still, she was falling in love with him. Didn't she have the right to expect his trust? She made a strangled sound of frustration. What will it take for you to open up to me? Do we have to be married before it could happen? His eyes widened. Are you proposing? No, she gritted her teeth. I was being sarcastic. His brows drew together. Do not toy with me, Lara. She groaned. I only meant that if we're going to make ourselves vulnerable to each other, then we have to trust each other. I can't go any further until you trust me enough to tell me everything. He dragged a hand through his hair. "Isn't it enough that I love you? That I would protect you with my life? And I will honor and cherish you for the rest of my life." That was beautiful, but still she needed to know. How long a life are we talking about exactly? He scowled at her. "It shouldn't matter, not if you love me." "Of course it matters. I'm not stupid, Jack. I'm guessing that you're really old. In fact, I have this bizarre theory that Giacomo Casanova is actually your father. Can you deny that?" His face paled. Her heart sank as time stretched out, and he remained silent. He couldn't deny it. Her theory must be correct. She pressed a hand to her mouth to keep from crying out loud. What was she doing here? She couldn't fall in love with someone who never aged. This was awful. He should have warned her. He had. He'd told her to run like the hounds of hell were after her. He'd tried to avoid her. She was the one who'd tracked him down at the wedding, at his townhouse, at Romatech. She'd pursued him relentlessly. And now he said he loved her. Oh God, what had she done? "I need to go." She grabbed her handbag and strode from the room. "Lara, I could teleport you home." He followed her as she headed down the stairs. "Or I could drive." "I already called a cab." She was breathing heavily by the time she reached the ground floor. Her chest felt like it had been hit by a Mack truck. "I need to turn off the alarm." He zoomed past her to the security panel by the door. Tears stung her eyes. He was so different from her, too different. "I won't tell anyone about you. You can trust me, Jack. You and your friends will be safe." He frowned as he opened the door. "I want to see you again. We've come too far to give up now." She stepped onto the front porch. It hurt too much to give him up entirely. "We'll keep in touch. We're working that case together, remember?" She descended the steps. "I was really impressed by all the work you did." "When I am determined, nothing can stop me from obtaining my goal." She paused at the sidewalk to look back at him. He was watching her with a fierce gleam in his eyes. She had to wonder if she had become his personal goal. Lara dragged out of bed Tuesday afternoon about 1. She'd been too upset to sleep when she'd returned to her apartment the night before, and she needed to stay acclimated to the night shift. So she kept herself busy printing off hard copies and studying all the material from the Apollo folder that she'd emailed to herself. By 5 a.m., the kitchen table was covered with information, and her eyes were stinging too much to look at it anymore. She'd stumbled off to bed. Her last waking thought had been about Jack. She'd been right to back off, but when her eyes flitted shut, she remembered the soft way his eyes glimmered with love when he looked at her. "Jack," she whispered, and hugged the spare pillow to her chest. How could she not want him? She drifted off to sleep and dreamed of Venice. After she awoke, she trudged into the kitchen, still bleary-eyed. She started the coffee machine and fixed herself a bowl of cereal. There was a dirty bowl and glass in the sink. LaToya must have been in a rush this morning before going to work. Lara was sitting at the kitchen table, methodically spooning cereal into her mouth and wondering if Jack ever ate cereal when she noticed the table was bare. She blinked. Where the hell was all the stuff she'd printed out? She jumped to her feet and quickly checked the apartment. All the Apollo papers were gone. LaToya. Lara grabbed the phone and called her. "Hey, sleepyhead," LaToya told her. "I was just about to call to wake you up. I think they're going to want to see you." "Who?" "The Special Task Force," LaToya said. "Can you believe it? This is so exciting. Here, let me get into an interrogation room here so no one can hear us." "LaToya, did you take all my Apollo stuff?" "Of course. You had so much information, girlfriend. It was amazing. Laura's heart sank. You shouldn't have taken it. There was a pause. Then LaToya whispered, Are you serious? Girl, you can't withhold information concerning an ongoing investigation. People get arrested for that. Laura winced. Her roommate had a point. All right, but you should have asked me before taking it. LaToya scoffed. Why? Were you intending to keep it a secret? I thought we were working together, and I thought the idea was to catch the guy. Well, yes, but she'd wanted to work the case with Jack. If the police took over, she'd have no reason to see him again. Her heart sank deeper. Don't worry, LaToya said. I wrote your name at the top of everything so the detectives would know that you'd done all the work. But The guys were really pissed at first because we weren't supposed to be doing it, LaToya continued, her words rushing out with excitement. But when they realized you'd uncovered a serial kidnapper, they got real excited. They showed it to our captain, and he called your captain. Then they got together and called the police chief and the FBI. Oh, shit, Laura breathed. They're putting together a task force because it looks like this Apollo dude has kidnapped at least 10 women from 4 different states. How did you find all that information so fast? Laura groaned. I didn't. What do you mean? I heard you working last night. That damn printer is too loud. I didn't do it. Jack did. Oh, damn. LaToya lowered her voice. I sort of told everyone that you did it. Laura sighed. I can't take credit for Jack's work. Fine. You want to explain who Jack is to the police chief and the FBI? Laura winced. I think you should stop seeing that guy, LaToya said. He's too strange. Laura gritted her teeth. That would really be ungrateful. He spent hours compiling all that information. Yeah, but he's got your mind messed up, girl. You're acting like the police don't have a right to this case when it's Jack who's butting in where he doesn't belong. What's in it for him anyway? Laura didn't know how to answer that. Why was Jack so interested in this case? If Apollo and Jack had similar mind control abilities, what else did they have in common? There's something really suspicious about him, LaToya muttered. Please don't tell anyone about him. I'm serious, please. Laura had promised Jack that she wouldn't tell anyone about him or his friends. LaToya paused, then whispered, You know the truth about him, don't you? Not really. Other than her theory that he was the son of Casanova and some kind of mutated human with supernatural powers. If she told her superiors that, they'd lock her up and lose the key. Why do I get the feeling you're not telling me something? Laura sighed. She was in the same predicament as Jack, having to decide between him and her friends. Jack did all that work just to help us. I don't want to cause him any trouble. There was another pause. Okay, then. If Jack's out of the picture, then you'll have to be the hero. I bet they make you a detective soon. That was good news. It had been Laura's goal for the last 6 years. She'd wanted to put the pageant days behind her and do something meaningful with her life. Catching the bad guys and protecting the innocent, that had seemed like the most heroic thing she could do with her life. No wonder she was so attracted to Jack. His goal was the same as hers. And whereas she aspired to be a regular hero, he was a superhero. Hang on a sec. Someone's at the door, LaToya said, and Laura heard mumbled voices. Yes, sir. I'll tell her right away. Laura, you still there? Yes. Get your ass in the uniform quick, LaToya said. A patrol car will be picking you up in 10 minutes. The task force wants to see you. Close to an hour later, Laura entered the precinct at Morningside Heights. As a sergeant led her through a sea of desks, dozens of heads turned to look at her. LaToya waved from across the room and gave her a thumbs up. Boucher! Captain O'Brien from her precinct at Midtown North greeted her on the way to the conference room. You've been briefed? Yes, sir. You were told to take a week off after the Trent incident, and yet you and Officer Lafayette took it upon yourselves to investigate a case you were not assigned to. Laura swallowed hard. She hoped LaToya wasn't in trouble. Yes, sir. Captain O'Brien regarded her sternly. It would appear the community will benefit from your utter disregard for the rules and your inability to grasp the concept of time off. Brilliant detective work, Butch. Her cheeks warmed with a blush. She hated taking credit for Jack's hard work. They're waiting inside for you, the captain continued. I told them you could do this, Butch. Don't let me down. Do what? Yes, sir. Captain O'Brien opened the conference room door and ushered her inside. At the sight of the police chief, Laura came to attention. There were 5 men at the table, all of them studying her silently. Captain O'Brien introduced them. Other than the police chief, there was the captain of this precinct, one of the NYPD case detectives, and 2 special agents from the FBI. At ease, officer, the police chief said. He thumbed through some papers on the table in front of him. Let's see. You graduated from our academy 6 months ago, and you were assigned to the night shift out of Midtown North. Yes, sir. The chief turned to the special agents from the FBI. What do you think? The one in the gray suit motioned to the Apollo papers on the table. She's a good detective. She was able to uncover information that the case detectives didn't find. The NYPD detective stiffened. I interviewed those college girls myself. They didn't say a word about Apollo or this seminar. Maybe they were more comfortable talking to a female officer, the second special agent suggested. But the real question is, how will she perform in the field? She does just fine, Captain O'Brien said. Just a week ago, she subdued an armed man in a domestic dispute. He had shot and wounded her partner. She has the right look. The gray-suited FBI man motioned to the photos of Apollo's victims. She has the right hair color, and she looks young enough to pass for a college student. Excellent. The police chief rubbed his hands together and regarded Laura grimly. What do you say, Officer Boucher, to an undercover assignment? Laura swallowed hard. They wanted to use her as bait. Her mind raced. They were correct that she had the right look. What they didn't know, and what wasn't in those papers, was the fact that Apollo used mind control to abduct his victims and cover his tracks. She was immune to Jack's mind control, so hopefully she would also be immune to Apollo's. If she was able to keep her wits about her, she could probably manage this. She cleared her throat. You want me to pose as a college student to help you locate Apollo when he comes on campus to do his seminar? There's no law against him conducting a seminar, the NYPD detective said. We need to know where he's taking the girls. Only then will we have the evidence we need to make an arrest. Exactly, the gray-suited FBI man agreed. Officer Boucher, you'll have to let Apollo kidnap you. Laura gulped. What would she do if he physically restrained her? What if he tried to rape her? Or kill her? Maybe she should let a female officer with more experience do this. But what if that woman succumbed to Apollo's mind control? She would have a worse chance of survival than Laura. And if she was murdered, how could Laura live with that? And how could she refuse this job and do nothing when Apollo continued to kidnap a new girl every month? She drew in a deep, shaky breath. I'll do it. Chapter 16. Are you crazy, girl? LaToya demanded after she arrived home that evening. Don't fuss at me. Laura spooned chicken and sausage jambalaya onto 2 plates. After an hour of discussing her dangerous mission in the conference room, she'd come home frazzled. She'd decided to cook to calm herself down. I wouldn't be in this fix if you hadn't swiped that Apollo file. LaToya huffed. You know we had to show it to them. Believe me, we would have been in a lot more trouble if we'd sat on that information for days before passing it on. Laura winced. Are you in trouble? LaToya shrugged, then retrieved a bottle of wine from the fridge. They slapped me with one hand and patted me on the back with the other. They can't decide whether to be pissed or proud. Yeah, I got the same sort of thing. Laura set the plates on the table. LaToya poured them 2 glasses of wine. So you're really gonna let that Apollo dude kidnap you? Laura sighed, wondering for the millionth time if she was making a huge mistake. A part of her wished LaToya had never taken the information. Then she could have continued working with Jack. But another part of her was ashamed. Those poor kidnapped girls were in danger. And here she was hoping to use their sad circumstance as an excuse to keep seeing Jack. Why didn't she just face it? The relationship with Jack was doomed. The timer on the oven dinged, interrupting her thoughts. The cornbread was ready. Well, LaToya set the wine glasses on the table. Are you gonna do it? Yes. Laura set the pan of cornbread on the stove and removed her oven mitts. Those girls need help. I just hope they're still alive. Yeah, me too. LaToya gave her a worried look. You could have refused, you know. I'll be all right. Laura cut 2 pieces of cornbread and put them on saucers. They're gonna put some kind of tracking device on me. The minute I arrive at Apollo's so-called resort, they'll swoop in and arrest him. It should be very quick and easy. That's what they always say. LaToya retrieved the butter dish from the fridge. Laura brought their cornbread to the table. I have a secret weapon, remember? I'm immune to mind control. Yeah, that's good. But LaToya still looked worried as she sat and smeared butter on her cornbread. I may have been wrong when I told you not to see Jack anymore. You've decided he's okay now? Laura gave her a wry look as she sat down. LaToya shrugged. I don't know what to think about him. He's suspicious as hell, but he does have some superpowers, and right now, I'm thinking it would be a good thing for you to have a superhero in your pocket. Or in her pants. Laura squashed that errant thought. Her whole body just wanted to droop onto the floor. I don't think there's any future for me and Jack. LaToya stopped eating to look at her. Why not? She sighed. It's hard to explain. Oh, shit! He's really an alien? A sorry excuse for a laugh escaped Laura. I don't know what he is. He refuses to talk to me. A man who has trouble communicating. LaToya sipped some wine. Now there's something completely different. Laura made a face at her. I can't get more involved with him when he won't talk to me. Does he treat you right? Oh, yeah. Laura drank some wine. Is he good and bad? She sputtered, and her eyes watered. LaToya grinned. I'll take that as a yes. We haven't, well, we sort of, but, okay. I would say yes. Laura's face flooded with heat. LaToya snickered. Then what's the problem? There's more to life than good, great sex. Now I'm really worried about you. It's not funny, LaToya. My heart is breaking here. He says he loves me, but he won't trust me with the truth. LaToya's brown eyes widened. He says he loves you? Laura gulped down some wine. She hadn't meant for that to slip out. How do you feel about him? LaToya asked. She set the glass down. Our food's getting cold. She rammed some cornbread into her mouth. You're in denial, LaToya announced. Laura scowled at her, then swallowed down her food. Right now, denial is my best friend. I'm not going to admit I'm in love with someone when the relationship is doomed. Didn't you just admit it? And I'm not going to admit that I just agreed to an undercover assignment that could get me killed. LaToya sucked in a breath. Take that back. Don't put those bad vibes on this. You'll make it through just fine. I know you will. Laura took a deep breath. Her friend was right. She needed to keep a positive attitude. It'll be all right. They'll be able to trace me. She wouldn't really be alone. She would survive this. An hour later, LaToya left to go bowling with some friends from her precinct. Laura declined LaToya's invitation to join them, claiming she was too tired. Who was she kidding? She was hoping Jack would call. She sat on the couch, flipping through channels on the television. She really ought to study the Apollo information on her computer, but she didn't want to think about it anymore. It would only make her more nervous, more worried that she was making a big mistake. She wished she was back in Venice with Jack, floating down a canal without a worry in the world. But there was no such thing as a worry-free life. Even Jack had her confused and frustrated. If Casanova was his father, that would make Jack over 200 years old. Was he aging super slowly, or was he stuck looking young and gorgeous for all time? Either way, it didn't look good for a lasting relationship. She landed on a channel that showed a young woman in a white nightgown wandering around a dark, spooky house. She was carrying a lit candlestick, so apparently the electricity was out. She gazed up a dark staircase that led to the attic, and thunder boomed. Creepy music swelled. "Don't go up there," Laura told her. She started up the stairs. "Moron," Laura muttered and changed the channel. A guy in a ski mask was chasing a girl who was running across the lawn. For some strange reason, she was in her underwear. The psycho killer waved a machete in the air. The girl looked back, then tripped and fell on her face. "Get up, you idiot," Laura grumbled. "Run for your life." The girl stayed on the ground and screamed. Great. This was encouraging. Laura changed the channel again. Was she being an idiot too? The phone rang, and her breath hitched. Please be Jack. No, don't be Jack. Damn it, she was an idiot. After Jack woke up Tuesday night, he dashed upstairs to the 5th-floor office of the townhouse and chugged down some synthetic blood while he checked his messages. Laura hadn't called. Mario had sent him an email to let him know that Father Giuseppe had found Laura's belt and delivered it to the palazzo that morning. The priest had also left a warning that he'd use the belt on Giacomo's hide if he didn't behave himself. Jack sighed. The date had ended badly. Instead of drawing Laura closer, he'd managed to chase her away. He showered, dressed, then teleported to Venezia to fetch the belt. From there, he teleported to the grounds at Romatech. He looked around as he approached the side entrance. He swiped his ID card, then placed his hand on the sensor. "Hey, bro!" A voice spoke behind him. He spun around to find Phineas. The young vamp must have just teleported there. Merda. "Well, good evening to you, too," Phineas muttered. "We didn't see you at the townhouse." "I had an errand to take care of, and I've just realized if a malcontent timed it right, he could arrive like you did and take me by surprise." Jack motioned to the green light now blinking on the security pad. "You could have jumped me from behind and gained entrance." Phineas frowned as he pushed open the door. "Howard would see it on the monitor and set off the alarm." True. Jack strode down the hall toward the McKay security office. "Still, after Connor arrives, I'd like to have a meeting to discuss ways we can improve security here. We killed a dozen malcontents last December at DVN. Sooner or later, Casimir is going to seek revenge." "Yeah," Phineas agreed. "Those nasty vampires keep coming back." He glanced at the belt in Jack's hand. "Dude, you're not planning to wear that, are you? It's bad enough when some of the guys wear skirts, but a white belt? That's just not cool, man." "It's not mine." Jack wound it up and stuffed it into a jacket pocket. "Ooh, I see." Phineas's eyes lit up. "It's your lady's belt. I guess your date last night was a big success. So, did you do a little bondage?" "Excuse me." "You know, tie her up with a belt. Or maybe you used it for a little spanking." Jack stiffened. "I would never spank Lara." Phineas rolled his eyes. "Dude, you let the lady spank you.
Believe me, the chicks really get into that."
"She probably thinks I deserve it," Jack muttered.
"Yeah," Phineas nodded. "That's what they always say to me. I'm an expert on these things, you know. But I figure you're the last person on Earth who needs professional advice from the love doctor."
"Why is that?" Jack stopped in front of the security office. Phineas snorted.
"Dude, you're the son of Casanova. Seduction is your middle name. I saw you at the gala ball, sweet-talking all the ladies. You could have had anyone you wanted. In fact, I bet you did have them all."
Jack groaned inwardly. Why did people always assume he had inherited some special talent from his father? All he'd inherited was a name that was such a curse he'd stopped using it almost 200 years ago. "I only danced with the ladies."
"Yeah, right. The horizontal mambo. I bet you were born with a condom on," Phineas continued. "A man like you could have any woman he wants."
But he only wanted Laura. "I don't want to lose her."
"What?"
"Nothing." Jack swiped his ID card in the keypad outside the security office. Phineas leaned a shoulder against the wall.
"Dude, what's wrong?"
"It's complicated."
"Love shouldn't be complicated, bro."
"It is when it's between a vampire and a mortal." Phineas frowned.
"Does she know you're a vampire?"
"No," Jack answered quickly. "I haven't told her anything. You and Connor can rest easy."
"Yeah, Connor's real touchy about keeping the big secret."
Phineas rubbed his chin.
"I gotta be honest with you, man. A little free advice from Dr. Fang."
"I'm not going to tie her up or spank her."
Phineas snorted. "I'm being serious now. If you love her, you gotta tell her the truth. You gotta make it real."
Jack swallowed hard. Laura kept asking him to tell her the truth. But what if she couldn't handle it? The women in his past had freaked out. He'd been able to erase their memories, but he couldn't do that with Laura. What if she lived the rest of her life remembering him with revulsion? On the other hand, what if she was able to accept him? What if he'd finally found the amore that had evaded him for centuries? How glorious it would be to spend the rest of his life with Laura. The door opened, and Howard peered at them curiously.
"What's going on? You guys have been standing here for 5 minutes." "Just talking, Papa Bear," Phineas said. "I'll go make the first round."
"Okay," Jack said. "And, thank you."
"Anytime, bro."
Phineas zoomed back down the hall to the side entrance. "Howard, can you stay till Connor arrives?" Jack asked. "I need to run an errand."
"Sure."
Howard headed back to the desk.
"I'll call the cafeteria and have them deliver my supper here."
Jack smiled. As long as Werebear Howard Barr was well fed, he stayed happy. "Thanks." Jack hurried into the conference room across the hall and shut the door. He paced around the long table. Once he returned Laura's belt to her, what would he say? From the beginning, he'd equated telling her the truth with losing her. But now, he realized he could lose her if he didn't tell her the truth. Father Giuseppe, Giannetta, and Phineas all wanted him to tell her. Connor was strongly opposed to it. Angus had ordered him not to. What did he want to do? He wanted her to love him. What if she hated him once she knew he was a vamp? Jack took a deep breath. It was a chance he would have to take. There was no way to undo his status. She could either accept him as he was, or she couldn't. "You must have faith, Giacomo." Merda. Wasn't there a circle of hell for faithless bastards like himself? He made the call. On the 4th ring, she picked up. "Hello?" She sounded hesitant. "Hello, Lara. How are you?" I'm okay. I have your belt. I could return it to you now. There's, no hurry. Was she reluctant to see him, or was this a bad time? He didn't want anyone else to see him teleport. Are you alone? I need to talk to you about the Apollo case, she said. We can work on it tonight if you like, he offered. I can teleport there and bring you back here to Romatech, where I have all the information. I have the info here. I emailed it to myself. Oh, he had a bad feeling about this. I really appreciate all the work you did. We passed the info on to our superiors. What? We had to, Jack. We can't withhold evidence. And the minute Apollo started kidnapping girls across state lines, it became a matter for the FBI. 9 circles of hell! Jack gripped the phone in his fist and paced around the table. You shouldn't have done that. We were working on it together. We were making good progress. I know. I'm sorry, Jack, but it's not in your jurisdiction. The hell it wasn't. This was a malcontent crime, and it needed to be handled by vamps. How many people know? Lots of people. The FBI and NYPD have set up a joint task force. Merda! He couldn't let them find Apollo first. The whole vampire world was in jeopardy. He couldn't believe Laura had done this. He stopped and leaned his elbows on the back of a chair. I trusted you. Jack. Her voice was laced with pain. I didn't mean to. I don't understand why this case is so important to you. He took a deep breath. Fussing at her wouldn't fix the problem. I'm sorry. I should have explained. There are a lot of things you could have explained, she grumbled. It'll be all right. He would get Connor and other volunteers to help. Ian and Tony were still on their honeymoon, but Robbie was around, and maybe Phil Jones. How much did you tell them? Do they know about Apollo's ability to control minds? No, and I didn't tell them about you, Laura said. You really can trust me. Thank you. He resumed his pacing. He needed to make some calls and set up a meeting. Unfortunately, they're giving me credit for all your hard work, Laura continued. That's all right. Maybe it will help you make detective. She heaved a sigh. They offered me an assignment undercover, posing as a college student. Jack halted abruptly. What? I have the right look, so I'm going. No! It felt like a wrecking ball had slammed into his chest. No, you will not be bait. I already agreed. He gritted his teeth. You will not do it. You can't tell me what to do. Where are you? Are you alone? There's no point in discussing it, she said. My mind is made up. Merda. He hoped she wasn't in a public place. He focused on her voice and teleported. Chapter 17. Laura gasped when Jack materialized in front of her. He looked quickly around the room. What? Her throat constricted. He just focused on her with eyes that gleamed golden hot. A frisson of fear pinned her to the couch. Jack was a man of supernatural power. What was he truly capable of? Nonsense. She mentally shook herself. This was Jack. He'd made love to her the night before. Somehow Venice seemed so far away. Still glowering at her, he snapped his cell phone shut and pocketed it. He pulled her belt from another pocket and dropped it on the coffee table. Maybe I should spank you, he muttered. Excuse me? His jaw shifted. Forget I said that. Like that would ever happen. She turned off her phone and placed it on the coffee table. I gather you're a little miffed about the situation. She paused when a low growl vibrated in his throat. Look, I'm not going to be intimidated by the He-Man tactics. We can discuss this calmly and rationally. There is nothing rational about this. His hands fisted at his sides.
Using yourself as bait is ridiculous, foolish, and crazy. She sucked in a breath. Why didn't you tell me what you really think? His eyes narrowed into 2 golden pins of light. You're not doing it. It's not your decision, Jack. In fact, none of this Apollo stuff is your business. You are my business, and you're trying to get yourself killed. She snorted. This may come as a surprise to you, but I'm not suicidal. Every precaution will be taken to ensure my safety. I'll be wearing a tracking device. Those can be lost. She glared at him. As soon as they have a fix on Apollo's resort, he leaned over suddenly, and with a swipe of one hand, he pushed the coffee table across the room. She caught her breath when he moved directly in front of her. You are not doing it! Anger seethed in his low, sharply clipped words. Damn it. He was trying to bully her. Laura rose to her feet, her face inches from his stubborn chin. No one tells me what to do. He grabbed her by the shoulders. I could teleport you someplace so remote you'd never find your way out. She shoved at his chest. Then you would be a kidnapper just like Apollo. No, I would be saving your life. His grip tightened on her shoulders. Stay away from Apollo. You have no idea what he's capable of. But you know? She seethed with frustration. What do you know that you're not telling me, Jack? He released her and stepped back. He dragged a hand through his hair and paced across the room. When Apollo sees you, he's going to want you. We're counting on that, and with the tracer I'll be wearing, we'll be able to track him down. Jack shook his head. He'll teleport you someplace. He might teleport you several places in a row. You've seen how quickly it's done. By the time the police figure out where he is, bloody hell, Laura, it will be too late. She swallowed hard. I can buy some time. I won't be under his control like the other victims. That's why I'm the best choice for this job. I'm immune to mind control. He scoffed. You think that makes you safe? Laura, the instant he realizes he can't control you, he will kill you. A shudder zipped down her back. He's just trying to scare you into quitting. Hell, maybe she should quit. What if she got in completely over her head? The special task force had already warned her that she couldn't take any weapons with her. It would blow her cover. You can't survive against Apollo, Jack continued quietly. He paced across the room, then turned to face her. His mouth twisted as if he found the words painful. He'll feed on you. Laura gasped and pressed her hand to her chest. What? He'll sink his teeth into you and take your blood. She grimaced. That's sick. You make him sound like a vampire, Jack whispered. She stared at him. My God, he was serious. Jack, there's no such thing. Maybe he thinks he's a vampire. There are some crazy people out there who pretend they're vampires, but any guy who tries to bite my neck would get a knee in his groin faster than he could say Transylvania. Jack scowled at her. You don't believe me. I think you're trying to scare the hell out of me, so I'll quit this assignment. I really should be pissed, but I realize you're worried about me because you care so much. I'm in love with you. Her heart squeezed in her chest. She would never get tired of hearing him say that. I care deeply for you too, but, Lara, he stepped toward her. But, she put up a hand to stop him. I will not allow you to control me or manipulate me. Merda, I'm trying to keep you alive. He's a vicious vampire. There's no such thing. That's what they want you to believe. They use mind control to make everyone believe they don't really exist, that they're just make-believe monsters. But they feed on people, then erase their memories. It's been going on for centuries. Her skin crawled with goose flesh. How can you know about vampires? How would you know that Apollo's one of them? Have you met him? No, I haven't. But I recognize the signs. Apollo only appears at night. He can control people's minds and erase memories. He has super strength and speed. He can teleport." She gasped. "You're describing yourself." Jack winced. His eyes glinted with a wary look. Laura stumbled back and fell onto the couch. Oh, God. He wasn't denying it. He was either crazy as a loon or he was actually... "No," she whispered. "No, vampires aren't real." He regarded her sadly. "Why would I lie about it? What can I possibly gain from this other than your disgust?" She dragged in a shaky breath and pressed her hands against her eyes. Memories flitted through her mind. She'd never seen him eat. She'd never been able to reach him during the day. There was no mirror in his bathroom. There were thick shutters on the windows. He was over 200 years old. He worked at a factory that manufactured synthetic blood. Damn, it was a grocery store. All the pieces of the puzzle had been there, but she'd never been able to fit them together because she hadn't known what the final picture looked like. She'd expected a picture of a superhero, not a monster. Her stomach lurched. Oh, God. She'd kissed him. She'd let him touch her, make love to her. She covered her mouth as a moan escaped. "Lara." He stepped toward her. She pressed back against the couch. His face paled. "Santo cielo, do not fear me. I would never hurt you. I think you'd better go. We still need to talk." "No." Her eyes stung with tears. What was there to talk about? She'd fallen for a monster. She'd been a fool. He frowned. "You know the truth about Apollo now. This is a matter strictly for vampires. You will let me handle it." Anger sizzled deep within her. "How dare you? This is not just about Apollo. All of his victims are human, so don't tell me to butt out, and don't expect me to believe that there are monsters who care." He stiffened. "We're not all bad, Lara. I want you to leave." He rubbed his brow. "You're in shock now. In a few days, we can talk. Go!" He lowered his hand, and his eyes glimmered with pain and sadness. He wavered, then disappeared. Jack materialized in the woods surrounding Romatech. He trudged toward the side entrance. If only he knew how to materialize without a heart. His chest ached so much it hurt to breathe. He propped a forearm against a thick tree trunk and leaned forward, resting his brow against his arm. He closed his eyes, and images flipped through his brain, the expressions on Lara's face. Shock, horror, disgust, anger. Just like the women from his past. He'd lost Lara. "You must have faith, Giacomo." Father Giuseppe's words echoed softly in his mind. How? He was a creature of darkness, trapped in a circle of hell. How could he possibly have faith? He was losing Lara just like he had the others. How many years had he suffered after losing them? And Beatrice. Losing her had been sheer torment. He'd always wondered if she could have accepted him, but she'd died before he could tell her. She'd died all alone, believing he had abandoned her. Merda. He punched the tree with his fist. He would not abandon Lara even if she hated him. He would not let her die. If Apollo kept to his usual schedule, he'd take another victim the last Saturday in June. That gave Jack plenty of time to locate the bastard and eliminate him. Then he could do a mind sweep on the police and FBI to clean up loose ends, and the whole ordeal would be over. Lara would be saved. He just needed to have faith. And the help of a few good friends. He pulled out his cell phone as he walked through the woods. Robbie McKay would help him.
He'd first met Robbie in 1820 at Jean-Luc's fencing academy in Paris when they'd been paired as sparring partners. They'd become good friends when they weren't trying to skewer each other. Robbie was now working as Jean-Luc's bodyguard. Since Jean-Luc was hiding in Texas, Robbie was there too. Robbie answered the phone.
Hi, Jack. How's it going?
Problems come up. Can you spare a few hours? I could use your help.
Thank God. I'm bored out of my skull here. Last night, Jean-Luc's daughter asked me to play dolls with her and I nearly said yes. That's how desperate I'm getting.
Then it's your lucky day, Jack said. In fact, I may need you for a week or so. Phil too, if he can come.
I'll check with Jean-Luc, but I'm sure he will not object. See you soon.
Robbie rang off. Jack pocketed his phone and strode toward the entrance.
Hey, bro.
Phineas zoomed up to him.
I was making a round when I heard your voice.
I was on the phone. Did Connor arrive?
Yeah, he's in the office.
Phineas cast a sidelong glance at Jack.
Are you all right, dude? You look kinda wasted.
Jack winced. I want you and Carlos to live at Romatec for the next week or so. There are a few bedrooms in the basement, right?
Yeah. What's wrong?
Are the malcontents up to something? No, but the police might come to the townhouse. We don't want to be caught there in our death sleep.
Damn, Popo.
Phineas halted.
Shit. Did you tell that cop lady about us?
Jack gave him an irritated look. Didn't you just advise me to?
Well, yeah, but since when does anyone take my advice? So I guess it didn't go well, huh?
Jack shook his head.
Damn,
Phineas muttered.
I thought women were into vampires. I thought she'd be cool with it, man.
A jab of pain sliced through Jack's chest. She wasn't.
Shit. Do you think she's gonna tell her police buddies about us?
I don't know. She might. So, grab whatever you need from the townhouse and bring Carlos here, okay?
Okay. Sorry, dude.
Phineas teleported away. Jack reached the side entrance, swiped his card, and used the hand sensor. He was halfway down the hallway when the security door opened and Connor leaned out.
I saw Phineas teleport away, Connor said. Where did you send him?
To the townhouse to fetch Carlos. They're going to stay here for the next week or so. Connor's eyes narrowed.
And why is the townhouse no longer safe?
It may be perfectly safe. This is just a precaution. Jack strode past the Scotsman into the office. He heard the door shut behind him.
Bugger,
Connor whispered softly. Jack turned to face him.
You told her?
Jack widened his stance and folded his arms across his chest. I did what I had to do. Connor snorted.
I gather it did not go well.
Jack shrugged one shoulder.
You told a police officer about vampires, Connor muttered. Did you really expect it to go well?
She knows I love her.
Ach, and that is supposed to make a difference.
Anger flashed in Connor's blue eyes.
Do you seriously believe that rubbish about love conquering all? How many mortals have we loved only to watch them succumb to death? All the love in the world cannot stop them from dying.
I know that. He'd lost Beatrice when an outbreak of typhoid had swept through Venice. Love is fleeting. That doesn't make it worthless. It just makes it more special. Connor glowered at him.
It makes it more painful. You must know that. I can see the pain in your face.
Jack swallowed hard. He couldn't deny that.
Have you even considered what this great love of yours will do to her? Connor asked. You'll be dragging her into a world that she may not want any part of.
Jack winced. He had to admit Laura had not reacted well. Still, other mortal women had adjusted to the vampire world. Shauna is happy.
And Emma and Heather? You cannot expect every woman to want to live with the undead, Connor grumbled. I brought Darcy Newhart into our world and she hated me for it. You wouldn't want to live with that kind of guilt. Jack wondered if Connor had felt more than just guilt. Darcy's very happy now. And she still works with us. Connor waved a dismissive hand as he strode toward the desk. Let's get back to this friend of yours. Is she gone to tell her superiors about us? I don't know. Maybe not. Laura wouldn't want them thinking she was crazy. Connor took a seat, still scowling at Jack. I'm sorely tempted to put a dent in your skull, but you look so miserable it would be like kicking a dog. Gee, thanks. Did she make any threats? I could teleport her someplace where she could not tell anyone about us. No. Jack gritted his teeth. You will leave her alone. Connor snorted. I would not harm her. 'Tis better than having the New York Police Department hunting us down. I don't think she's a threat to us. She's more of a threat to herself. She leaked all of my information on Apollo to her superiors. Bugger, Connor muttered. The police and FBI have formed a special task force, and they've asked Laura to go undercover. On the 4th Saturday in June, Apollo will be trolling universities, giving his seminar, and looking for the perfect victim. If the police have their way, that victim will be Laura. Bloody hell! Connor looked appalled. We have to stop it. Apollo could kill her. That's why I told her the truth, Jack said. I was trying to scare her into quitting the assignment. Connor nodded. All right, I can understand that. We're in a race for time, Jack continued. We have 1 month to find Apollo and kill him. I've asked Robbie to help. We have plenty of time. Connor motioned to one of the surveillance monitors on the wall. Robbie has arrived, and he's not alone. Jack peered at the monitor. Robbie had teleported onto the grounds, and he'd brought Phil with him. As a day guard, Phil wasn't able to teleport, but as a shapeshifter, he had other talents that made him valuable. There's Phineas and Carlos. Connor pointed at another monitor. Jack spotted Phineas materializing outside the side entrance with the day guard, Carlos. They were joined by Robbie and Phil, and the 4 men entered the building. Jack smiled grimly. He'd assembled his own special task force. Counting himself and Connor, he had 4 vampires, plus a werewolf and a werepanther. Laura should be safe now. Apollo wouldn't live long enough to hurt her. Chapter 18. The next night, Jack paced around the conference room, wondering if it was too soon to call Laura. Everything else was under control. Roman had sent word to all the Coven Masters in North America to be on the lookout for a spa with classical Greek architecture. Already a few leads had come in, and Robbie and Phil were checking them out. Phineas was guarding Romatech. Carlos, who worked during the day, was sleeping in the basement, on call if they needed him. Howard had offered to help, but he also doubled as the day guard for Roman's family, so his time was limited. Jack considered investigating some of the missing girls, but he figured Apollo's MO would remain the same. He lured pretty girls to his seminar on staying young and beautiful forever. Then he selected a victim. Jack halted his pacing. What if Apollo was making good on his promise to keep the girls young and beautiful forever? He might not be killing them. He could be transforming them. Jack winced at the thought of controlling a harem of vampire women. Merda. He couldn't even control one mortal woman. At least there had been no police snooping around the townhouse. No police had come to Romatech either, so it looked like Laura was keeping quiet about vampires. Most probably she feared her superiors would think she was crazy. But Jack hoped she still harbored some protective feelings toward him.
If only her feelings for him could survive. If they could outlast her initial reaction of horror and disgust, he might have a chance. You must have faith, Giacomo. He called her apartment. The phone rang once, twice. If she had caller ID, she would know it was him. 3 rings. She might be avoiding him. 4 rings.
Hello, Jack.
It was LaToya, her roommate.
Hello. Is Laura... Save your breath. She's not here, and she doesn't want to talk to you. Ever. Goodbye.
Wait. Is she all right?
She's totally bummed out, you moron. I don't know what you did to her. I've never seen her so upset. She won't even talk to me. And she's always talked to me.
She didn't tell you anything. Jack felt a flicker of hope. Laura was keeping his secret.
All she said was that she never wanted to see you or talk to you again. In case your super hearing didn't catch that, the operative word was never.
The flicker of hope sputtered out.
And I'm really pissed at you,
LaToya continued.
You got Laura moping around like the world has come to an end when she really needs to be on the top of her game right now. Your timing really stinks.
She's going ahead with the undercover assignment.
Shit, you know about that?
Jack wondered if he could find an ally with LaToya. I don't want her to do it. I think it's too dangerous.
Oh.
I'm trying to locate Apollo myself, so Laura won't have to put herself in danger. There was a pause, and Jack hoped LaToya was reassessing the situation.
I gotta go. Bye.
She rang off. Jack sighed. He'd keep trying. By 5 a.m., Robbie and Phil had checked out 4 locations, all false leads. They promised to return the next night, then teleported home to Texas. 4 more nights passed. The month of June began, and Apollo's location remained secret. By the 2nd Saturday in June, Jack was beside himself with worry. Only 2 weeks were left. Still no sign of Apollo. And no word from Laura. Was she trying to forget him? The following Monday, he tried calling again.
She still doesn't want to talk to you,
LaToya said. How is she?
She's sad and depressed. I've heard her crying a few times in a room. Does that make you happy?
LaToya growled. In a sad way, it did, although Jack knew better than to admit it.
Have you found that Apollo guy yet?
LaToya demanded. No. Jack was beginning to wonder if Apollo's Greek-style resort even existed. He could be showing bogus pictures in his seminar. We're still trying.
Well, you better try harder. Laura's going undercover in a couple of days.
Where? LaToya snorted.
Like I would tell you?
I'm worried sick about her.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
LaToya hung up. Jack paced around the conference room. Laura's undercover work would obviously be at a university. The special task force had probably enrolled her under a false name, and she was living in a dorm. But which university? He sat in front of the laptop and checked his information on the missing girls. They came from 10 different universities. He made a list of the past 20 months in chronological order, then listed the universities that Apollo had targeted each month. There was definitely a pattern. 2 universities in Connecticut, 4 in New York, 2 in New Jersey, 2 in Pennsylvania, then back to Connecticut. Apollo's last hit had been Columbia University. If he followed his pattern, Syracuse University would be next. Jack. Phil strode into the conference room. We've got a new lead, a place called Apollo's Golden Chariot in Massachusetts. Jack stood. Is Robbie back yet? No. He and Phineas are still in Hoboken, checking out the Grecian goddess spa and resort. All right, Jack said. You and I can go. Do you have the phone number? Right here. Phil passed him a slip of paper. Are you armed? Phil opened his brown leather bomber jacket to reveal a .44 Magnum in a shoulder holster. Jack had a dagger strapped to his calf and another sheathed beneath his black leather jacket. If they ended up in a skirmish, he would call Robbie and Phineas for immediate backup. Let's do it. Jack punched in the number on his cell phone. Apollo's golden chariot, a feminine voice answered. Macy speaking. Hi, can you give me directions from Connecticut? Jack asked. As the speaker launched into a long explanation, Jack focused on the voice. He grabbed Phil's arm and teleported them both. He quickly scanned their new surroundings. A small office, a file cabinet, a messy desk, the harsh smell of chemicals in the air, and a blonde staring at them with hot pink lipstick outlining her gaping mouth.
Ah!
She let out a high-pitched squeal and dropped the phone. It's all right. Jack unfurled a wave of psychic energy to take over the woman's mind, but before he could gain control, she jumped to her feet, let out another squeal, then collapsed into a dead faint. Merde. Jack frowned at the sprawled body on the floor. We scared the poor woman to death. Phil snorted. That's not a woman. She screamed like a woman. Jack's gaze ran over the hot pink miniskirt, black hose, and hot pink boots. They looked feminine enough, but the black tank top revealed broad shoulders and a flat chest. A man. Jack hunched down beside the unconscious man and swept into his mind. Macy, you will not fear us. We walked into the office looking for Apollo. You will awaken now. Macy's green-shaded eyelids flickered open. Are you all right? Jack asked. You fainted. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Macy sat up and tugged at his pink miniskirt. It must be this new diet I'm on. I swear I'm so woozy. Here. Jack helped him stand. You're too kind. Macy looked at him. Oh my. His eyes widened, and he glanced at Phil. Oh, my! He patted his long blonde hair. What can I do for you two? We're looking for Apollo, Jack said. Well, he should be in the studio. I can't believe you missed him. Or that he missed you. Macy inspected them with an appreciative gleam in his eyes. Come on, big boys, follow me. He clonked past them in his platform boots and cast a sidelong glance at Phil. Phil shot Jack an annoyed look. Come on. Jack headed for the door. Phil caught his arm and muttered, This can't be the right place. Let's get out of here. We might as well meet this Apollo, Jack said. Phil scowled. I have a bad feeling about this. You think it'll turn violent? Jack asked. Worse, Phil grumbled. Macy glanced back with a frown. Come now, you two, stop bickering. Apollo doesn't allow any love spats here. A low growl vibrated in Phil's throat. Jack smiled. We're coming. He joined Macy in the hallway with Phil trudging behind him. As they entered the studio, Jack noticed the walls were painted lavender and decorated with hot pink hearts and cupids. He passed a line of pink reclining chairs and sinks for washing hair. He came to an abrupt halt as he noticed all the styling cubicles. Each one was lined on 3 sides with mirrors, and each cubicle was occupied by a male stylist and customer. He couldn't possibly get past all of them without their realizing that he didn't reflect in the mirrors. Let's go, Phil hissed. It's just a beauty salon. Macy spun to face him with an appalled expression. Just a beauty salon? Don't you think this world needs more beauty in it? Heads popped out from cubicles as stylists tried to get a peek at the offensive strangers in their midst. Jack stepped back, not wanting to be near all the mirrors.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid we can't go any further. This was a mistake. Don't say that! You two are gorgeous together!
Macy whirled around to face the cubicles.
Apollo! We have an emergency! Cupid alert!
More heads popped out to look at Jack and Phil. A slender young man with short, platinum blonde hair, a black fishnet shirt, and a pink utility belt rushed from the first styling cubicle.
What's wrong?
He jammed a long comb into one of the slots on his utility belt.
This had better be super serious. I'm in the middle of a perm. These two guys came to see you.
Macy pointed at Jack and Phil, and his bottom lip trembled.
But now they want to break up.
Apollo's eyes widened as he looked them over.
Oh my, you poor dears. You have to work it out. I mean, look at you. You look fabulous together.
He turned back to the stylists and customers who were filling the center aisle.
Aren't they absolutely gorgeous?
Just kill me now, Phil muttered.
We shouldn't have come,
Jack said.
Is there a back door we could use?
Macy gasped.
You mustn't be ashamed. You're beautiful the way you are.
The audience all murmured encouragement.
Yes, a lovely couple like you should shout your love from the rooftops.
Apollo came closer and motioned to Phil's hair.
Macy, have you ever seen such a delicious blend of colors? There must be 20 shades of brown, auburn, and gold in this hair. It looks fabulous.
Macy pressed a hand against his flat bosom.
I would die to have hair like that. Who on earth is your colorist?
I don't have a colorist, Phil mumbled. Apollo jumped back.
It's natural!
A series of gasps reverberated through the audience. Apollo touched Phil's hair, and the shapeshifter stiffened.
It's incredibly thick, Apollo said. Very rugged and manly, but a little too shaggy for my taste. I'm thinking layers and a tad bit shorter.
Oh, yes, Macy breathed, and the audience murmured in agreement.
And you!
Apollo circled Jack, studying him.
All that dark hair and black leather, it just screams bad boy.
Macy eyed him as he twirled a strand of blonde hair around a finger.
I'm thinking we'll keep your hair long.
Apollo scrutinized him carefully.
You have such interesting gold flecks in your eyes. I'm thinking...
He tapped his chin.
Gold highlights.
Macy gasped.
Brilliant!
The audience applauded. Jack cleared his throat.
You wouldn't happen to have a few female college students around here, would you?
Apollo blinked.
Females?
He exchanged a confused look with Macy, then burst into giggles. He slapped Jack's arm.
You're so hilarious!
Macy joined in the laughter, and chuckles spread across the room. Phil grabbed Jack's arm.
Let's get out of here. I can see you're very busy here.
Jack retreated down the back hallway.
We'll come back another time. Oh, please do!
Apollo looked at them fondly.
And don't forget, I do weddings. Thank you.
Jack spotted a back door and pulled it open. He and Phil dashed into the back alley. He grabbed Phil's arm to teleport back to Romatech. Phil muttered a curse.
If you say one word about this to the other guys, I will stake you in your sleep. Don't worry, sweetheart. If they find out about this, I'll stake myself.
The next night, Jack considered going to Syracuse University. It would be easy enough to teleport into the admissions office and access the list of new students. He didn't expect there would be too many in June, so even if Laura was using a false name, he could track her down fairly quickly. He paused, ready to punch in the phone number for the admissions office. He'd simply use the recorded message as a beacon to teleport straight in. Merde. He was starting to feel like a stalker. If Laura didn't want to see him, he shouldn't force himself on her. What kind of future could she have with him? Even if she fell madly in love with him and agreed to marry him, he could only be there for her at night. If she had children with him, they wouldn't be fully mortal. And sooner or later, she'd be faced with a terrible decision, whether to join him as one of the undead. Did he have the right to force such decisions on her? If he behaved like his famous father, he would satisfy his desires today and not worry about tomorrow. But he had never made a good Casanova. He knew deep inside that love should be unselfish. He should leave Laura alone. But he couldn't let her walk into Apollo's clutches unprepared. He had to do his best to make sure she survived. Then, if she wanted never to see him again, he would leave her alone. He called her apartment, and LaToya answered.
"You again?" she muttered. "Don't you ever give up?"
"I'm still worried about Laura. We haven't been able to find Apollo."
"No shit."
"I know Laura feels that her immunity to mind control gives her an advantage. I was never able to control her." LaToya snorted.
"Tough break, Creepazoid."
"Her ability to resist is definitely good, but her inability to hear the psychic voice could spell disaster for her. Once Apollo figures out that he has no control over her, he will probably kill her." There was silence. "She'll be safe as long as he's giving psychic orders to a group," Jack continued. "She can mimic the other girls, but if he gives her a direct order and she can't hear it and obey, the jig will be up."
"I see what you mean," LaToya said quietly.
"I could work with her and help her develop the ability to hear the psychic voice."
"What if she loses her ability to resist his control?" LaToya asked.
"I'll teach her how to listen but not succumb. I strongly feel that she needs to do this." There was a pause.
"Maybe."
"I could find her myself," Jack said. "I believe she's at Syracuse University." There was a sharp intake of breath.
"I'm not confirming that."
As far as Jack was concerned, she just had. "I don't want to force my presence on her, so will you tell her what I said? If she agrees to see me, I'll try to help her." There was another long pause.
"I'll tell her."
"Thank you."
"Don't thank me," LaToya growled. "You try any tricky stuff with my girlfriend, I'm coming after you. You'll wish you'd never left your home planet."
She hung up. As the third Saturday in June approached, Jack was ready to rip his hair out. Every lead that he and his team had checked out had proven false. The damned resort could be anywhere. They had assumed Apollo would stay close to his hunting grounds, but with teleportation, he could be anywhere. Even Greece, although teleporting east into the rising sun, was always a dangerous proposition for a vampire. Roman extended their search parameters by asking coven masters around the world to report any leads in their areas of jurisdiction. This kept Jack and his team busy every night. Still, with a growing sense of despair, he realized time was slipping by, and LaToya had not called him back. Laura must really hate him if she was willing to risk more danger rather than see him again. When Saturday arrived, he paced around the conference table, 1 week to go before Apollo would strike again. His heart squeezed painfully in his chest. He hadn't seen Laura in almost a month, but his love for her was stronger than ever. His desperation to keep her alive was overwhelming. He was sorely tempted to hunt her down, grab her, and teleport her far away. She would never forgive him, but so what? He was already in hell without her love. How could it get any worse? His phone rang, and he whipped it open. Pronto.
Jack, is that you?
LaToya asked. Yes. He held his breath and sent up a silent prayer.
Laura wants to see you.
Chapter 19. Sunday night, Laura left the Graham Dining Center on the north campus of Syracuse University and strolled down the street to her new home. The Special Task Force had found her a room in Day Hall since the last victim from Syracuse had lived there. No doubt Apollo found it amusing to kidnap a girl who lived off Mount Olympus Drive. She could have taken the passageway from the dining center to the residence hall, but she wanted to get away from the constant noise of jabbering students. How could she worry properly if she couldn't hear herself think? And she had a whole lot to worry about. She glanced to the west, where the setting sun was gleaming pink and gold off the Carrier Dome. Jack would be up soon. Rising from the grave, she thought with a shudder. Would he call her? She was so nervous about the prospect of seeing him again that she'd hardly touched her supper. She'd asked LaToya to call him last night. LaToya was supposed to give him her new cell phone number and ask him to call tonight. Laura had been a nervous wreck all day. Damn that man. She'd tried so hard to put him out of her mind and her heart. She'd immersed herself in the preparations for her assignment. Hours of martial arts, strength training, and coaching on how to handle stress and the criminal mastermind. And still, Jack had crept into her thoughts. With every muscle in her body aching from exhaustive workouts, she still felt the ache in her heart. It was akin to mourning, she'd decided. She'd lost the man who could have been the love of her life. She'd tried denial at first. There were no such things as vampires, and poor Jack was simply crazy. He couldn't be a vampire. He didn't act like a monster. Sure didn't kiss like one. Or make love like one. But she refused to think about that. Denial had worked well, for about 2 hours. Then anger had taken root, growing into rage. How could such monsters exist unknown for centuries? And how on earth could she fall for one? How could she have missed all the signs? And how dare Jack pursue her as if a relationship was actually possible? A mortal would have to be clinically insane to marry a vampire. Then she recalled Shanna and her beautiful children. Shanna was obviously a happy woman. But how could anyone marry a monster who fed on people? She had to admit, though, that Jack had never tried to feed on her. He'd always behaved like a perfect gentleman. Well, more like a naughty gentleman, but he was a Casanova after all. The few times she'd seen him drink, he must have been drinking synthetic blood. Did that mean he didn't like to bite people? And then the revelation had hit. Jack could have been transformed against his will. He could have been a victim, much like the poor girls who were kidnapped by Apollo. He could have been forced to bite people for years just in order to survive. Was that why he referred to the 9 circles of hell so much? He was trapped in a living hell? Laura shook her head as she entered Day Hall. She couldn't allow herself to feel sorry for Jack. He was over 200 years old, so he'd obviously bitten a lot of people. She ought to feel sorry for his victims, not him. She stepped into an elevator and punched the button for the 8th floor. Great. A couple was kissing in the back corner. She kept her back to them and ignored the moans of passion. The memory flitted back of her elevator trip to the top of the Campanile in Venice. Jack had been so romantic, so sweet. Why couldn't he have been a normal guy? Would you have been so fascinated with him if he were a normal guy? Would you have fallen in love? I'm not in love, she muttered, and the elevator lurched to a stop on the 5th floor. Then find another guy, the young woman said with a laugh as she exited the elevator with her boyfriend. Laura groaned and pushed the button to close the elevator. Another guy. There was no one who came close to Jack. No other man had that combination of cleverness, old-world charm and mouth-watering good looks. She'd been totally intrigued by his unusual powers and the mystery surrounding him, until she'd found out the truth. Her vision blurred with unshed tears as she recalled the look on his face the last time she'd seen him. She'd yelled at him to leave, and there had been so much pain and sadness in his eyes. Poor Jack. Ugh! She was doing it again. Jack was not a poor, abandoned puppy. He was a vampire. She exited the elevator and trudged down the hallway to room 843. The problem was, now that she was under cover, she had too much time to think. It had been easier when the special task force had kept her busy. They'd given her a new identity, Laura Booker. Everything was set. Her only job now was to check the bulletin boards every day in the 20 residence halls spread over the huge campus. She was waiting for the flyer from Apollo to show up. The FBI had determined that Syracuse University was the most likely place for Apollo to strike next. Even so, they were covering all the bases. Female special agents were checking bulletin boards at several colleges. Whenever the flyer appeared, Laura would be called into action. She'd attend the seminar and get herself kidnapped. But what if Jack was right, and her immunity to mind control backfired on her? It wasn't a problem she could discuss with the special task force. How could she tell them about mind-controlling vampires? The only one who would understand was her friendly neighborhood mind-controlling vampire, Jack. Her heart raced as she entered her single dorm room and locked the door. Would he call soon? Would he come to see her? Did he still love her? No, she wouldn't think about love. She would accept his help, then say goodbye. But what if he looked at her with that pain and sadness in his beautiful eyes? She couldn't bear to hurt him. "We're not all bad," he'd told her. She leaned over the desk to peer through the window blinds. The sun was completely gone now. She removed her new cell phone from her handbag and set it on the desk. She stared at it, willing it to ring. If what Jack said was true, then there could be good vampires and bad ones. Did the good ones attempt to keep the bad ones in line? LaToya had told her that Jack was trying to locate Apollo but hadn't succeeded so far. She paced across the room. The damned phone would never ring as long as she stared at it. What was Jack doing now? Was he drinking synthetic blood? Taking a shower? Getting dressed? Did he still love her? The phone rang. She whirled to face it. Jack. She approached slowly, letting it ring again. Hello? Lara. The sound of his voice poured over her like a hot bath. She just wanted to soak in it for hours. She mentally splashed cold water on herself. This was strictly business. Hello, Jack. LaToya mentioned your offer to help me hear psychic voices. I'm willing to learn if you're available. There was a pause. She wondered what he was thinking. I have cleared my schedule for the next few hours, he said finally. We could start immediately. Lara exhaled with relief. He was acting businesslike too. Thank God. Just a moment, please. I'll check my schedule. She glanced down at the bare desk and drummed her fingers on the wooden surface. 1,000, 1,000. Yes, we're in luck. I can fit you in this evening. Do we need to do this in person? Yes, we do. She frowned. There was a strange echo on her phone. You can hang up now, he told her. Excuse me? She heard a click behind her and turned. Ah! Her phone tumbled to the carpet. With a hint of a smile, he slid his closed phone into a pocket of his black leather jacket. His gaze drifted to her bare desk. So kind of you to fit me in. She grabbed her phone off the floor and set it back on the desk. You shouldn't sneak up on people like that. I thought you were expecting me. He walked toward her. She jumped out of his way. He paused briefly, frowning, then continued past her to the desk. With a silent groan, she realized he had been headed for the window all along. He peered through the blinds. "This is Syracuse University." "Yes, Day Hall. The girl Apollo kidnapped from here last August lived in this same dorm." "Does anyone remember her?" Jack asked. "Is her roommate still here?" "The roommate graduated last December. I asked around, but everyone thinks the missing girl dropped out of school and went home." Laura perched on the edge of the narrow bed that was pushed against a wall. "She never made it home." Jack paced back and forth down the length of the tiny room. She cast a few furtive glances his way, not wanting to be caught admiring his lean, graceful stride or his broad shoulders. "Is there any way I can convince you to quit?" he asked. She lifted her chin. "I'm not a quitter." "Are you sure about that?" he muttered under his breath as he continued to pace. Was he referring to their relationship? Laura's cheeks heated with indignation. He was a 200-year-old vampire, for Pete's sake. Was she supposed to be happy about that? "I'm not a quitter either." He removed his leather jacket and draped it on the back of her desk chair. "I'm going to find Apollo before you end up doing something foolish." "Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence," she glared at him. He glared back as he sat down. "You're plenty tough for a mortal, but you're still no match for a vampire." She looked away. "Exactly. I shouldn't be matched with a vampire." "Let's get started." His voice sounded strained. "Fine by me." She turned back to him and clasped her hands in her lap. "What do I need to do?" "Nothing. I do all of the work, and you just try to be receptive to me." She gripped her hands tighter. "Okay." He leaned forward, his elbows braced on his thighs, and studied her intently. The gold flecks in his eyes seemed to grow until the entire iris was gold and gleaming. Laura looked away, uncomfortable with the fierce energy radiating from his stare. The room seemed awfully hot. Her skin began to tingle all over, especially her breasts. The tingling sensation took a sudden turn south. She pressed her thighs together. She was suddenly desperate to feel a man inside her. And not just any man. Jack. "Do you feel that?" he whispered. She gulped. His eyes were actually glowing now. "What are you doing?" "Turning up the power. This is how a vampire lures people in." She stiffened. "So you can bite them?" "I haven't beaten a woman since 1987, when synthetic blood was introduced." "How considerate of you." She lifted her chin and gazed nonchalantly across the room. "I guess you're a bit rusty 'cause I'm not feeling much of anything." "Maybe you're just insensitive." She shot him an annoyed look. His mouth twitched. "You are feeling it. Your heart is pounding. Your temperature has increased. I can feel the heat coming off you like a—" "All right." She clenched her teeth. "Is there a point to this? I thought we were going to concentrate on hearing voices." "I'm trying to assess your capabilities. Your sense of touch seems to be working fine. I think it is only your hearing that's off-kilter." A blast of cold air nearly knocked Laura on her back. With a shiver, she righted herself. "You failed at that?" He watched her closely. "Yes." The cold air swirled around her, sweeping icy tendrils across her brow. "You're trying to invade my mind?" He nodded. "Normally, I would be in by now." She wrinkled her nose at him. "You don't make people squawk and do the chicken dance, do you?" Now he gave her an annoyed look. "Do you hear anything at all?" She shut her eyes and focused. There was a buzzing behind her ears that sounded like radio static. "Are you saying something now?" "Yes." She wondered what. She squeezed her eyes more tightly shut, frowning with all the concentration she could muster. The buzzing sounded louder and more masculine, more like Jack, but she couldn't distinguish any individual words. With a sigh, she opened her eyes. This isn't working. All I'm getting from you is a buzz. His mouth curled up. Was it good for you? No, she scowled at him. It's like having a pesky mosquito in my head. Damned bloodsuckers. I hate them. Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? He smiled slowly and leaned closer to her. I needed to touch you. Now. She gulped. But on your head, he explained, still smiling. I can make a stronger connection that way. Oh. She recalled how he had touched Megan's head in order to release her suppressed memories. I guess that will be all right. Her heart speeded up when he sat on the bed beside her. Icy currents swirled around her, brushing against her skin and raising goosebumps. She shivered. He rested a hand on top of her head. Concentrate. She closed her eyes and the buzzing returned. It was deep and masculine now. It ricocheted from one ear to the other, a jumble of words that she couldn't isolate. The harder she tried, the more her temples throbbed. Can you hear me? He whispered. She shook her head. His fingers tightened their grip, digging into her scalp. A sudden burst of pain stabbed like an icy dagger between her eyes. With a gasp, she fell back and broke contact. Ow! She rubbed her brow. What the hell was that? I used too much power. I'm sorry. It's just a headache. She massaged her throbbing temples. It'll be worth it if this helps keep me alive. I would do anything to keep you alive. That makes two of us. She scooted back on the bed so she could rest her back against the wall. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, willing the pain in her head to subside. I'm still in love with you. Her eyes flew open. We shouldn't talk about that. I didn't say anything. But she could have sworn she'd heard him speak. Had it been wishful thinking? She caught her breath when she realized what had happened. She'd heard his thoughts. He was still in love with her. Before she could think of a response, her mind filled with static. The throbbing increased, then she heard a few words. Hear me. I heard the end of that. She gave him a wary look. Can you hear my thoughts? He shook his head slightly. Not very well. I mostly feel your pain. Oh, sorry. Though she was greatly relieved that he couldn't read her mind. She sure didn't want him to know that she still loved him. Don't even think that. Think about pink elephants. She winced as a damned elephant galloped across her brain. At least the cold air had dissipated. That had to mean that Jack had stopped trying to communicate with her telepathically. She motioned toward her desk. I have some aspirin in my handbag. Apparently he could take a hint. He jumped up and passed the bag to her. Do you need anything to drink? Yes, there's a vending machine down the hall. I'll be right back. He left the room. Ugh! Laura collapsed on the bed. His incredible thought kept echoing in her aching head. I'm still in love with you. What was she going to do? The most wonderful man on earth loved her, but he was a vampire. Her reclining position made her head hurt even worse, so she sat back up. She retrieved the aspirin bottle from her handbag and struggled with the child-proof cap. Damn it. She'd be able to do this if her hands weren't shaking. I'm still in love with you. Jack slipped back into her room carrying a Diet Cola and bottled water. I didn't know which one you'd want. The world was a bizarre place when the most considerate man she'd ever met was a vampire. "I'll take the water, thanks." She popped 2 aspirin in her mouth and drank. He set the cola on her desk, then sat in the chair. Laura rested her head against the wall. Talk about something safe. "So, do vampires ever get sick?" "It hurts like hell if we're deprived of blood," he answered quietly. "We can be poisoned, burned, or wounded, but we usually heal during our death sleep." "Death sleep?" She grimaced, then stopped because it hurt too much. "You're actually dead when you sleep?" He gave her a wry look. "That's why we're called the undead." She shuddered. No wonder he'd never returned her calls during the day. He wasn't being rude, just dead. As far as excuses went, it was pretty good, but she hated to think of him as dead. "Are you fully alive now?" His mouth thinned with annoyance. "You've heard of my heartbeat. I'm as alive as any mortal right now. And in case you've forgotten, I'm fully functional." She looked away to keep from glancing at his jeans. She'd felt an erection there several times. Time to change the subject. "So, are you really the son of Casanova?" His frown deepened. Yes. She'd fallen for a real Casanova. "Why don't you use the Casanova name?" He shifted in his chair. "Are you feeling any better now?" "Not really." She wondered why he'd changed the subject. "You didn't answer—" She stopped when he suddenly removed one of her athletic shoes. "What are you doing?" He pulled off the other shoe, then removed her socks. "You're in pain. I want to help you relax." He scooted the chair forward so he could rest her feet in his lap. She stifled a moan when his thumbs pressed into the soles of her feet. It felt so good. Her feet had been sore from wandering all over campus to check the residence halls for Apollo's flyer. "Have you ever had trouble before? I mean, invading someone's mind?" "No. You're the only one." He tugged gently on her toes. "I think it has something to do with the car accident you are in." She winced. "You know about that?" He nodded and turned his attention to her other foot. "I read a newspaper article about it online. I'm very sorry for the suffering you endured." "Thanks." Her current suffering was actually declining. Jack's foot massage was doing wonders. He could do more than your feet. She chased that errant thought away. Thank God he wasn't reading her mind right now. "I was in a coma for a week. They didn't think I'd make it." Jack continued the massage. "You're a fighter. I admire that about you." He admired her? That felt even better than the foot massage, and the massage was damned good. "The accident changed my life. It nearly killed me, but in a weird way, it was the best thing that could have happened to me." His hands stilled. "How can that be?" She gave him a wry smile. "It ruined my mother's plans for world domination. She wanted me to be Miss Louisiana, then Miss USA, and then, of course, Miss Universe." He resumed the massage. "That's not what you wanted?" "I didn't know any better. As soon as I could walk, my mother was entering me in pageants. At the age of 4, I won the prestigious title of Little Miss Mudbug." He grimaced. "Mudbug?" "It's a crawdad." When Jack still looked confused, she waved a hand in dismissal. "It doesn't matter. Suffice it to say, my mom is crazy. She's 52 years old and still entering pageants. If she can't find one to enter, she invents one, like Miss Nola Plus Size. She'll actually wear a sash and tiara to go shopping." "How odd." Jack slipped a hand into her loose cargo pants and massaged her calf. Laura sighed with pleasure. Her legs had been sore ever since the FBI had tried to kill her with marathon exercise sessions. She wondered why she was telling Jack her life story. But he was such a good listener. not to mention massage therapist, that she didn't want to stop. Mom was so excited when I won Miss Teen Louisiana, but after 14 years of entering pageants, I wanted to quit. Mom would go ballistic every time I even mentioned quitting, so I made sure my pageant career was ruined. Jack switched to her other calf. What did you do? When I was 19, I was a finalist in the Miss Louisiana competition. They did the part where they ask you a question on stage. It's usually something like, what change would you like to see in the world? And the usual answer is, world peace. Jack smiled. What did you say? That I wanted to increase the use of capital punishment. I thought it would be great fun to bring the whole community together for a nice old-fashioned hanging. Jack chuckled. Naughty girl. Laura grinned. You should have seen the judges' faces. My mother actually screamed. Obviously, I placed 5th out of the 5 finalists. My mother was hysterical. She insisted it was too embarrassing to be seen at the hotel, so we drove home that night. Jack's hands grew still. Is that when it happened? Laura nodded. It was dark, and we were so busy arguing we didn't see the truck. She closed her eyes, thankful she couldn't remember the actual accident. The bed jiggled, and she opened her eyes. Jack was settling on the bed beside her. It must have been terrifying. She nodded. Mom had multiple fractures. I broke an arm, and I took a bad blow to the head. I'm so sorry. Jack stroked her hair that now covered the scars. Laura's eyes misted with tears. The first thing I heard when I came out of the coma was my mother talking to my dad. She said, thank God it was my head that was damaged, and not my face. Jack sucked in a sharp breath. Cara mia, that is terrible. I knew right then that I could never enter another pageant. I wanted to use my head and not my face. Laura blinked back the tears. Unfortunately, my head wasn't working too well. I couldn't remember how to read and write. Jack leaned closer. You had to learn all over again. She nodded. LaToya was sharing the hospital room with me. That's how we met. She'd been working at a convenience store when an armed robber came in. She took a bullet to the shoulder. We were already in physical therapy together, so we decided to exercise our minds together too. Her reading skills weren't so hot, but they were a lot better than mine, and it made her feel good to help me. And she said if I could work my ass off, then so could she. Jack smiled. That's how you became best friends. Yes. We worked together every day, and after a few months, we were reading Nancy Drew books to each other and solving the mysteries. Then we progressed to harder and harder books, till finally we decided we wanted to be detectives and catch the bad guys. Make the world a better place. So, here we are today. You're amazing, Jack whispered. I've never met a woman as amazing as you. He took her hand and kissed it. Her skin tingled where his lips had touched. He turned her hand over and kissed her palm. The tingles spread from her hand, up her arm, to her breasts. When he lifted his gaze and met hers, his eyes were brown and warm with love. No gleaming gold flecks, she realized. No vampire power being used to lure her in. Only love. And she wanted it so badly. His gaze lowered to her mouth. If she didn't stop him now, she'd never be able to resist. She pulled her hand from his grasp and scooted to the edge of the bed. Well, I think we did enough for the night. My head's too sore to do any more. I understand. Jack stood and slowly put his jacket back on. I'm honored that you would share your story with me. But I have to wonder why. Maybe you didn't realize it, but it makes me want to be with you more than ever. Did you mean to encourage me? She gulped. I think we could be friends. maybe. You could be friends with a vampire. She looked down and plucked at the chenille bedspread. I don't want to be judgmental. You don't seem like a very bad vampire. Gee, thanks. Her cheeks grew warm. It occurred to me that you might have been attacked and changed against your will. She glanced at him with a hopeful look. Is that what happened? Please tell me you didn't want to be a monster, she thought. He dragged a hand through his hair. I'd rather not talk about it, but yes, I was attacked. He shifted his weight. Shall we continue tomorrow night? He'd changed the subject. Maybe he was trying to spare her some gruesome details. After all, she assumed he must have been murdered. Sorta. She wasn't quite sure how vampires were made, but she was fairly certain it had not been at all pleasant for him. Poor Jack. Yes, let's meet tomorrow night. I think we made some progress. He smiled. Yes, I think we did. He disappeared. Laura sighed. The man was far too tempting, but far too different. Did she really want to be a part of his world? Did she want a boyfriend who was dead during the day and could live forever without getting older? Where would that leave her? As far as she could tell, she had two options with Jack. She could grow older and end up alone, forgotten and heartbroken, or she could stay with him forever as a vampire. She shuddered. How could she do that? How could she be a police detective if she was a vampire? How could she give up daylight and good food and chocolate? How could she tell her family? How could she have a family? No. She was going to have to be sensible about this. Jack would make an interesting friend, but no more than that. She would have to love him at a distance. Chapter 20. Jack arrived at Romatech in a good mood. Laura had heard his psychic voice, and she knew that he still loved her. The meeting had started off a bit awkward, but by the end of it, she'd allowed him to touch her and comfort her. She'd shared important moments from her past. She'd offered her friendship. That had to mean she was willing to trust him. In time, their relationship could grow into something deeper. She was such an amazing woman. So strong, brave, clever, and beautiful. There was no doubt in his mind that Laura was the one for him. But she was still in danger. His happy mood evaporated as he strode toward the McKay security office. A month had gone by with nothing to show for it, but one botched attempt after another to find Apollo. Jack's muscles tensed, and his hands curled into fists. When it came to his work as an investigator, he was not accustomed to failure. He grudgingly admitted that so far they had failed to find Casimir. But the wily malcontent leader stayed constantly on the move. This Apollo had a base. He was staying put. It was ridiculous that they couldn't locate the bastard. Jack entered the office and found Phil sitting at the desk studying something on the computer. "Where is everybody?" Phil didn't even blink at the anger in Jack's voice. "I guess your meeting didn't go well?" "It went fine, but we're running out of time. Where is everybody?" "Robbie's still chasing leads in Europe. He said he'd probably crash at your place." "Fine." Jack always offered his palazzo as a sanctuary for vamp friends who were traveling. "And Connor?" "Connor and Phineas are investigating a place in Ohio," Phil continued. "And I've been scouring the internet for any place that mentions Apollo or a sun god." Jack paced across the office. "How many false leads have we followed?" "Over 100, Phil muttered. Jack slammed a fist against the chain-link cage that housed their weapons. "It shouldn't be this damned hard! There are vamps all over the world.
Why can't we find this one sick bastard?
Phil leaned back in the chair, frowning.
I have a theory about that. To hell with the theories! I need the results!
Jack paced toward the door. Merda. He needed to get a grip. Anger was not going to help Laura.
Okay, what's the damned theory?
Well, now that you ask, Phil began with a wry twist to his mouth.
I've noticed over the years that vamps tend to live in well-populated areas. Of course, in the past, you probably wanted to be close to your food source, and the more people who were available to bite, the less likely you were to be noticed.
Jack kept pacing.
Go on. You like to hang out with each other, too, and party a lot. It's been hard on Jean-Luc going into hiding in the countryside. I think he'd be crazy by now if it weren't for Heather and her family. I know it's been tough on Robbie.
Jack nodded.
And your point is? If Apollo's resort is far away from any city or towns, then there aren't any vamps around to notice it. Not many mortals around either. That's why Apollo kidnaps people. He has no other food supply.
Jack sighed. Phil was probably right, but it made their chances of finding Apollo sound hopeless. Phil leaned forward, propping his elbows on the desk.
Now, shifters are completely the opposite. They avoid civilization. We enjoy roaming the more remote areas of the world.
Jack halted.
You think a wolf pack could find Apollo? I think it's worth a shot. I could ask the packmasters across the country to help us.
Phil frowned.
I offered to do it last night, but Connor didn't like the idea. He didn't want to involve the werewolves in vamp business.
Jack resumed his pacing. He understood Connor's reaction. For centuries, the vampires and shapeshifters had coexisted with a tense attitude of mutual distrust. They stayed away from each other, wary that another species knew of their existence. Angus had tried to breach the gap by offering shifters high-paying positions of trust. Even so, Jack knew that most of the shifter employees at McKay, S&I were considered traitors to their own kind. Howard fared better since male bears tended to be loners, but Phil was a wolf and expected to be a member of a pack. A rogue wolf was a bizarre and dangerous phenomenon.
Would the werewolves help us? Jack asked. They might.
Phil dragged a hand through his shaggy brown hair.
The truth is, they would like to have you indebted to them.
Ah. That was why Connor had refused. He didn't want to owe any favors to a pack of wolves. But Jack was desperate enough to make a deal with the devil if he had to.
Ask them to help. Any debt incurred will be mine.
Can you hear me now? Jack asked again. It was Wednesday night, and this was his third session with Laura. Just a few words here and there, she sighed. This is so frustrating.
Tell me about it, Jack muttered.
He'd had high hopes for the meeting on Tuesday, but it had ended after only 10 minutes because it made Laura's head hurt too much. He knew she was in pain, for he could feel it too, and he hated being the one who caused it.
Do you need an aspirin? He asked.
I took one before you came. She massaged her temples. It's either kicked in already or I'm getting better at this. The pain is not as bad tonight.
That's good. Your brain could be adjusting.
He settled on the bed beside her. She didn't give him that wary, skittish look, so he took that as another good sign. She was adjusting to him personally. He believed he was slowly regaining her trust. He wanted more. He wanted her love, but he could be patient. He had a few new leads to check out later tonight. A western wolf pack had spotted 2 isolated mortal compounds in Nevada and Utah. He doubted either place would pan out. They were so far away, and they'd been described as log cabins. But still, He was desperate enough to look anywhere. "I can't let you do this, Laura. Apollo could teleport you anywhere, and I'd never be able to find you." She frowned. "I'll be wearing a tracking device. I'm getting it tomorrow."
"Tracking devices can be lost."
"The FBI is aware of that. They have something special planned." She gave him a stern look. "This is going to happen, Jack."
"No, it's not. I can't let you do it, so I have an alternative plan. When Apollo shows up for the seminar, Robbie and I will grab him and teleport him to Romatech. We'll hold him prisoner in the silver room there."
Her frown deepened. "What about the other girls? We have to know where he's keeping them."
"We'll make him tell us."
She winced. "How?"
"Depriving him of blood might do the trick, or we can try taking over his mind."
She was silent for a while, thinking it over. "Your plan might work, but how do we explain it to the police and FBI?"
"We don't. We erase their memories."
When she started to object, he continued.
"We have no choice. Whether we teleport Apollo away or he teleports you away, that's still more than we can let any mortal see. We sure can't allow them to discover Apollo's resort. If we find the girls, we'll send them home with their memories altered. We have to protect the secret of vampire existence."
Laura scooted off the bed and paced toward the door. She spun around and shot him an angry look. "If you have your way, no one will remember anything. What about making Apollo pay for his crimes?"
"Believe me, he will pay."
She planted her hands on her hips. "What about all my hard work? It would all be for nothing."
"You'll be alive. I wouldn't call that nothing."
She glowered at him. "I trained a month for this assignment. I can handle it."
"I will not let that bastard kidnap you. I'll do anything to protect you."
Her eyes narrowed. "It sounds to me like you're more concerned with protecting the precious vampire secret." He clenched his jaw.
"That is important, but nothing is more important to me than protecting you. My life would be meaningless without you. I love you too damned much."
She gasped. "Don't say that." He stood.
"Did you hear my thoughts?"
"Oh my gosh." She touched her forehead.
"I want to throw you on the bed and strip your clothes off."
"Stop that." She glared at him. He smiled.
"You are hearing me."
Maybe." She rubbed her brow. "Just a little."
"I'm going to nibble on your little toes, then kiss my way up your long, luscious legs until I reach— Enough!"
Her cheeks blushed pink.
"But I was just getting to the good part."
She shook her head. "I'm trying to have a decent argument with you, and you're describing an X-rated movie in my head." Jack glanced at her bed.
"We could make it real."
"I have a headache." She folded her arms across her chest. "I think you should go."
"Lara."
"And I don't need to see you till after it's all over. We can call the lessons a big success. Thanks to you, I'll be able to hear Apollo's every little perverted thought." Jack frowned at her. He had to try one more thing, just to be sure. He hurled a wave of cold, psychic energy at her, and she stumbled back.
"I am your master, and you will obey. Take off your clothes now."
She snorted. "In your dreams." He stepped toward her, ratcheting up the power.
"You are under my control. You will make love to me."
Her eyes flashed with anger.
"Get out! Now!"
He took a deep breath and let the power fade away.
"Brava, bellissima. You can hear, but you can still resist vampire control. That is very good news. She eyed him warily.
That was just a test? He nodded.
I needed to make sure.
She looked away, but not before Jack noted the tears in her eyes. You told me once that you would never use your powers to get me in bed. I thought you had betrayed your promise.
Lara, I would never force you or manipulate you. It is true that I long to have you in my bed, but more than anything, I want to have your love, given freely.
I can't do that, she whispered. He paced toward the desk with despair settling heavily in his chest. What if he could never win her heart? He couldn't make her love him. But no matter what, he would keep her safe.
I will not let Apollo kidnap you.
She was still turned away from him, her arms crossed and her shoulders hunched over. Merda. This was hurting her as much as him.
Goodbye, Lara.
He teleported away. There's no point in meeting tonight, she told Jack when he called her Thursday night. I appreciate you helping me, but it's done. And don't you dare teleport here while I'm talking.
Merda. She knew him too well.
Our plan is on for Saturday night. We're kidnapping Apollo. No, you're not. Jack, I'm serious. You will stay out of this.
Have you seen a flyer yet? Is Apollo coming to Syracuse?
I'm not discussing this with you. I swear, if I see you or any of your friends here, I'll have you arrested.
Lara.
The long beep indicated that she'd hung up on him. Stubborn woman. Well, he could be just as stubborn. He spent the next few hours with Phineas, investigating a compound in Colorado that a wolf pack had reported. It turned out to be a survivalist training camp. When they returned to Romatech, Robbie had arrived from Europe. Jack called a meeting to discuss their plans for Saturday night. At 3:30 in the morning, he teleported into Lara's dorm room. Since he'd teleported there before, the location was embedded in his psychic memory. With his superior vision, he spotted her in the dark room. She was in bed, sound asleep, just as he had hoped. He moved silently toward the door. He hadn't come to see her, but to check if Apollo had posted his flyer downstairs in the lounge. A high-pitched beep sounded in his ears, very faint. He waited, and it beeped again. It was strange. He almost sensed it more than heard it. It was a repeating pulse of energy. He glanced at the bed. It was coming from Lara. He eased toward her. The FBI must have put the tracer on her. Merda. If he could hear the damned thing, Apollo would too. He would know the mortal authorities were after him. He'd be tempted to kill Lara immediately. Jack leaned over, trying to zero in on the homing device. She wasn't wearing a necklace. No earrings. Was it under her skin? She moaned and turned on her side facing the wall. Her hair spilled across the white pillowcase, thick, wavy, and beeping. He gently touched the strands, soft and silky. Wait, this felt different, harsh and foreign. He stroked her hair again to be sure. He'd have to cut the fake hair off before Saturday. She moaned and turned onto her back. He stifled a groan. Her thin t-shirt left little to the imagination. He could see the round fullness of her breasts, the plump nipples begging to be coaxed into hardened tips. It would be so easy to slip into her mind and give her a round of vampire sex she'd never forget. She'd enjoy it so much, she'd beg him for the real thing. But he'd promised not to use his vampire powers to get into her bed. Merda. Life would be easier if he could be a scoundrel like his father. "Jack," she murmured. He caught his breath. The heaviness in his heart lifted slightly. Maybe there was still a chance. "Don't give up on me, Lara. I will always love you." He slipped into the hall and zoomed toward the elevator. On the first floor, he located the bulletin board, and there it was, a pink flyer. "Do you want to stay young and beautiful forever?" He phoned the security office at Romatech. "We've got him." Chapter 21. Lara couldn't shake the feeling that she was a lamb going to slaughter. The two special agents assured her she was perfectly safe. They claimed the electronic tracking device in her hair weave was absolutely foolproof. Could fools possibly work for the government? Somehow, Lara didn't feel so secure. It would be just her luck if Apollo decided all of a sudden that bald women were hot and had her head completely shaved. Besides, how could she be safe with a vampire abductor? All her martial arts training wouldn't help her against his superior vampire strength and speed. If he tried to rape her or kill her, would she be able to stop him? As Saturday night arrived, her stomach clenched into knots. The two FBI guys were the only ones who were going to be at the Student Services building. They didn't want a big police presence there in case it scared Apollo off. She paced in her dorm room. She glanced at the clock. 8 p.m. The FBI guys would be at the Student Services building soon. She was supposed to stroll in on her own, pretending not to know them. She was supposed to walk right into room 102 and get herself kidnapped. Not a problem, they'd said. The device in her hair weave could be picked up by satellite. They could find her anywhere in the world. She stopped pacing with a chilling thought. They'd be able to track her, even if she was dead. "Hello, Laura." With a gasp, she whirled around. "Damn it, Jack. What did I tell you about sneaking up on people?" He smiled. "Feeling a little tense, bellissima." "This isn't funny, Jack." She didn't know whether to strangle the handsome rascal or throw herself into his arms. She'd told him not to come by till it was all over, but she was so glad to see him. He, at least, truly cared about her. With the FBI, she was starting to feel like an expendable crew member. He looked her over. "Are you all right?" "I'm great," she lied. "What are you doing here? And how dare you look so sexy all dressed in black?" "We're going ahead with our plans tonight." She decided to go ahead and strangle him. "I told you to stay out of this." "We have no choice, Lara. We thought we would find Apollo before tonight, but we didn't. Tonight, we know exactly where he'll be, so we have to do it. It's the best solution all around." He must have seen the pink flyers. She frowned at him. "You just want to keep your vampire secret safe. And you safe. No one is more important to me than you." She didn't want to admit how much she loved hearing him say that. And she wasn't really opposed to staying safe. She just found it irritating the way he breezed in and announced he was taking over. "I don't see how your plan can work. Too many people know about this case." "It's already working. Connor and Robbie are at the 26th precinct right now. Between the two of them, they can easily take over 100 minds at once. They'll erase every thought of Apollo and every trace of him on a paper or computer." This irritated her even more. Vampires found human minds so easy to manipulate that they could do 100 at a time? The FBI knows, too. Connor is headed there next. Jack shrugged one shoulder. "We've done this sort of thing many times over the centuries. We know what we're doing." Laura had no doubt that his vampire friends could pull it off. She'd seen how well Jack had erased all signs of the party at the Plaza Hotel.
Before we take Apollo, there's one loose end I need to take care of.
He stepped toward her. She moved back, bumping against the desk. Don't you dare erase my memories. He paused.
I wouldn't even try. I want you to remember Venus. And remember us.
Her heart squeezed in her chest. She didn't want to forget either. He removed a pair of scissors from his jacket pocket.
The problem is your hair, or rather the hair that isn't yours.
What? How could he tell? The expert from the FBI had matched her color perfectly. Jack stepped closer.
I feel much better once the fake hair is removed, just to be safe.
She smoothed her hand over the false lock of hair. It's my only link to the FBI.
You don't need it, Lara. You're not going anywhere. And once we're done with the FBI, they won't know they're supposed to track you. They won't remember who you are.
She winced. You're completely taking over whether I like it or not. I thought you were my friend.
He frowned. I am your friend. I can hear the device, Lara. I can sense the electronic pulses. And if I can feel it, Apollo can too.
Her skin chilled. My God, how close had she come to walking into a death trap?
I would have cut it off earlier, but I didn't want to alert the FBI.
Jack grabbed the lock of synthetic hair and snipped it off. He tossed it on the bed along with the scissors, then pulled her into his arms. She stiffened. What are you doing?
Making sure I got it all.
He nuzzled his face in her hair.
Your heart is racing.
You surprised me. He grazed a hand over her hair.
I know you're angry. I hope you can forgive me someday.
A part of her wanted to melt against him and thank him for rescuing her from a dangerous assignment. But another part was still annoyed that he'd taken control against her wishes. You had better find those missing girls.
We will.
He kissed her brow.
Tell your roommate not to speak to anyone about this. You are the only two who will remember.
Laura exhaled with relief. They would leave LaToya alone. Jack released her and stepped back.
It's over for you now, Bellissima. You gonna go home.
He vanished. She stared at the space he'd just vacated. Are you kidding? She couldn't leave now. She wanted to see this Apollo creep get captured. 15 minutes later, she strode into the Student Services building. She passed the food court and headed for the meeting rooms. As she neared the end of the main hall, she heard Jack's voice in her head.
You will return to your offices. You will have no memory of being here at Syracuse. You will have no memory of Apollo or any of his victims.
Laura peeked around the corner and saw Jack with the 2 FBI guys. She looked to the right and spotted room 102. Robbie was sitting at the end of the hall in a chair, pretending to read a newspaper. He'd traded in his kilt for a ragged pair of jeans. She glanced back to the left. Jack had finished with the 2 FBI guys and was talking to a young black man. Another vampire? The FBI guys strolled toward her, and she retreated to study a vending machine. As the 2 special agents rounded the corner, she glanced their way with a smile. They nodded and kept going. No recognition in their faces at all. Damn. It looked like the FBI and the police were officially off the case. The black guy came around the corner and looked her over as he passed by. He must not know who she was because he made no attempt to talk to her. He took a seat at the food court, apparently watching the front and side doors. Laura's heart rate speeded up. Any minute now, Apollo would saunter through one of those doors, unless he teleported in closer to the room. But Robbie and Jack were both in the hallway, so they should see him. A group of girls strolled past her, laughing and talking. 3 brunettes and a blonde. One of the brunettes was holding a pink flyer in her hand. They reached the end of the main hall and turned right. Laura assumed they were headed for room 102, but they should be safe. They all possessed the wrong hair color. "Hey, are you going to the seminar?" Laura turned to see another young woman clutching a pink flyer in a well-manicured hand. The young woman smiled. "It might be fun." Laura's stomach lurched. The girl's hair was bright red. Oh God, no. The FBI guys had planned to stop any other redheads from going into the seminar, but they weren't here to stop this girl. I don't think it's worth going to. I figure they're just trying to sell us something, you know? The pretty redhead shrugged. "Well, I heard we might get some free samples, and they're giving away a big prize." She strode down the hall and turned right. Laura groaned inwardly. What if Jack and his friends missed Apollo? As a vampire, he would be super fast. He might teleport away and take that redheaded girl with him. Damn. She had to get that girl out of there. She marched down the hall and turned right. The redhead had already disappeared inside room 102. Laura was not surprised when Jack grabbed her arm. "What are you doing here?" he whispered. "I told you to go home." "And what on earth led you to believe that I would obey?" He blinked. He opened his mouth to respond, then closed it with a confused look. Laura smiled. She'd actually rendered him speechless. "A red-headed woman just went into the room. I'm going to get her out." With a frown, Jack released her. "All right, but be quick about it. It's almost 9. "I will. And try not to look so conspicuous. You look more like a macho He-Man warrior than a college student." Jack's eyes lit up. "I do." She shook her head as she entered room 102. There was a giant screen set up at one end. About 8 rows of chairs faced the screen. Most of the seats were empty. 2 clusters of girls sat in the first 4 rows. They were busy talking to one another and barely noticed her. Not a redhead among them. The redhead she'd seen earlier was sitting in the back by herself. She smiled as Laura approached. "I'm glad you came. You want a seat?" She touched the chair beside her. "Thanks." Laura sat, wondering how she would get this girl out of the room. Maybe she could yell, "Fire!" "I'm Thena," the redhead said. "Weird name, I know. I just transferred here from Utica." "I'm new here too," Laura said. "And I'm starving. How about we grab something to eat at the food court?" "That sounds good." Thena stood, then glanced toward the screen. "Oops, it looks like it's starting." Laura rose to her feet as she saw someone step around the screen. A tall, handsome man with short blonde hair and very blue eyes. Apollo. He was carrying a laptop. "Wow," Thena whispered. The girls in the room were too busy admiring Apollo to notice that he'd never actually entered the room. He must have teleported in behind the screen, and that meant Jack and Robbie were not aware that he had arrived. He strode to a side table and set down his laptop. Laura assumed he had his PowerPoint demonstration on it. A wave of cold air swept across the room. "I am Apollo, and you will obey." His sharp blue gaze drifted over the girls in the first 4 rows, then zeroed in on her and Thena. He smiled. Laura gulped. "Let's get out of here." A flash of movement zoomed through the door. Laura exhaled with relief as Robbie dashed toward Apollo. Jack was close behind. He turned to make sure she was okay, but in that tiny millisecond, Apollo grabbed his laptop and teleported away. "No!" Robbie shouted. Laura gasped. It had all happened so fast. She'd barely realized that Jack had failed when an iron grip seized her arm. What? She pulled, but the grip was too strong. Super strong, like a vampire. Oh God, no. Apollo had an accomplice. Let's go, Thena whispered. Laura heard Jack shout just before everything went black. Laura stumbled as her feet landed on a solid floor, and she used her body's momentum to pull away from Thena's grasp. She jumped back, poised and ready to fight. She had to assume Thena was a biter. Thankfully, Thena didn't pounce. She merely looked down her nose at Laura like she'd smelled something foul. That was fine by Laura. While Thena was busy with her snooty act, she had time to scan the surroundings. Small room, white walls, 2 male guards by the door holding swords. Bad news. They both had the deadpan expressions that signified they were under vampire control. Really bad news. Their skimpy white togas showed off their waxed chests and legs. There was only one door, no windows, nothing lying around that she could use as a weapon. So much for escaping right off the bat. You are braver than most mortals, Thena sneered. Most are on their knees by now, crying for their mothers. Laura gulped. In her determination to stay alive, she'd forgotten she was supposed to act scared and clueless. She affected a frightened look. Oh my God, what did you do to me? Where are we? Thena smiled, apparently pleased by the show of fear. All will be revealed in time to those who are deemed worthy. Laura wanted to jam a foot into Thena's smug smile. Could you be a little more specific? She turned to the 2 guards. Oh, I get it. This is a frat party. Wow, great togas. Why don't you bring us some beers? Silence, Thena ordered. Kneel before me. Laura glanced at the 2 hunky guards. You heard the lady. Down on your knees. She winked. Let's see what you can do. Enough, maiden. Thena's eyes flashed with anger. Laura tilted her head with a confused look. Were you talking to me? A blast of cold air hit Laura hard, and she stumbled back. Invisible icicles jabbed at her head. To stay alive, she would have to play along and pretend she was under control. She cleared her face. She would have to behave like the guards and not show any emotion at all. Thena walked up to her and slapped her across the face. Laura stood still, trying hard not to show any pain or surprise. Still, her eyes watered a bit. She couldn't help it. Thena smiled. That's more like it. Now kneel before me. Bow down to the floor. Laura fell to her knees and leaned forward till her forehead touched the cold stone floor. This was better, actually. Her face was hidden this way. I am Athena, daughter of Zeus and goddess of wisdom. You will address me as all-wise Athena. Laura wrinkled her nose. Was this lady serious? She certainly had a healthy ego. You will obey me in all things. Respond to me now, Athena commanded telepathically. Yes, Laura answered. She gritted her teeth. All-wise Athena. Thank God Jack had taught her how to hear psychic vampire voices. The full depth of her situation washed over her. She was so screwed. She had no tracers on her. The FBI and police didn't even know to look for her. Jack would look for her. He would be frantic looking for her. She winced, imagining how upset Jack must be. She should have stayed out of the room. She'd made a big mistake trying to be noble. Well, she would make up for it. The FBI had given her plenty of training in how to effectively manage an escape. She didn't need a knight in shining armor or a vampire in tarnished armor to charge to the rescue. She'd get herself out of this mess, she hoped.
"You will obey Apollo in all things," Athena announced. "You will address him as my lord Apollo."
"Yes, all-wise Athena," Laura murmured.
"When a guard gives you an order, you will obey and answer, 'Yes, master.'"
"Yes, all-wise Athena." What a fun resort this was. Maybe she could at least get a good wax job like the guards. Another blast of cold air swept over Laura, causing her arms to prickle with goosebumps. Athena's voice reverberated in her head. "I will now bestow a small measure of my wisdom upon you." Oh, goody. Laura hoped this wouldn't take long. Her knees were starting to ache. The floor was hard as a rock. Actually, it was rock. Marble, maybe. White and spotless.
"I have rescued you from the mortal plane of existence," Athena announced. "You may thank me now."
Laura rolled her eyes. "Thank you, all-wise Athena." Goddess of baggy underwear, she thought. She slapped herself mentally. She needed to be more careful with her thoughts, just in case Athena could overhear her. Athena is awesome.
"I have brought you to the Elysian Fields," Athena continued. "The mortal realm is closed off to you. You can never return to Earth. Do you understand?"
"Yes, all-wise Athena. You are such a cool goddess."
"If you attempt to leave this place, you will find yourself in Hades, a land of eternal torment. If you displease me or Apollo, you will be sent to Hades. Do you wish to spend eternity in hell?"
"No, all-wise Athena." So that was how they got the other girls to stay without attempting an escape. The girls actually believed there was no way back to Earth, and they lived in fear of going to hell.
"You are now a maiden. You have no name. You are here to serve the gods. That is your sole purpose."
Laura gulped. She could guess how Apollo wanted to be served. A little bed and breakfast with her as the menu. She wasn't going to be getting manicures and massages. This wasn't a resort or a spa. It was a bizarre vampire cult. Chapter 22. Jack slammed a fist through the back wall of room 102. The college girls screamed and huddled together. Robbie grabbed his arm.
"Go back to Romatek. Now! I'll clean up here."
Jack pulled away. "I have failed her. How could I have failed her?"
"Get a grip, Jack."
Robbie glanced at the doorway as Phineas dashed in.
"Phineas, take him back to Romatek."
"I'm not leaving," Jack growled. Robbie seized him by the shoulder.
"She's not here."
His face softened.
"We'll find her, Jack."
"Oh, shit." Phineas approached them.
"Apollo's got—" "Yes, he does," Robbie interrupted. "Now get Jack out of here. I'll be along shortly."
"I don't need a babysitter." Jack teleported away. He arrived on the grounds at Romatek and ripped a branch off an unsuspecting tree. Phineas ducked as the branch flew over his head. "Dude, I'm sorry. We're gonna find her, you know." Jack stalked toward the Romatek entrance.
"I'm going to rip Apollo apart."
He fumbled in his pockets for his ID card. Merde. His hands were shaking.
"I got it, man."
Phineas swiped his ID and activated the hand sensor. Jack turned and gazed at the woods surrounding Romatek. Laura could be anywhere.
"Laura! Laura, can you hear me?"
"Whoa! That was loud." Phineas held open the door.
"How far can a psychic message go?"
"No more than 100 miles or so." Jack closed his eyes and concentrated. Nothing. She couldn't hear him. How could he fail her? After all his promises to keep her safe, He'd failed her. His heart twisted with fear. "Stay alive, Lara. Stay alive till I can find you." It was happening all over again. He'd failed his first love, Beatrice. He hadn't been there for her, and she'd died thinking he'd abandoned her. And now he wasn't there for Lara. Robbie appeared.
"I altered the lassie's memories, but there wasn't much I could do about the hole in the wall."
He strode toward them.
"We'll find her, Jack."
"Yeah, we will," Phineas agreed.
"She's gonna be all right, dude."
Jack wondered if prayers could be heard from the 9th circle of hell. Lara was still kneeling on the hard marble floor. She tried to take her mind off her fear and aching knees by remembering her lessons on escape. First, she needed to gather information. She couldn't decide where to escape to until she knew where she was. She would have to stay out of trouble and hopefully remain unbitten so she could keep her strength up. She needed to look for anything that could be used as a weapon. She needed a means of communicating with the outside world. And she needed to assess the other prisoners here to see if any of them could become allies. The guards were out of the question. They looked completely brainwashed, and they were armed.
"Guards," Athena spoke. "You will fetch 2 maidens."
"Yes, all-wise Athena," they answered in unison. Lara tilted her head a little so she could see. The guards opened the door and left. The sandals on the taller one made a high-pitched squeaky noise with every other step. She heard different footsteps approaching.
"Athena!"
It was Apollo. Lara swallowed hard. She hoped he wasn't hungry. Athena glanced back at her.
"Stay."
"Yes, all-wise Athena. You're so wise and awesome," she thought. Athena walked outside the room.
"Yes, my lord Apollo."
Lara strained to hear their conversation. They didn't bother to lower their voices very much. She guessed they didn't consider her much of a threat.
"Those 2 vampires nearly caught me," Apollo grumbled. "They looked really angry." "They're probably some of those stupid bottle-drinking vamps," Athena hissed. "I swear I hate them and their self-righteous attitude, like they're so much better than us. We have every right to a fresh meal."
Lara grimaced. They made her feel like a whole-meat patty minus the sesame seed bun.
"I think they were expecting me," Apollo said. "We're going to have to find new hunting grounds."
"No problem," Athena answered. "There are colleges all over the Northeast." Now that was interesting. They must be somewhere in the Northeast.
"At least this location is still secret," Apollo said. "They didn't follow us here, so they obviously don't know where we are. What about the new girl? Do you think she could be working with them?"
Athena laughed.
"No way. She's even more foolish than the usual ones."
Lara rolled her eyes. Great. Well, she would continue to act clueless until she was ready to escape.
"Good," Apollo said. "Get her ready. I'm going to do the selecting ceremony in 5 minutes."
He strode away. Lara heard 2 female voices in the distance.
"Greetings, my lord Apollo."
"Come, maidens," Athena called to them. She returned to the room. "Rise, maiden." Lara figured that was her. She rose stiffly to her feet and looked around. There was an electric light overhead. Fancy that. The Elysian Fields had electricity. These other girls were totally messed up with vampire control if they didn't realize they were still on Earth. The room was bare except for a large wooden trunk and a bookcase filled with folded gowns. No books. Well, who needed books with all-wise Athena around? 2 red-headed young women rushed into the room. They bowed.
"Greetings, all-wise Athena."
"We have returned early tonight with a new maiden," Athena said.
You will prepare her for the selecting ceremony, which will begin in 5 minutes." She strode from the room. Laura recognized the 2 girls from the case photos. One was Vanessa Carlton, who had disappeared from Columbia University in May. The other was Christy Robinson, who had vanished from NYU in April. What a relief to see them both alive. "Hi, I'm Laura." They winced and glanced toward the open door. Vanessa quickly closed it. "You'll get in trouble if you use a name," she whispered. "We're maidens. We only get a name when we become a chosen one." Christy clasped her hands together, grinning. "And one of us will be chosen tonight." "Oh boy." Laura attempted a smile. "Hurry." Christy dashed to the bookcase. "Take off everything but your underwear. We have to get you dressed." She plucked a folded white gown off the shelf and shook it out. Laura inspected the 2 girls as she kicked off her shoes. They were both dressed in long, white tunics that were clasped on the left shoulder, leaving the right shoulder bare. 2 long strips of white linen were attached to the tunics beneath the arms. These strips were wrapped around, crossing the midriff in front and back, then tied off in front at the waist. Laura pulled her t-shirt off, then removed her jeans. "Do you guys know where we are?" "We're maidens," Christy repeated. "Didn't all-wise Athena explain it to you?" "She said something about the Elysian Fields." Laura pulled off her socks. "I don't suppose she means the Champs-Élysées in Paris." The girls gave her blank looks. "You know, France? You don't want to die without seeing Paris." Vanessa's shoulders slumped. "It's too late for us. We can never go back." Her eyes filled with tears. "I miss my family and my friends." "Don't cry," Christy hissed at her. "If you look bad, you'll never be chosen. Besides, you'll get to see your family again someday." "Yeah," Vanessa frowned, "after they die." "Why would you have to wait?" Laura asked. "We could just leave here and go home." "We can't go home," Vanessa wailed. "We're dead." "Shh," Christy poked her. "They'll hear you. You know the gods have super hearing." She looked at Laura. "Whatever you do, don't make the gods angry." "Why?" Laura asked. "What can they do to us?" "They're gods," Vanessa whispered. "They can vanish and reappear, and they have super strength. I've seen them rip trees from the ground and throw boulders like they were pebbles. They can take over our minds and make us do whatever they want." "That's true," Christy nodded. "One time, a guard made Athena angry and she made him slice himself with his own sword. And then Apollo used his holy blood to heal him." Vanessa shuddered. "If you make them really angry, they could send you to Hades forever." "But we don't mean to frighten you," Christy said. "You must be really nice since they brought you here." Vanessa smiled. "Only special people like us get to live here and serve the gods." "And if you please them, you can become a chosen one, and they'll make you a goddess," Christy added with a grin. "Hurry up! The selecting ceremony will begin soon." Laura slipped off her bra, and Vanessa tossed the white tunic over her head. As Laura smoothed it down, Christy used the bronze pin to fasten it on her left shoulder. Vanessa grabbed the linen strips, and with Christy's help, they wrapped them around Laura and tied them at her waist. A loud gong sounded in the distance. "Oh no, they're starting!" Vanessa ran to the bookcase and grabbed some white leather sandals. "Here, put these on." Laura slid her feet inside while Vanessa helped to fasten the sandals. Christy gathered up all of Laura's discarded clothes and tossed them into the wooden trunk. "What's going to happen at this ceremony?" Laura asked. "Apollo will select a new chosen one.
Vanessa explained. "It's usually a maiden who's been here for a while, so we're not likely to be picked." Christy fluffed up her long auburn hair. "I can't wait until it's my turn." Laura winced. The chosen one was probably dinner. The gong sounded again. "Let's go." Christy grabbed a red gown from the bookcase and opened the door. "Are you sure we're dead?" Laura whispered. "I feel awfully excited for a dead person." Christy grinned. "It is exciting, isn't it? We're on a whole different plane of existence, and we get to live among the gods. How cool is that? We are truly blessed." Truly brainwashed was more like it. They walked across a foyer to some ornate double doors. Christy and Vanessa each opened a door, and Laura gasped. It was like the Parthenon, but all shiny and new. Vanessa smiled. "I gasped too the first time I saw it. It's really awesome, isn't it?" "Hurry," Christy shooed them in. "The other maidens are already in place." Laura gaped at her surroundings as she walked into the temple. On each side of the rectangular room, a series of 6 marble columns soared to the high ceiling. In between the Corinthian-style columns, bronze braziers rested on tripods. A fire blazed in each brazier, tinting the white marble in shades of gold. At the end of the temple, 3 golden thrones sat on a dais. Above them, hanging from the ceiling and surrounded by torches, a large bronze sun glimmered in the firelight. To the side, a guard in a short white toga struck the gong once more. The deep metallic sound echoed across the large room. In the center of the temple, 9 red cushions lay on the floor in 3 rows of 3. 6 maidens dressed in white stood behind the first 6 cushions. Vanessa came to a stop behind a cushion in the last row and motioned for Laura to stand next to her. Christy dashed over to the gong and laid the red gown on the floor next to the guard. Then she hurried back to the last row of cushions. "Behold the chosen one, Calliope." The guard struck the gong again. From behind the thrones, 4 guards marched forward, carrying a golden litter on their shoulders. As they circled to the front of the thrones, Laura could see the young woman who lounged on the golden pillows. She was dressed all in red. Her gown was similar to the white ones of the maidens, except for the red scarf around her neck. Laura winced. That had to be hiding bite marks. The 4 guards lowered the litter to the floor. Then 2 of them helped Calliope stand. Was she that weak? Laura watched with increasing alarm as the guards assisted her up the stairs to the dais. Calliope sat on the smaller throne on the left. Laura could see her face now, and she recognized her from the case file. The chosen one, Calliope, was Brittany Beckford, the girl who had disappeared from Columbia University last July. The 4 guards carried the litter away, taking it somewhere behind the thrones. Laura suspected there must be rooms back there. The gong sounded again. "Behold, the gods are among us," the guard announced. "All-wise Athena, daughter of Zeus and goddess of wisdom." "All-wise Athena," the maidens repeated in unison, then knelt on their red cushions. Laura followed suit, grateful there was a cushion this time. She peeked up as Athena marched in. The vampire had traded in her jeans and t-shirt for a long toga of purple silk. A wreath of golden leaves adorned her head. She ascended to the dais and sat on the throne on the right. "My lord Apollo, "Son of Zeus and god of the sun," the guard announced. Apollo strode into view, wearing a long toga of shimmering gold. He was followed by the 4 guards, each carrying a sword. That made a total of 5 guards, Laura figured. They all appeared completely under control. The maidens all sighed as Apollo passed by. Laura supposed he was a good-looking man, but with all the cold air swirling about them, she knew he was exuding vampire power to make himself irresistible. Apollo stepped onto the dais and turned to face them with an imperial sneer. "My lord Apollo." The maidens leaned forward in a deep bow. Laura copied their movements.
It is time once again for me to select a new chosen one, Apollo announced. It is the greatest honor a mortal can ever hope to achieve. If you serve me well, I will make you a goddess.
Laura heard several maidens whispering, "Please pick me," under their breaths. She hated the thought of one of them getting bitten, but it was for the best if it gave Brittany the night off. That poor girl needed to regain her strength. Apollo motioned to the guard by the gong.
Bring the red robe.
"Yes, my lord Apollo." The guard picked it up and moved toward the 9 maidens. Apollo stepped down from the dais and walked slowly around the maidens.
Sit up, so I may see your faces.
They straightened, still kneeling on the cushions. Laura tried to hunch over and look unattractive, while the others were thrusting their chests out and flipping their hair behind their shoulders.
First row, stand up,
Apollo ordered. The first 3 girls rose to their feet. Apollo eyed them carefully, then stopped in front of the middle girl.
Bear yourself.
"Yes, my lord Apollo," the girl whispered, and unhooked the bronze pin on her shoulder. Her white shift fell down to where the linen straps circled her ribcage, leaving her breasts exposed. Laura fought to keep her disgust from showing on her face. Pervert, lying bastard, promising to turn these girls into goddesses when he only intended to bite them. Or maybe he did give them eternal life. Her gaze wandered to Athena. She looked like a red-headed college student. Could she have been one before she became a vampire? Apollo stepped back, his blue eyes starting to gleam.
Behold the new chosen one. She will be known as Aquila.
The guard marched forward with the robe in his arms. The 2 maidens in her row helped Aquila put it on. They looked bummed out, but Aquila was beaming with happiness. Laura swallowed hard. The poor girl had been chosen for dinner. Apollo took her hand and led her around the thrones to the rooms in back. Damn, there was nothing Laura could do about it. Athena followed with 2 guards. Laura wondered if they were her supper. 2 more guards assisted the chosen one Calliope from the dais and led her around the thrones. The gong sounded.
That's it, Vanessa stood. We go to our room now?
As Laura rose to her feet, she eyed the 9 red cushions. Only 8 maidens now. She followed them toward the double door. One of the rejected ones burst into tears. "Why doesn't he ever pick me? I've been serving the gods for months." "You must be patient," another maiden said. "The gods know when the time is right for each of us." They crossed the foyer and exited through another pair of double doors. Cool, fresh air swept around Laura, and she breathed deeply. There was a scent of pine in the air. It was too dark to see well, but the sky was so clear she had to assume they were in the country. The girls walked toward a smaller, square-shaped building. Behind that, Laura spied a still smaller building. She glanced back at the temple. It was the largest building on the compound. As far as she could tell, it was closed off only by a low stone wall. Easy enough to get over. A few torches illuminated the wall, but there were plenty of dark spaces where she could slip over unnoticed. She could probably escape, but where to? She had no idea which direction to go, and the compound appeared to be surrounded on all sides by a thick, dark forest. She could end up wandering for days. The maidens led her into the square building, which reminded her of a Roman villa. 4 sides enclosed an inner courtyard. In the courtyard, she spotted a pool. The girls turned right, and they entered a long dorm room with 5 beds lined up on each side. "This is where we sleep," Vanessa told her. "The guards sleep on the other side of the courtyard." "But stay away from them," Christy warned her. "We have to stay pure for Apollo." "Right," Vanessa lowered her voice. "The guards are serving Athena. She'll be furious if you even look at them." "I understand." Laura took a shower in the large bathroom the maidens all shared. Then she put on the plain white nightgown Christy gave her. She was told which bed to sleep in. She pretended to sleep while she waited for the other girls to doze off. She hoped to do some late-night snooping around to gather information. Or maybe she should try checking on the chosen ones to see if they were all right. Unfortunately, she didn't know exactly where they were, and she couldn't risk walking in on a vampire. She sure couldn't risk letting the vampires see that she wasn't under their control. They might kill her on the spot. She hated what was happening to these girls, but the best way for her to help them was to stay alive and be very careful. She sighed. One of the rejected girls was still awake, crying softly in her bed. Laura slowly succumbed to sleep. "Wake up, sleepyhead," Vanessa shook her. "It's daytime." Laura sat up abruptly, hoping she had dreamed about Elysian fields and chosen ones and vampires masquerading as gods. But no, she was there in the dorm room for maidens. "Come on," Vanessa urged her. "Get dressed. We have chores to do." After 30 minutes of helping Vanessa and Christy clean the bathroom and dorm room, Laura was feeling more like a maid than a maiden. "Where are the other maidens?" she asked. "Some are cleaning the temple, and some are guarding Apollo," Christy explained as she tossed dirty towels and nightgowns into a wicker basket. "We take turns guarding him during the day." Laura sighed as she made up another bed. "If he's an all-powerful god, why does he need guarding?" "It's only his body we're guarding," Christy said. "He leaves his body during the day." Right, because a vampire was dead during the day. Laura wondered if she could get her hands on a knife or stake. She could stake Apollo during the day while he was in his death sleep. "Do I get to guard him?" "Of course," Vanessa said as she swept the floor. "We do it 2 at a time and sit outside his room." "You don't get to go in?" Laura asked. "Oh no, the room is locked." Vanessa swept a small pile of dust into a dustbin. "We're just there to honor him. He has to leave his body before dawn so he can become the sun." "And when the sun sets, he returns to his body," Christy continued. "He's very tired and hungry then. The chosen one helps him to recover his strength." "I bet she does," Laura said wryly. "I believe we're done." Christy looked about the room approvingly. "Let's go eat breakfast." Laura accompanied them to the smaller building in the back. There, one of the maidens was busy cooking. Christy wrinkled her nose at the food on the table. "You burned the toast again." "So?" The cook glared at her. "You try cooking 3 meals a day for 15 people. I'm sick of this job." Vanessa gasped and glanced toward the open door.
You mustn't complain. One of the guards might hear you.
And it's a pleasure to serve the gods, Christy added.
I hardly ever get to see the gods, the cook grumbled. I'm always slaving away in here.
Laura grinned. This was the perfect place to not get noticed.
I'll help you.
Shh! Vanessa tugged at her gown and whispered.
You don't want to work here.
But I want to serve the gods, Laura insisted.
And I love to cook.
Seriously? The cook stared at her.
You would help me?
Of course. Laura strode into the kitchen and looked around. Hallelujah! There were knives here. She could serve Apollo steak for supper. The cook grabbed her hand.
Bless you. I can't tell you how many times I've rushed late into the selecting ceremony with food stains on my gown. Apollo never picks me. He says I stink like mortal food and it offends his immortality.
Her eyes filled with tears.
Maybe now I'll have a chance.
Don't mention it. Laura felt a twinge of guilt. Was she saving herself at this girl's expense? No. She had to save herself in order to save the rest of them. She opened the pantry and studied the boxes, cans, and bottles. She spotted a bottle of maple syrup from Vermont. It looked like it had been bottled locally. Maybe they were in Vermont. Where does this food come from? The cook shrugged as she scraped a heap of scrambled eggs onto a platter. It arrives every week. The gods have provided a way for it to come from the mortal plane. Right. Laura needed to be on hand when the supplies arrived. If she could get a message to the delivery man, then she might be able to save all of them. She set the bottle of maple syrup on the counter.
Who wants pancakes?
I do. Christy and Vanessa waved their hands. Another maiden rushed through the kitchen door with a tray of eggs, bacon, and toast.
Oh my gods!
She set the tray down and pressed a shaking hand to her chest.
I think it's happened.
What? Vanessa asked. The maiden motioned to the tray of food.
I was taking Calliope her breakfast in the temple, and her room was empty. She wasn't there.
Christy, Vanessa, and the cook all gasped.
Are you sure?
Christy whispered. She wasn't with one of the gods?
No.
The maiden shook her head.
I asked the guards, and they said she ascended last night.
There was another gasp. Laura walked toward the maiden. What do you mean by ascended? The maiden's eyes filled with tears.
She ascended to a higher plane. Calliope has become a goddess.
May the gods be praised, Christy whispered. Really? Vanessa added. That is so cool. I hope I can be a goddess someday. Laura shuddered as a chill skittered down her spine. She recalled how weak Brittany Beckford had looked the night before. She covered her mouth as bile rose in her throat. She had an awful feeling that Brittany Beckford was dead. Chapter 23. When the guards arrived for breakfast, the cook informed them that Laura had volunteered to work in the kitchen. The tall guard with the squeaky sandal appeared to be in charge. He carried a clipboard with him and gave out assignments. He told Laura that she would be on guard duty that afternoon from 1 to 4. After that, she could return to the kitchen to help prepare supper. Yes, master. Laura set a plate of pancakes, eggs, and bacon in front of him and noticed the puncture wounds on his neck. As she served the other guards, she noted more wounds. Apparently, Athena didn't like to limit herself to a single chosen one. She preferred the 5-man buffet. Laura stayed in the kitchen to help prepare and serve lunch. Then shortly before 1 in the afternoon, she accompanied one of the maidens to the temple to do guard duty. It was the maiden who had stayed up late the night before, crying. As they crossed the compound, Laura surveyed the surroundings, now more visible in daylight. There was the temple, the villa-style dormitory, and the kitchen, all enclosed by a stone wall. A thick forest loomed on the other side of the stone wall. "What a pretty forest," Laura said. "Maybe I'll take a walk there later." The maiden halted with a gasp. "You can't leave the Elysian Fields. It is forbidden." Somehow that wasn't too surprising. There might be some berries I could pick to make us all a nice cobbler. The maiden shook her head. "You can't go into the forest. Apollo says there are ferocious beasts there with great gnashing teeth." Laura stifled a snort. She was a lot more worried about Apollo's gnashing teeth. The maiden shuddered. "Apollo says that if one of those beasts captures you, it will drag you to Hades." "Well, we wouldn't want that to happen." Laura sighed. These girls were so brainwashed, they couldn't even detect sarcasm. She followed the maiden into the temple. The maiden led Laura around the thrones to a hallway in the back. There were 3 doors on each side of the hallway. 2 doors were painted red. Rooms for the chosen ones, the maiden explained. Laura noticed one of the male guards standing in front of a purple door. That had to be Athena's room. Christy and Vanessa were sitting on red cushions in front of a golden door. They stood when Laura and the maiden approached. "I hope you left us some lunch," Vanessa said. "We're starving." She and Christy headed off to the kitchen. Laura sat beside the other maiden. She pushed her cushion against the wall so she could lean back and stretch her legs in front. Her new position earned her a frown from the other maiden. She tried not to think about Apollo's dead carcass on the other side of the door. At least they were safe from him during the day. Where was Jack? In his death sleep at the townhouse on the Upper East Side? She recalled how he'd told LaToya there were usually dead bodies in the basement, and she'd thought he was kidding. That rascal. He was so different from the vampires here. Athena and Apollo considered humans nothing more than walking meals, foolish and easily controlled. Jack had always treated her with respect and kindness. He truly cared about her feelings and her safety. Had he spent the night desperately searching for her? She thought back to how he'd been with Mario and Gianetta in Venice. They were mortals, but he considered them family. He'd showed respect and affection for Father Giuseppe, and he'd tried so hard to please her that night with the ice cream, the gondola ride, and the serenade. He was such a good man, and she missed him so. He could make her laugh. He could make her hot. He made her feel beautiful and smart and cherished. He was the perfect man, except for the little undead problem. Was it crazy to fall in love with a vampire? Or was it even crazier to refuse him because he was a vampire? It wasn't Jack's fault that he'd been transformed. He had been attacked. Hadn't he suffered enough? It would be too cruel to reject him and make him suffer more. Apollo rejected girls simply based on their hair color. But wouldn't the real God judge people according to their hearts and not their looks? Would love reject anyone for being different? A sensation of peace settled on Laura like a warm blanket. She knew what she had to do. She couldn't reject Jack. She couldn't bear to hurt him. Even if it meant the total upheaval of her own life, she would rather take the pain upon herself than cause him to suffer any more. It was the way of love, and she loved him with all her heart. She closed her eyes and remembered how he'd made love to her in the bell tower. What a sexy man he was, her vampire Casanova. She couldn't wait to see him again, to let him know that her mind was made up. She belonged with him forever. Please, Jack, find me soon. She imagined how happy he would be, how he would make mad, passionate love to her. The other maiden poked her in the shoulder. Don't fall asleep. It is forbidden. All right, Laura grumbled as her romantic dream fizzled away. Do we really have to sit here for 3 hours? This is so boring. Shh. The maiden glanced at the guard down the hall. Don't speak like that. He'll hear you. Okay. My name is Laura. What's yours? The maiden gasped. Stop that. She glanced again at the guard. We cannot use names. Let me guess. It's forbidden? Yes, the maiden hissed. Behave yourself. Okie dokie. Laura decided to call this girl No Name. No, Miss Forbidden was better. She couldn't recall seeing her photo in the case file. What college did you go to? Miss Forbidden shot her an angry look. That life is over. We do not speak of it. I realize you are new, so I won't report you, but you had better learn to curb your tongue or you'll end up in Hades. Laura reluctantly agreed that she needed to behave. She didn't want to draw attention to herself. I'm terribly sorry. I really do want to serve the gods. She pointed at the bronze doorway at the end of the hall. Whose room is that? It is the most holy sanctum, Miss Forbidden whispered. When Zeus comes, he stays there. Zeus comes here? Laura figured he was another vampire, and he stopped by to mooch a free meal off of Apollo. That is so exciting. I know! Miss Forbidden's eyes lit up. He comes by every few weeks to visit his children, Apollo and Athena. But of course, he usually lives on Mount Olympus. Of course. What does he look like? No one knows, Miss Forbidden whispered. He never leaves the most holy sanctum. Apollo selects a chosen one for him, and the next morning, the chosen one doesn't remember him. He works in mysterious ways. Right. So, how many gods drop by? A few. Miss Forbidden smiled. One time, Hermes came to visit, and he chose me. How wonderful for you. Laura couldn't see Miss Forbidden's neck since her long reddish-blonde hair was in the way. Laura spent the rest of the guard duty trying to glean more information from Miss Forbidden. Then she returned to the kitchen to help cook prepare supper for 5 guards, 8 maidens, and the new chosen one, Aquila. It couldn't be a coincidence that Aquila was chosen just as Brittany Beckford disappeared. Apollo must have known she was about to die. That bastard. He actually had these girls eager to become his next victim. She and Cook were cleaning up after supper when the sun set. Christy ran into the kitchen. Hurry! Zeus has arrived! There's going to be another selecting ceremony. Oh my gods! The cook dried her hands on a dish towel. We need to get cleaned up fast. She ran to the dormitory. Laura followed, and Christy gave them new white robes to wear. They rushed into the temple just as the first gong sounded. Laura took her position in the last row of red cushions in the center of the temple. Vanessa and Christy were next to her. 3 maidens stood in front of her. On the first row, only 2 maidens stood, Cook and Miss Forbidden. The third pillow was unclaimed. It had been Aquila's. The gong sounded again, and the guard announced the chosen one. Aquila strode in, dressed in her red robe. Laura was relieved to see her still looking strong, though the red scarf around her neck was creepy. Athena was announced, and then Apollo. Laura kneeled and bowed with the other maidens. We have been honored by a visit from my father, Almighty Zeus. Apollo circled the maidens. First row, stand. Cook and Miss Forbidden rose to their feet.
You will be his chosen one for tonight,
Apollo motioned to Miss Forbidden.
See that you please him well.
Yes, my Lord Apollo, Miss Forbidden breathed. Oh, thank you, my lord. With a sad face, Cook helped Miss Forbidden put on the red robe. Laura's stomach churned. She didn't want to think about what was going to happen to Miss Forbidden. Apollo led Miss Forbidden to the hallway behind the thrones. She was going to the most holy sanctum, Laura thought. She hoped the poor girl would come out alive. As the ceremony ended, Laura noted there were only 7 maidens now. Fear surged inside her, threatening to explode into sheer panic. They walked to the dormitory. The air was cool and crisp, but she was finding it hard to breathe. Her heart raced. She glanced up at the clear night sky. Jack would be up now. Was he looking for her? Jack, please hurry. I'm starting to freak out. She couldn't wait for a rescue. She had to get out of here. Aquila and Miss Forbidden could die. The other maidens were in danger. Hell, she was in danger. I think I'll go to the kitchen and check supplies, she told the other maidens. I'll be along later. She dashed to the kitchen and gathered up supplies for her escape. A knife, a small box of matches, an empty bottle filled with water, some crackers. She emptied potatoes out of a burlap sack and put her supplies inside. With the sack in hand, she crept out of the kitchen. These damned white sandals were not good for a long trek through the woods, but what choice did she have? And this white gown made her way too visible. She spotted 2 guards walking along the stone wall. They were headed away from her. She rounded the kitchen and spotted an overgrown dirt road in the back leading to an iron gate. Great! This was probably the road the delivery truck used to bring in food supplies. It might lead to a nearby town. She looked around. The coast was clear. She pulled her long white gown up to her knees and dashed to the gate. She slipped underneath. She was free. A long howl echoed eerily around her. She scanned the woods and gasped when a pair of golden eyes looked back at her. What had Miss Forbidden told her? There were ferocious beasts in the woods with gnashing teeth? They would drag her to Hades? She shook her head. No, that was brainwashing. She couldn't believe that. The golden eyes moved closer. Laura pressed against the gate. Her heart thundered in her chest. Another howl came from the forest. Undergrowth swished and crackled. She fumbled in the burlap bag for the knife. Just in time, too, for a huge gray wolf appeared from the forest. She gulped. She'd never seen such a huge wolf. Actually, she'd never seen a wolf before at all. She tightened her grip on the knife. The wolf's gold eyes gleamed in the dark. He snarled, and 2 more wolves emerged from the forest. Oh, God, there could be a whole pack of them. Laura eased back underneath the gate. She retreated slowly, keeping her eyes on the 3 wolves. They stood still, watching her. She circled the kitchen, then ran inside and slammed the door shut. Damn it! Vampires and wolves. Either way, she was a goner. Oh, Jack, please find me. Jack strode into the security office at Romatech.
Give me another place to check out. Hurry!
Phil looked up from where he sat behind the desk.
No luck with the place in West Texas?
No. It was just past midnight, and already Jack had investigated 4 isolated compounds across the country.
Wasn't there a one in Colorado? Robbie's at that one. Phil referred to the yellow legal pad on the desk in front of him. And Phineas is in Virginia. Jack paced across the office. The 3 vamps had split up so more locations could be checked. Phil was manning the phone as more reports were called in from wolf packs across North America. Unfortunately, they were getting a lot of reports from the western states, and Jack still believed Apollo was somewhere in the east, close to his hunting grounds. Phil tapped his pen on the yellow paper. I've got one in Minnesota. Call the pack master, and I'll teleport there. Jack had to stay busy, or he'd go crazy. If he even stopped to think about how Lara could be suffering, he would rip a tree out by its roots. As Phil reached for the phone, it rang. McKay Security and Investigation. Phil speaking. He paused. Yes, I'm that Phil. Jack's superior hearing could pick up the deep, gruff voice on the line. A packmaster from northern Maine. This sounded promising. Jack leaned over the desk so he could hear better. A female body had been discovered in the woods. His heart lurched. No, not Lara. Phil gave him a worried look. Can you describe her? You have a photo? I'll give you our fax number. He recited the number. A chill stole over Jack. The voice on the phone described the girl as tall, slim, with reddish blonde hair and blue eyes. The fax machine was so damned slow. Jack's stomach roiled, and for the first time in his long vampire life, he thought he might lose his dinner. Finally, the photo arrived. Jack ripped it from the machine. It wasn't Lara. He drew in a shaky breath. It's not her, but this girl looks familiar. He grabbed the case file and rummaged through the photos he'd collected. He pulled out a photo that closely matched the fax. Brittany Beckford. Apollo had dumped the poor girl's body in the woods. Greek-style architecture? Phil sat up. Are you sure? Put him on speakerphone, Jack said. We'll go there now. Phil punched the button and warned the packmaster that they were on their way. Jack grabbed Phil's arm and teleported to the sound of the werewolf's voice. Welcome to Wolf Ridge. A tall man with thick gray hair and amber eyes stood behind a desk wearing a police uniform and a grim expression. Everyone around here calls me Chief. Jack glanced at the empty jail cell behind him. You're the chief of police here? Yes, and packmaster. The werewolf extended a hand toward Phil. It's good to meet you. I know your father. I'm sure you do, Phil muttered, and shook Chief's hand. This is Jack from Venice. Chief eyed Jack warily as he shook his hand. My sons and I found the dead girl in the woods. I think one of your kind killed her. She has tooth marks on her neck, and she's completely drained of blood. Jack ground his teeth. The vampire who killed her is not one of my kind. I only drink synthetic blood, and I protect mortals from those who would kill them for a meal. Chief nodded. Good. I don't allow my pack to attack mortals either. We need to see the compound you discovered. Jack called Robbie and Phineas, and the 2 vamps teleported there. Chief looked them over. So, we have a vampire from Venice, one from Scotland in a kilt, and one from... the Bronx. Phineas finished the werewolf's sentence. You got a problem with that? No. Chief smiled. I'll take you to the compound. If there's a vampire there who's killing women, I want him stopped too. Chief led them out the door, and they all piled into his SUV. 30 minutes later, they arrived at Chief's hunting cabin deep in the forest. "I'll take you the rest of the way on foot." Chief stepped behind the big hood of the SUV and removed his uniform. "It'll be faster for us wolves if we shift." He glanced at Phil. "Ready?" Phil's jaw shifted. "I'll stay as I am." Chief winced. "Sorry? I got the impression that—" "Don't mention it," Phil grumbled. "I'll be right behind you all, and I'll bring your clothes." "Thanks." Chief left his clothes stacked on the hood. As he walked toward the woods, his body began to waver. Within a few seconds, he had shifted into a large, gray wolf.
"Holy shit," Phineas said. "That was fast."
"He's an alpha." Phil grabbed the police chief's clothes. "They can shift easily at any time. He doesn't need a full moon."
"Oh."
Phineas glanced up at the crescent moon.
"So, I guess you're not—" "Enough,"
Robbie interrupted. He pointed at Chief, who was already loping into the forest. "Let's go." The three vamps dashed after the running wolf. Phil sprinted along behind. After a few miles, they arrived at the compound. Jack grinned when he saw the Greek temple. "I've got you now, Apollo."
"Bingo,"
Phineas breathed.
"This has got to be it."
Chief sat on his haunches, panting, with his tongue hanging out.
"As soon as Phil catches up, there'll be 5 of us,"
Robbie said.
"We could attack right away."
It was tempting, so tempting to rush in and rescue Lara. But was it wise? "We can't be sure how many vampires are in there," Jack said. "We know Apollo has at least one accomplice. There could be more." He walked slowly around the compound, keeping to the woods. The others followed. He wished he could send a psychic message to Lara that he had arrived, but he didn't dare. Vampire telepathy was like broadcasting on a radio. Every vampire in the vicinity would hear it. Phil arrived. He set Chief's clothes behind a tree, and the wolf shifted back to human form. Phil eyed the compound. "This looks like the right place? It's gotta be, since one of the missing girls was found close by." "Yes, but I want more information before we attack." Jack spotted 2 guards. "Mortals, armed with swords."
"I bet they're heavily under vampire control," Robbie said. "They may be programmed to kill the women and themselves if the compound is breached."
"Shit," Phineas muttered.
"That's cold."
"You could be right." Chief rounded the tree, buttoning his shirt. "I doubt this guy will want to leave any witnesses. Come, I want to show you something." Chief led them through the woods till they came upon a dirt road and a gate. "This leads to another town, a mortal one, about 30 miles from here. I think the town is delivering food supplies here." "Really?" Jack turned to Phil. "How would you like a new job?" With vampire control, it would be easy enough to convince a store manager that Phil was their new delivery man. Phil nodded. "Sounds good. But I would be here during the day when the vampires are in their death sleep. I may not be able to find out much." "I'll come here at night to find out more," Jack said.
"You're thinking of going undercover?"
Robbie frowned at him.
"I do not like it, Jack. You've killed enough malcontents that they know your name, and Apollo saw you for just a second before he teleported away."
"That's all right," Jack smiled. "I can change my name and my looks. I know a really good hairdresser in Massachusetts." The next day, when Lara was helping Cook clean up after lunch, she thought she heard the sound of an automobile engine. She grinned with relief. Cook frowned in confusion. "This isn't delivery day, but I guess I'd better unlock the back door." She wandered into the back storeroom with a key. Lara looked around frantically. She ripped a paper towel off the roll and grabbed a bottle of ketchup. She squeezed a small drop onto the tip of her finger, then wrote, "Help, bring police," on the paper towel. She flapped the towel in the air so it would dry quickly. Then she folded it and slipped it inside the bodice of her white gown. She found Cook standing by the open back door. In the distance, she spotted a delivery van parked on the other side of the gate. The driver, a young man dressed in jeans and a flannel shirt, was opening the gate. She ran toward him.
"Stop!"
Cook yelled.
"We're not supposed to be seen."
The driver moved toward her, watching her carefully with his light blue eyes.
"Can I help you, miss?"
"Yes." Laura slowed down and reached inside her bodice. "We need—"
"Maiden!"
A guard's voice bellowed behind her. She stopped short, 6 feet from the delivery man. Damn, she couldn't pass him the note without being seen.
"Maiden, return to the kitchen immediately,"
the guard shouted. She glanced back. It was the head guard with the squeaky sandal. He was followed by 2 more guards. She shot one last pleading look at the delivery man. "We're prisoners," she mouthed, hoping he would understand. His blue eyes narrowed, and he nodded ever so slightly. Laura ran back to the kitchen. "Oh, no," Cook muttered. "You're in big trouble now." Squeaky Sandal marched up to the delivery man.
"What's going on here? You're not the usual driver, and we're not expecting a delivery for 2 more days."
The delivery guy shrugged, apparently unfazed by the head guard's beefy muscles and belligerent attitude. Laura smiled to herself. The guard would be a lot more ominous if he didn't squeak with every other step.
"Look, buddy."
The delivery man crossed his arms over his broad chest.
"The regular guy quit, and I'm going on vacation tomorrow, so there won't be any more deliveries for 2 weeks. Take it or leave it."
Squeaky glared at the delivery man.
"All right, pull the van up closer to the kitchen."
The delivery guy jumped back into the van and drove closer to the kitchen. To Laura's dismay, there was no writing on the van. She had hoped to catch the name of a local town.
"Stop!"
Squeaky yelled, and the van halted. The 2 other guards opened the back of the van and began unloading. The driver grabbed a box and strode toward the kitchen.
"Stop!"
Squeaky held up a hand.
"You cannot enter."
He took the box and brought it into the storeroom. Damn, Laura had hoped the driver would come in so she could pass him her note. She peeked out the door. The delivery guy nodded at her.
"You should not be seen."
Squeaky pushed her aside as he exited. He glared at the driver.
"Wait inside the van."
"Sure," the driver muttered. "Nice toga. Bet it gets a little chilly in the winter." He strode back to the van. Laura hovered just inside the door. It looked like she wasn't going to be able to pass her note. Still, she had a feeling that the delivery man understood. Or was that just wishful thinking? The last of the supplies were brought in, and the guards slammed the van doors shut. The driver sauntered toward the kitchen with a box in his hand. He spotted Laura peeking from behind the door. With a grin, he shook the box.
"How about a snack?" "Give me that."
Squeaky grabbed the box.
"And you can leave now."
The driver cast one last look at Laura, then climbed into the van and drove through the gate. Laura's heart sank. What if he hadn't understood? There wouldn't be another delivery for 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the guards inspected the box from the driver.
"There might be a special decoder ring inside,"
one guard said.
"Yeah, that guy seemed a little suspicious to me,"
the second guard said. Squeaky ripped the box apart, and caramel corn scattered all over the dirt road.
"There's nothing here.
He tossed the box on the ground, then glared at Laura. "Clean this up, maiden." "Yes, master." Laura grabbed a garbage sack, then rushed outside. She scooped handfuls of sticky popcorn into the bag while the guards strolled away. When it looked like they'd lost interest in her, she picked up the pieces of the torn box. Her breath caught. Crackerjack. A sound, halfway between a laugh and a sob, escaped her mouth. Jack had found her. Chapter 24. Soon after the sun set, Vanessa ran into the kitchen. "Another god has come to visit. There'll be another selecting ceremony." Cook gasped and pressed a soapy hand to her chest. "This could be my night." She glanced down at her damp gown. "I need to change." She dashed from the kitchen. Laura finished loading the dishwasher. Just what the world needed. Another god. Miss Forbidden had returned to the dormitory this morning wearing a red scarf around her neck like a badge of honor. She claimed she couldn't remember anything, but the bruises on her arms spoke volumes. That Zeus had been an almighty abusive pig. "What are you doing?" Vanessa asked. "You need to get ready." "I'm coming." Laura trudged from the kitchen. "So, which god is here tonight?" "I don't know. The guards didn't say." "Well, let me think." Laura glanced up at the clear, starry sky. "Jack, this would be a good time to rescue me." "It might be Ares, the god of war." "Ooh," Vanessa shivered. "He sounds hunky." Laura snorted. "Or it could be Hermes or Poseidon." "You're so smart to know their names," Vanessa said. "I wish I'd paid more attention in school. For some weird reason, I thought all that Greek god stuff was made up." "Yeah, how could we be so wrong?" "I know." Vanessa brushed her hair back over her shoulder. "It's just so cool that it's real. I mean, people back on Earth don't know about it, but we get to know the secret. It makes me feel really special." "You are special," Laura told her. "You don't need gods to tell you that." "But it feels so good," Vanessa gasped. "Here we are talking and you're not ready. Hurry!" She grabbed Laura's arm and dragged her through the dormitory to the bathroom. While all the maidens were primping in front of the mirrors, Laura took a hot shower. Then she put on a fresh gown and towel-dried her hair. "The first gong has sounded," a maiden called from the dormitory, and the maidens rushed from the bathroom. Miss Forbidden looked back at Laura and grimaced. "What are you doing? Your hair is still damp. You can't go before the gods looking like that." Laura tossed her towel into the wicker laundry basket. "I know this may come as a big surprise to you, but I don't want to be chosen." Miss Forbidden gasped and looked around to make sure they were alone. "You mustn't say that. It's a great honor to serve the gods." Laura grabbed her arm and pointed at a large green and purple bruise. "This is what that god did to you." The maiden's eyes filled with tears. "I don't remember it," she whispered. "I must have displeased him somehow. May the gods forgive me." "He abused you." Laura pulled the scarf away from Miss Forbidden's neck to reveal the puncture marks. "He bit you." With a cry, Miss Forbidden pulled away. "I don't believe you. I can't." She ran away. Laura took a deep breath, then put on her sandals and followed the girls to the temple. They filed inside and took their places behind the red cushions. The chosen one, Aquila, was announced. She strode into the room and sat on her throne. Laura was relieved that she still looked well. Athena was announced. Her smile looked especially malicious tonight. Not a good sign. Apollo marched in with his escort of 4 guards. The maidens bowed before him. "Tonight we are honored by the presence of a very powerful god." Apollo stepped down from the dais.
He will select one of you to be his chosen one.
Yes, my lord Apollo. The maidens remained still, but Laura could feel their excitement mounting. Apollo stopped in front of them.
I should warn you that this is one god you must never displease. Your eternal fate will be in his hands. His name is Hades.
The maidens gasped. Laura winced. This was bad. If Zeus had bruised his chosen one, what would a vampire called Hades do? Up on the dais, Athena snickered. Laura's hands curled into fists. That damned bitch enjoyed seeing them scared to death. Vanessa was shaking beside her. Cook whimpered. She probably feared she was next in line to be chosen. Footsteps approached them.
Here comes Hades now,
Apollo said. Laura glanced up and caught a glimpse of short, blonde hair. She tucked her head back down, not wanting to draw attention to herself. She'd already spent the afternoon cleaning the guards' dormitory and bathroom as a punishment for speaking to the delivery man. Would they give her to Hades as a further punishment? Apollo chuckled.
Which one of you will attend to the god of the underworld? If he's not pleased, he's threatening to take someone to the 9 circles of hell.
Laura flinched. She lifted her head. Could it be? He was dressed in a burgundy silk toga. Those broad shoulders looked familiar, but the short blonde hair was strange. He turned toward the maidens, and she gasped. Jack. His eyes met hers briefly, then looked away. She ducked her head and bit her lip to keep from grinning. Jack was here to rescue her, to rescue all the girls. She wanted to leap around the room and dance for joy. You have some lovely maidens here, Apollo. His accent was different. Laura recalled that he'd spent his first years in Bohemia speaking Czech.
Thank you, Hades,
Apollo said with a smug tone.
I believe you will find them very accommodating.
I had better. Hades strolled around the maidens who were visibly shaking. He stopped beside Laura. This one looks interesting. You will stand, maiden? Laura rose slowly to her feet, keeping her eyes downcast and her face blank. Apollo sighed.
I would suggest another. This one is new and still untrained. She did not behave well today.
Then she is perfect for hell, Hades said wryly. It would please me to teach her a lesson.
Very well,
Apollo said.
Maiden, bear yourself.
Oh shit. She was going to have to pretend to be under his control. Yes, my lord Apollo. She reached up to unfasten the brooch on her shoulder. Not necessary. Hades waved a dismissive hand. My mind is made up. This is the one. Oh, thank you, Jack. She would gladly give him a private showing later. Apollo motioned to a guard.
Bring the red robe.
Vanessa and Christy helped Laura slide the red gown over her white one. They looked at her with tears in their eyes. She grabbed their hands and gave them a reassuring squeeze. The gong sounded. Athena left with 2 guards, while Apollo escorted his chosen one, Aquila, to his room. Hades took Laura's hand and led her around the thrones. She glanced back and saw the maidens huddled around the entrance doors to the temple, all watching her with worried looks. Poor girls. They really believed she was about to be bedded by the god of the dead. She squeezed Jack's hand. She couldn't wait to be alone with him. He led her down the hallway. Apollo and Athena were already in their rooms. A guard stood in front of their doors. Jack stopped by a blue door. This is a guest room. He opened it and ushered her inside. He turned to lock and bar the door. She glanced around the room. Big canopy bed, blue sheets, and blue gauzy curtains hanging from the canopy. When Jack turned toward her, she flung herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Oh, thank you. Thank you, you wonderful man. You glorious, incredible man." He chuckled as he held her tight. "I guess you're glad to see me." She covered his face with kisses. "I'm thrilled. I'm ecstatic. I knew you would find me." He took hold of her shoulders and moved her back so he could look her over. "Are you all right? I swear if they have harmed you in any way, I will—" "I'm fine." She jumped at him again, circling her arms around his neck and squeezing against him tightly. "I missed you so much. Don't ever let me go." "I was so worried about you." He pressed a kiss against her brow, then glanced over his shoulder. "We should move away from the door," he whispered. She hung on to him as he maneuvered them to the center of the room and accidentally trampled on his foot. "Sorry. I'm so glad you found me. I tried to escape, but there were wolves in the woods, and I didn't know where to go because I don't know where we are." "Northern Maine." "Oh, well, thank God you found us. I think one of the girls is dead." "Shh." He put a finger on her lips and glanced at the door. "Not so loud. There are guards in the hall." "They're probably waiting for their turn with Athena," Laura muttered. Jack glanced at the bed, which filled half the room. "These rooms do seem designed for one purpose." Laura looked at the bed, then at Jack, and a surge of longing swept through her. She wanted him to know that she'd made up her mind. "Jack." She cradled his face in her hands. A tint of red shaded his eyes, then he closed them. "We need to talk." He opened his eyes, and they were back to their usual golden brown color. "I need all the information you can give me so I can return to the guys and formulate our attack." Her hands dropped to his chest. "You're not taking me with you?" He squeezed her shoulders. "Cara mia, I can't. It would look too suspicious. But we plan to attack tomorrow at dusk. You'll only have to stay one more day. Can you do that? Will you be all right?" "Yes, we're fairly safe during the day. We just cook and clean and do laundry." She glanced down at her red robe. "I was really tempted to wash one of these with the guards' white togas so they'd end up wearing pink." Jack chuckled. "I'm so glad you're still you, that they didn't manage to brainwash you." "Oh, there's some serious brainwashing going on around here." Laura pulled the red robe off and tossed it on the floor. "These poor girls actually believe it's a great honor to be a chosen one." Her eyes filled with tears. "Thank God you found me before it happened." "Shh." Jack pulled her into his arms. "You're all right now, cara mia." He kissed the top of her head. She wanted to tell him that he was her chosen one. She stepped back. "Jack, I need to tell you." "Yes, I needed to know everything. We have to come up with an attack plan that will eliminate the vampires here without causing any harm to the mortals." She groaned inwardly. Hadn't they discussed business long enough? He was here, her knight in shining armor who had charged to the rescue. And she was madly in love with him. Shouldn't they be celebrating? She glanced at the bed. Shouldn't he be ravishing her right now? "You need a plan?" "An attack plan, yes." "Okay. I'll tell you how to attack." She wrenched the bronze brooch from her white gown and tossed it on the bed. "First, You should start with the breasts. Her gown tumbled down to the ties around her midriff. His gaze dropped to her bare breasts. I'm trying to do business. I mean business. She cupped her breasts. I believe you've met these before? The gold flecks in his eyes started to gleam. He halted when a noise sounded outside their door. Lara figured one of the guards was hoping for a cheap thrill.
Down on your knees, woman,
Jack thundered.
Bow before me.
Yes, my lord Hades, she called out as she dropped to her knees and prostrated herself. Jack winced and whispered, You don't have to really do that. She sat up, grinning. Oh, my lord Hades, please don't hurt me. I'll do anything to please you, anything. He gave her an annoyed look. Why, my lord Hades, look at you. You're so well endowed. Careful with that. You'll put someone's eye out. Oh, what a mouthful. She made a loud, strangling noise. Jack's eyes widened as he watched her. Oh, yes, yes, take me, Hades. She let out a long squeal, lifting her arms in the air like she was riding a roller coaster. Oh, that was good. Let's take a nap now. Footsteps moved away from the door. Jack arched a brow. Are you done now? Yes, but I feel strangely unsatisfied. He chuckled. So do I. You made a meal last about 2 seconds. Well, she glanced at the bed. I'm sure you could do better. We still need to talk. Her Casanova was being terribly unromantic, but she'd fix that. She stalked toward him on all fours. What kind of attack plan did you have in mind? Full frontal? She rose up on her knees, rubbing her breasts against his toga. He closed his eyes with a moan. She slipped her hands underneath his toga and skimmed up the back of his bare calves, higher to his bare thighs. Lara. He opened his eyes. They were red. He gritted his teeth. This is not a good time. Oh! Her hands had reached his buttocks, and he wasn't wearing any underwear. Oh my! Tingles spread out over her skin. Her nipples tightened, her back arched, and she succumbed to an urge to press her breasts against him. She splayed her hands over his rump. Her fingers stroked the skin so smooth and soft. Suddenly his muscles flexed, tightening beneath her hands, creating a delicious concave curve. Her knees felt weak. She struggled to breathe. Heat sizzled between her thighs. Oh my God. Talking to me. He knelt in front of her. She leaned toward him, but he held her back by the shoulders. Lara, I realize you're grateful that I'm here. Does this look like gratitude to you? She fumbled with the linen strips tied at her waist. Then it's adrenaline and excitement. But those feelings will pass once you're back home. Don't tell me what I'm feeling. And don't you dare say my feelings are temporary. She loosened the strips, and her gown pooled around her knees. He sucked in a sharp breath. His eyes gleamed red-hot. Then tell me exactly what you're feeling, because I can't take you just for the hell of it. If I make love to you, I will never give you up, never. She gazed into his glowing eyes. I know that. I'm counting on that. Forever is a long time for a vampire. I know that too. Her eyes filled with tears. I'm in love with you, Jack. Forever. You're all I want. All I need. No matter what happens,
I'll never give you up. His grip on her shoulders tightened, and his red eyes glimmered with moisture. Are you sure? Yes, now stop being so dense and make love to me. With vampire speed, he tossed her on the bed, ripped off her underwear and his own toga, then jumped into bed beside her. He covered her face with kisses. Cara mia, Lara mia, I love you. She planted kisses all over his face too, till their mouths finally met in a hot, urgent kiss. Their tongues stroked, their hands groped, their bodies rolled. Lara was panting by the time he kissed his way to her breasts, licking, suckling, tweaking, pinching. She let out a long moan and wrapped her legs around him. His erection pressed against her hip. She felt hot and wet and aching with need. Oh, God, Jack, let me have it. He chuckled, his breath tickling her damp, tight nipples. Are you begging, cara mia? I'm demanding. She slapped his rump. He lifted his head to look at her. What was that? It wasn't very hard. Sort of playful, you know. His mouth twitched. Now you've asked for it. Well, duh, yes, I have been asking. She squealed when he suddenly dove between her legs. Oh! All that licking, suckling, tweaking, and pinching had moved to a new location. She made a mental note to slap his rump more often. Jack, she breathed. Pleasure spiked and spiraled, growing more and more tense. She strained, lifting her hips to meet his mouth. He grabbed her bottom and pressed her against him. With another squeal, she climaxed and he groaned with satisfaction. She struggled to catch her breath. Oh, Jack, that was... He dragged his tongue over her with one long, slow lick, and aftershocks rocked her body. He rose to his knees, leaning over her. Cara mia. She blinked a few times to bring him into focus. The blunt tip of his erection nudged against her highly sensitized skin. More moisture seeped from her. His eyes gleamed, still red. I'm going to enter you now. Like she wouldn't have noticed? She gasped when he drove into her with one swift stroke, and he kept coming. Wow! He was big. Her inner muscles spasmed with another aftershock. He winced. I won't last long with that kind of torment. Was he actually worried about his performance? I'm not keeping time. We have our whole lives together. He kissed her brow. I love you, Lara. I love you too, just the way you are. He smiled. Then I'm home. He started slow, but soon they lost all semblance of control. It was as if he couldn't get close enough. He rose onto his knees and grasped her hips, grinding himself against her. She screamed as another climax jolted through her. He let out a long groan, then suddenly threw his head back as his fangs popped out. Lara screamed again. He released her and collapsed on the bed. Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you. He grimaced. Merda. She sat up. He looked like he was in pain. Are you all right? Are you hungry? He shook his head. The fangs were already starting to recede. I drank plenty before coming here. I just lost control. I'm sorry I scared you. It was just a bit dramatic, that's all. She decided not to let the fangs bother her. He couldn't help having fangs. He actually had good control since he hadn't made any attempt to bite her. And he couldn't help being a vampire.
She loved him the way he was. She smoothed a hand over his chest and down his belly. He was a beautiful man, well-defined muscles. She trailed her fingers down the line of hair that led to his groin. "You're magnificent." She stroked the length of his manhood. Even relaxed, it was long and thick. She traced a vein. "How did it happen?" "Walt." He lifted his head to look, then dropped his head back onto the bed. "I was born with that." She snorted. "I meant, how did you become a vampire?" She moved her hand down and cupped his balls. "I'd rather not talk about it." "Oh, come on." She squeezed his balls gently. His mouth curled up. "Are you threatening me?" "No, of course not." She tickled him. "I'm just trying to persuade you to talk." "Playing with a man's balls does not lead to conversation." She stretched out beside him and rested her head on his shoulder. "I want to know all about you. Please." "I'm a bastard." "That's a given." He snorted. "My father was a terrible womanizer." He stroked her hair. "I'm not anything like him." "One woman is enough for you?" "Definitely." He smiled at her, and his eyes had returned to their warm golden brown color. "Tell me more." His smile faded. "I inherited my father's personal papers, things that he didn't want included in his memoirs. Imagine a 12-year-old boy reading about his father's struggle with the pox and his search for a cure." "Ew." Laura wrinkled her nose. "Exactly. Now you know why I don't like to speak of it. My father was in Paris when an attempt was made on the French king's life, and he met the man responsible for saving the king. There were some rumors about Jean-Luc Echarpe, rumors that he had super strength and was invincible. My father asked him what his secret was, hoping to find a cure for his syphilis, but Jean-Luc refused him." "This Jean-Luc was a vampire?" Laura asked. "Yes. My father didn't give up. He suspected Jean-Luc knew a way to defeat old age and disease. Eventually, my father's investigations led him to Transylvania. He took a job nearby at the Castle Dux in Bohemia. That's where he seduced my mother. I never knew her, but I heard she died years later in an insane asylum." "Oh, Jack, I'm so sorry." "So was I. I feared my mother had died from syphilis given to her by my father, and I feared I could have it too. I was determined not to pass it on, so I decided to become a monk. My uncle persuaded me to go to the University of Padua first. Then, when I was 24, something terrible happened." Laura sat up. "You were attacked?" He smiled. "I fell in love." She swatted his arm. "That's not terrible." "It is if you think you have a disease that could kill. I wanted to keep Beatrice safe, so I used my father's notes to try to find a cure. A year later, my travels took me to Transylvania. I was riding toward a small village as the sun set. 3 beautiful women appeared on the road." "And they were vampires?" Laura asked. Jack nodded. "I introduced myself, and when they heard the name Casanova, they jumped me. The next thing I knew, I was in an old castle with the women biting me. I tried to fight back, but they were very strong, and I grew weaker as they drained every drop of blood from my veins." "That must have been terrifying."
I woke up in a dungeon with a horrific hunger. He grimaced. I wanted blood. I didn't know what had happened to me. I didn't realize I could simply teleport away. They encouraged me to bite their wrists. I did, but there was always a price for survival. They thought I would be a skilled lover like my father. You can imagine their disappointment to find out I barely knew the basics.
Laura winced. She had been right. Jack didn't realize he was a wonderful lover.
After a few months, they threw me out in disgust. Said I would never live up to the Casanova name.
Jack sighed. I've never used the name since then. Well, they were idiots. If you were any better in bed, I would have had a heart attack. He smiled.
They would have thought our love-making too tame. No swinging upside down from a chandelier or dangling over the parapet of a castle tower.
Laura laughed. You've got to be kidding. When Jack shook his head, she gasped. They really did that stuff?
Yes. They attacked the circus after I left, and they were much happier with the trapeze artist.
Laura snorted.
I nearly died again, trying to make my way across Europe to Paris. I found Jean-Luc there, and he taught me how to be a vampire. Then, finally, I went back to Venezia hoping that Beatrice could still love me.
What happened?
Jack sighed. She had died a month earlier during an outbreak of typhoid fever. I have always feared that she died believing I abandoned her.
Oh, Jack. Laura touched his cheek. I'm sure she still loved you. How could she not love you? He took her hand and kissed the palm.
I have always been unlucky in amore till now. Over the years, I fell in love twice more, but the women rejected me when I told them what I was. I was afraid you would reject me too.
I love you too much to lose you, and it's about time you found happiness. She frowned at his blonde hair. But I have to tell you, I'm not crazy about the new hairstyle.
I had to change my appearance.
He pulled her close so he could whisper.
Too many malcontents know about Giacomo de Venezia.
Malcontents?
That's what we call the bad vampires who enjoy killing. They call themselves the true ones, since they believe they are following the true nature of the vampire, hunting and killing. They were cruel, violent mortals, and becoming vampires has only magnified their brutality.
So you and your friends are fighting them?
Yes. I've investigated so many of them over the years that I know how to act like one. I came here with my new look, speaking Czech and calling myself Henrik Sokolov.
Which is your real name? She whispered.
Yes. I pretend to be an old friend of Yedrik Yanov who died last December, so he can't confirm it. I dropped some other names, and I knew so much, like the location of this place, that Apollo bought it.
Thank goodness. She raked her hand through his short blonde hair. You took a big risk.
The others are close by. They would have charged in if I'd put out a psychic message for help. Robbie wanted to attack tonight, but I wanted to make sure you were all right first, and I wanted whatever information you could tell me.
Of course. Laura explained the routines and how many maidens there were, how many guards, and how many vampires. There was a guest vampire last night called Zeus. We never saw him. A maiden was chosen for him, and this morning she had no memory of him, but she was covered with bruises. Jack shook his head, frowning.
When I first arrived, the chosen one was Brittany Beckford. The next morning, she was gone, and I'm afraid she's dead," Jack said quietly. "Her body was found." "Oh no, that poor girl." "The wolves found her body in the woods." Laura winced. "I saw the wolves. They scared the hell out of me." "They won't harm you. And they told me where to find you. They've agreed to help us tomorrow night." "Whoa," Laura lifted a hand. "They talk?" "They're werewolves. Shapeshifters." She gasped. "No way!" "The delivery man who left the Cracker Jack is a werewolf. Works for McKay S&I, just like me." She shook her head. "This is getting too weird." "We are worried that the minute we attack, the guards may be under orders to attack the women." "What?" "If the compound comes under attack, Apollo may have the guards programmed to kill all of the witnesses." Lara shivered. "God, I hope not." "We hope not, too. We need you to help keep the other girls safe. Can you do that?" "Yes." She would find some reason to get them all into the kitchen. They would have a supply of knives there. "One more thing." Jack took her hand. "It will look very suspicious if you're here in the morning without my mark on you." "Your mark?" He nodded. "On your neck. I'm sorry, but it will have to be done." She swallowed hard. "You want to bite me." Chapter 25. "Is it going to hurt?" Laura asked. "It could." Jack stroked her hair. "Some vampires, like the malcontents, enjoy causing their victims pain and terror. But if a vampire takes the time and effort, he can make it very pleasurable." "I vote for the second option." His mouth curled up. "Are you sure? I was still undecided myself." She swatted his arm. With a grin, he pushed her down and leaned over her. She gave him a wry look. "You want to be on top again?" "It's easier for biting." He frowned, considering. "I guess I could bite you from behind." "Or you could hang upside down from the canopy." He chuckled. "I knew I shouldn't have told you that story." Laura gave him a weak smile. She was joking around in a sad attempt to delay the inevitable. Surely it wouldn't hurt too badly. Jack had said he could make it pleasurable. "Are you going to feed from me?" "Just a little. I don't want to leave you weak." "Okay." She turned her head to expose her neck and squeezed her eyes shut. "I'm ready." She waited. Any minute now. Sharp fangs jabbing into her neck. She curled her hands into fists, and she waited. She opened her eyes and glanced his way. He was propped up on an elbow, smiling as he leisurely inspected her body. "What are you doing?" "Admiring the view." He touched a spot close to her left hip bone. "You have a little mole here." He leaned over and kissed it. "I thought you were going to bite me." "I am." He skimmed his fingers across her belly, then circled her navel. "I'll have to use vamp power to make you conceive pain as pleasure and heighten your senses." "Oh." He dragged his fingers up to her breasts and circled them. "You'll need to open your mind to me." "Okay." He looked at her, and she suddenly felt herself caught in the intensity of his gaze. A wave of cold air swept around her. Her skin chilled. The gold flecks in his eyes expanded, turning the entire iris gold and glittering. She was mesmerized, unable to move or think. "I am with you," his words whispered in her head. Heat surged through her and her skin turned pink, flushed with rushing blood. Her heart pounded. It felt like her blood was racing toward him, on fire with the need for him to take it. It was bizarre. She actually wanted him to bite her. "Jack." She reached for him. "This is so strange." He brushed a thumb over her nipple, and she cried out as a jolt sizzled through her. All her nerve endings were extra sensitive and burning for his touch. She wrapped a leg around him. "Jack, I need you." "It's the vamp power." He stroked her cheek. "It's just an illusion. It will pass." "I don't want it to pass." She gritted her teeth. "I want you. Now. I'm only going to leave my mark. It will be over soon. I promised I would never use my powers to trick you into sex." "You're released from that promise." She held his face in her hands. "And this isn't sex. It's love. I love you. I love everything about you, even this strange thing you're doing to me." His eyes turned red. "Then hang on, cara mia." He grabbed her hips and thrust deep inside her. She shattered with a powerful orgasm. He arched back, and his fangs jutted out. He fell on her, and she shivered with pleasure as his fangs gently scraped her neck. Her blood was throbbing in her veins, desperate to be released. He licked her neck, and she felt the same sensation magnified between her legs. He eased in and out of her vagina. She was swirling, drowning in pleasure, and barely felt the pop on her neck as his fangs slid into her. He continued to rock in and out as he sucked on her neck. "I love you," his voice echoed in her mind. "I love you too." He pulled away from her neck. She had a glimpse of blood on his lips before he licked it off. "You're still bleeding a little. I can stop it." He leaned over to nuzzle her neck. Every lick of his tongue caused a shudder of pleasure. Tension coiled inside her, begging for release. He scooped her up into his arms and sat back, settling her on his thighs. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pressed herself against him. He seized her hips, supporting her and pulling her to him with each powerful thrust. The room spun around Laura, and she held on tight. He slid a hand between them and tweaked her clitoris. A strangled moan escaped as another orgasm ripped through her. He pumped into her, his eyes flaming red hot. Then, with a long groan, he tumbled onto the bed with her. They held each other, still breathing heavily. "Oh, Jack." She stretched, still lingering in a lovely, sensual daze. "You're so good. You're going to kill me someday." He flinched, then rolled onto his back and stared at the ceiling. She winced. What a stupid thing to say. She hadn't meant it literally. She hadn't even been thinking properly. A chill stole over her. If she wanted to stay with Jack forever, and she did, then he would have to turn her into a vampire. He would have to kill her someday. She sat up. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded." The look he gave her was so full of pain it wrenched her heart. "You know, I never want to hurt you. If there was any other way. He grimaced. If you want to change your mind about me, I won't stop you. I would never force you. Shh. She placed her fingers over his beautiful mouth. I'm not going to leave you. She lay down beside him and nestled her face in the crook of his neck. He held her tight. She relaxed against him and grew drowsy. She drifted off to sleep. Lara, he said softly, it's getting close to sunrise. I need you to wake up. She blinked awake. She was still in bed with him, and at some point during the night, he'd pulled the covers up over her, and he'd dimmed the light. I didn't mean to sleep. He smiled. It's all right. I enjoyed holding you. I guess you don't sleep? He shook his head. I need to go and finalize the plans for tonight. I understand. Try to keep the girls safe. See if you can get them to leave the compound. The werewolves will be waiting in human form about half a mile down the road with a few SUVs. They'll take the girls to town. We'll come later to alter their memories. Lara sat up, frowning. She had serious doubts she could convince the girls to cross the gate. He touched her shoulder. I hate to leave you here. I'll be fine. The girls will be amazed that I'm still here and not getting punished in Hades. They'll think I served you really well. Oh, you did. He chuckled when she made a face. I'll see you tonight. Fear gripped her as she envisioned him fighting armed guards and Apollo. She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tight. Please be careful. I will. He kissed her brow. You be careful too. They shared one last kiss, then he vanished. That evening, in the dark cellar of Chief's hunting cabin, Jack jolted awake. He heard the quick intake of air as Robbie and Phineas also woke from their death sleep. The sun had just set. This was it. The night Apollo would pay for his crimes against humanity. As usual, within seconds of waking from his death sleep, Jack's thoughts turned to Lara. Was she all right? How had she fared during the day? The basement door creaked open, and light spilled down the staircase. Are you guys up yet? Phil asked. Yes, we're coming. With vampire speed, Jack inserted his knife into the sheath strapped to his calf. He'd put on some jeans and a t-shirt when he'd teleported back to the cabin before dawn. He'd been so worried about leaving Lara behind that he hadn't realized he was teleporting naked. He'd taken some ribbing for that. He slid a longer dagger into the sheath underneath his left arm, then put on his leather jacket. Phineas was similarly armed, but Robbie had opted for his Scottish weapons, a knife beneath one knee sock and a claymore in the long sheath on his back. The three vamps rushed up the stairs. Phil handed them bottles of blood from the ice cooler. With no electricity at the hunting cabin, the vamps were drinking their meals cold. Connor had teleported to the cabin the night before, delivering bottles of blood, swords, and handcuffs. Jack gulped down his bottle of blood, then stuffed some handcuffs into a jacket pocket. These were for the mortal guards. If at all possible, they hoped to keep the guards alive. You know, Connor came here twice last night, Phineas said as he jammed handcuffs into his pockets. He kept wondering why you weren't here. He thought you might have gotten lost in the woods. I told him you were at the compound gathering information, Robbie said, his green eyes twinkling. All night long. Phineas finished up his bottle of blood. Jack must have studied every inch of that compound. Jack ignored them and selected a sword from the stash Connor had brought. Let's see.
Phineas rummaged through the swords.
I need a really strong blade, one like Jack has that'll last all night long.
Enough, Jack growled. This isn't a picnic we're going on, so get serious, Phineas. The black vamp shrugged.
How hard can it be? We've got 3 vamps and Phil and the element of surprise.
We thought it would be easy to locate Apollo's compound, but it took over a month, Jack said. And then we thought it would be easy to capture the bastard, but he got away. We can't afford to take this lightly.
I got you, bro.
Phineas selected a sword.
Just keeping it positive, dude. We're gonna kick ass.
Good. Then let's go. Jack glanced at Phil. He was barefoot with a pair of gym shorts and a t-shirt on. Aren't you going to arm yourself?
I'm keeping it simple so I can shift.
Jack exchanged a confused look with the other vamps, then turned back to Phil. There's no full moon tonight. Only an alpha wolf can... Oh, I see.
Well, I don't see,
Phineas grumbled.
If you're an alpha, why didn't you shift the other night with Chief?
I have my reasons, Phil muttered. Can we get going now?
That's why you insisted Chief and his people park half a mile down the road, Jack said. You don't want them to know what you can do.
Oh, Big Bad Wolf's got a secret,
Phineas said.
And we'll keep it for him,
Robbie said.
Let's go.
The 3 vamps had practiced teleporting close to the compound the night before, so the location was embedded in their psychic memory. Phil grabbed onto Robbie to hitch a ride, and within seconds they arrived about 50 feet from the gate. In the distance, Jack spotted Laura and the other women strolling toward the kitchen. Their white gowns gleamed in the moonlight. Phil pulled off his t-shirt as he stepped behind a tree. After a few seconds, he returned as a huge wolf. Let's do it. Jack headed to the right with Robbie while Phineas and Phil turned left to circle the compound. There were usually 2 guards marching around the perimeter of the compound each night. It was Phil and Phineas's job to capture them. Once they were handcuffed, Phineas would teleport them to the jail at Chief's office. One of the Chief's grown sons would be there to watch them. Later, when the attack was over, the vamps would alter the guards' memories and set them free. Jack and Robbie weaved through the forest till they neared the dormitory. They jumped the wall, then unsheathed their swords before entering the dorm. It was empty. Good. Laura had managed to get all the women out. They hurried to the temple next. Phil loped toward them and met them at the base of the stairs. You got the 2 guards, Jack whispered. Phil dipped his head and growled softly. Phineas would be gone for a few minutes while he transported the guards to the jail at Wolf Ridge. Jack ascended the steps to the temple. There should be 3 mortal guards and 1 mortal woman inside. Robbie cracked the door and peeked inside.
Coast is clear.
He widened the door, and Phil slipped inside. They crossed the foyer to the next set of double doors. Jack scanned the temple as he eased inside. The room was lit by the small fires in the bronze braziers located between the columns. At the other end on the dais, a guard was lounging on the center throne and munching on chips. He obviously didn't expect any trouble. He was entirely focused on his bag of potato chips. His sword rested on the throne next to him. Jack moved silently to the row of columns on the right. Robbie eased to the left. When Phil followed him, his claws made a small clicking noise on the marble floor. Robbie looked back at him, then at the guard. The guard sat up. His eyes widened at the sight of a wolf and an armed, kilted Scotsman. His bag of chips tumbled to the floor. He grabbed his sword, jumped off the dais, and ran to the gong to sound the alarm.
Nay!
Robbie charged at him. Jack and Phil were close behind. When the guard saw how fast they were zooming toward him, he threw his sword at the gong. It clanged just as Robbie tackled the guard. The impact from the sword knocked the gong free, and it rolled past a lit brazier before it went into a rotating spiral that created a whooshing metallic sound that echoed across the large room. Phil pounced on it, and it stopped with one loud clash. Even though Robbie had the guard pinned to the floor, the mortal was still struggling and yelling for help. "Be quiet," Robbie muttered, and clonked the mortal on the head with the handle of his sword. Jack handed him a pair of handcuffs. "We'll teleport him later." Robbie cuffed the unconscious guard and dragged him behind a column. Meanwhile, another guard came running from the back hallway. He rounded the thrones, shouting and brandishing his sword. Jack engaged him, and within a few seconds he sent the guard's sword flying through the air. It fell with a clamor in front of the dais. The guard stumbled back, his eyes wide with fear. Jack held his sword to the side. "I don't want to kill you. You only have to surrender." "Under attack, no hope," the guard whispered. He stiffened suddenly, and his eyes turned glassy. "There can be no survivors." He reached inside his toga and pulled out a knife. He turned the knife, pointing it at his own chest. "No!" Jack dropped his sword and teleported behind the guard. He seized the man's wrist just as he attempted to stab himself. Jack wrenched the knife from the guard's hand and knocked him on the head with the handle. When the guard slumped forward, Jack dropped the knife and caught him. "There can be no survivors," Jack muttered a curse. He tossed the guard over his shoulder and strode to where Robbie had stashed the first guard. "Did you hear what he said?" Jack dropped the guard on the floor. "Aye, no survivors." Robbie cuffed the guard. "Phil, make sure Lara's all right," Jack ordered. "And the other women too. They're in the kitchen." Phil raced to the double doors. He reared up on his hind legs to push a door open, then dashed through. "You can find the other mortal woman in the back," Jack whispered to Robbie. "Behind a red door." Robbie nodded, then a voice rang out. It was Apollo. Jack pulled Robbie behind a column. "I'll take care of him. You get the girl," he whispered.
What the hell is going on?
Apollo strode around the thrones. His golden toga was all askew as if he'd thrown it on in a hurry. He stopped when he saw the sword on the floor and the bag of spilled chips on the dais. "Hello, Apollo?" Jack greeted him in Czech as he walked over to where he'd dropped his sword. He'd discovered the night before that Apollo was actually Anton from Prague.
Henrik, what are you doing here?
Apollo answered in Czech.
You've got these stupid guards thinking we're under attack.
Jack needed to say the right things to make Apollo stay, or the bastard would simply teleport away. He picked up his sword.
You are under attack. I've taken 4 of your guards.
Apollo stiffened. Then his face flushed red with anger.
You scum-sucking pig! I welcomed you here. I even gave you a maiden to fuck, and you repay my generosity with betrayal? Why?
I want to keep the girl. Jack glanced quickly to the right. Robbie was still hidden behind the column, waiting for his chance to run to the back rooms. Apollo scoffed.
Well, shit, you idiot. Why didn't you just say so? I've got 8 women to spare. If you want one of the bitches, just take her.
He gave Jack a disgusted look.
But you'll need to hurry, 'cause my head guard just left to kill them all.
A chill crept across Jack's skin. Laura had to be all right. Phil was there, and Phineas should be back by now.
Apollo leaned over to pick up the sword in front of the dais.
You screwed up my whole operation, you bastard! I should kill you!
You're welcome to try. Jack retreated, hoping to draw Apollo away from the thrones and make it easier for Robbie to sneak to the back rooms.
You asshole!
Apollo stalked toward him.
I'll have to start over and completely restock.
No. Jack switched to English. You're not starting over. You're finished. Apollo's eyes narrowed.
Your accent is different tonight. Who are you?
I am Giacomo de Venezia. Apollo's face turned red, and he visibly shook with rage.
You're one of the butchers from the DVN massacre. Yes, I killed 6 of your friends that night, and I saw Yedrik Yanov die. He was so pathetic and weak that a mortal killed him. No!
Apollo ran at him, swinging his sword. From the corner of his eye, Jack saw Robbie zoom toward the back rooms. Jack jumped to the side and parried Apollo's attack. He spared one last prayer that Lara was safe, then focused all his attention on staying alive. Chapter 26. You make the best cookies ever. Vanessa stuffed another chocolate chip cookie into her mouth. Thanks. Lara stacked more on a plate and set it on the table. She'd spent all afternoon baking so she could lure the girls to the kitchen. More milk, anyone? Several hands went up. Lara grabbed the milk jug from the fridge and circled the table, refilling glasses. Miss Forbidden gave her a confused look. Why are you being so nice to us? I thought you hated being here. I saw how worried you were last night when Hades chose me. Lara returned the jug to the fridge. I was really touched. This is my way of thanking you. I thought I'd never see you again, Vanessa shuddered. I thought Hades would take you to hell. Me too. Christy bit into a cookie. How was he? All 7 maidens turned to Lara, eager for her answer. He was great. Hades is a real gentleman. I don't think Zeus is, Miss Forbidden muttered as she glanced at her bruised arms. Shh. Cook hushed her. Someone might hear you. Christy finished her cookie and reached for another. I swear I'm going to gain 5 pounds tonight. The other maidens commiserated. While they complained about being overweight, Lara wedged a steak knife underneath the linen ties around her ribcage. She wanted a weapon just in case Jack was right and Apollo sent a guard to attack them. Jack had also wanted her to get the girls down the road to where the werewolves were waiting with the SUVs. Convincing them to go through the gate would be tough. She approached the table. If you really want to lose some weight, you should get some exercise. We could take a walk down the road. The girls gasped. We can't leave, Cook said. It's forbidden. And there are terrible beasts in the woods, Christy added, with great gnashing teeth. Vanessa grimaced. I heard they drag people to hell. I asked Hades about that, Lara said, and he said the woods are perfectly safe. The beasts know that we're special, so they would actually protect us. The maidens remained silent while they pondered this new information. Cook shook her head. I'm not sure we can trust anything Hades says. And you think you can trust Apollo? Lara asked. He kidnapped us all from college. We were taken from our friends and families. Vanessa, I met your friends. Vanessa jumped in her chair. You know my name? Yes, and I met your roommate Megan, and your friends Carmen and Ramya. They're worried sick about you. All of you have friends and families who are worried about you. So, Cook frowned, what's the point? We can't go back. Yes, you can.
Laura pointed in the direction of the road outside. Half a mile down the road, there are people waiting for us. Nice people. And they want to take us back home. You could all go back to your real lives. Are you serious? Miss Forbidden's eyes widened with a hopeful look. Vanessa wrinkled her nose. But I'm failing 3 of my classes. I was flunking too, Christy grumbled. Life is a lot easier here. What life? Laura asked. You're told what to wear, when to eat, when to clean, when to guard a false god. Don't say that. Cook looked around nervously. I like it here. Vanessa bit into another cookie. Life is too hard back on Earth. It's not supposed to be easy, Laura said. If it was always easy, we would never grow or learn. And when awful stuff happens, that's when we stretch beyond ourselves and become better than we ever thought was possible. She thought back to how much she'd grown since the car accident. Now she could be grateful for the suffering and the struggle, because it had left her strong enough to handle this situation and strong enough to embrace a future with Jack. And sometimes we have to make really hard decisions that will affect the rest of our lives. Laura knew her decision to stay with Jack could ultimately cause her to become a vampire, but it was the right decision, and she would stick by it. She was pulled from her musings by a voice yelling outside. One of the guards. Her heart lurched. What if Jack was right and the guard meant to kill them? She ran to check the lock. What if the guard had a key? She grabbed a chair and wedged it under the doorknob. What are you doing? Cook stood. Is the back door locked? Laura asked. Yes, Cook answered. But what? The doorknob rattled. Open the door, the guard yelled. Laura recognized his voice. It was the head guard, the one she called Squeaky. Let me in. He pounded on the door. Yes, master. Cook headed for the door. No. Laura held up a hand to stop her. The other maidens stood. We can't disobey a guard, Christy said. Squeaky banged on the door. I order you to open this door. The Elysian fields are under attack. The maidens gasped. What should we do? Vanessa whispered. We must open the door. Cook stepped toward the door. Laura pulled out her knife. Stay back. Cook's eyes widened. You're in league with Hades. You're trying to get us all taken to hell. I'm trying to save you, Laura said. There can be no survivors, the guard yelled. Laura gasped. Jack had been right. What does that mean? Vanessa asked. Laura pushed against the door as the guard shook it. It means Apollo has ordered the guard to kill us. The maidens gasped. A few stumbled back. Vanessa started to shake and whimper. Laura heard footsteps moving away from the door. What would Squeaky try next? No, Cook whispered. Apollo is a god. He would never kill us. He's not a god, Laura said. He's been lying to you. You're wrong, the maidens said. I have to stop you. Cook ran into the kitchen and grabbed a knife. You're going to get us all dragged to hell. No, Miss Forbidden shouted, and all the maidens turned to her. Her eyes filled with tears, and she rubbed her bruised arms. She's right. They're not gods. The kitchen window shattered. The girls squealed. Glass flew into the room. Squeaky used the hilt of his sword to clear all the glass away. There can be no survivors. He's coming in, Vanessa cried. Stay back, Laura yelled at the girls. She ran to the window with her knife, ready to stab Squeaky if he tried to climb through the window. A howl sounded close by. Squeaky shrieked just before a huge wolf knocked him down. The maidens screamed. It's one of the beasts from the woods, Christy wailed. He's come to drag us all to hell. No, he's saving us. Laura looked out the window. The wolf had pinned Squeaky to the ground. "Come and see." The girls slowly crept forward to peek out the window. A young black man strode into view. He was dressed all in black and carrying a sword. Laura recognized him as the vamp she'd seen before at Syracuse. "Oh my, look at him," Vanessa whispered. "He's as handsome as Denzel." He jabbed his sword into the ground, then pulled handcuffs from his jacket pocket and cuffed the guard. He patted the wolf on the head, then plucked his sword from the ground. "Wow," Vanessa breathed. "Who is he?"
"He's amazing," Christy added. "Did you see him tame that scary wolf?"
Since the girls persisted in their belief of Greek gods, Laura decided to use that. "He's Ares, god of war."
"Ooh,"
the maidens sighed. Miss Forbidden pulled Laura aside and whispered, "Who is he really?" "He's a good man who's come to help us," Laura said. "He can take you to the nearest town so you can go home." A tear rolled down Miss Forbidden's cheek. "Thank you," she hugged Laura. "My name is Sarah." "Will you help him get the girls to safety?" Laura asked. "Yes." Sarah pulled the chair away from the door and unlocked it. "Come on, let's go." The maidens filed outside. "Where are we going?" Vanessa asked. Laura approached the black vamp. "Hi, I'm Laura." He looked at all the women and grinned. "Hello, ladies. Allow me to introduce myself." "Oh, we know who you are," Laura interrupted. "You're Lord Ares, the god of war." "Say what?" "You're Ares, the god of war," Laura repeated with a pointed look. "And you've come to rescue all these fair maidens." "Oh yeah, that's me, baby. I'm the god of war." Laura smiled. "And you're going to lead all these women down the road to the SUVs." "Sure." He motioned to the gate. "Come on, ladies." "Oh, Lord Ares." Vanessa fluttered her eyelashes at him. "You're so brave."
"I love the way you tamed that horrible wolf,"
Christy added. The wolf grunted. The black vamp grinned at the wolf. "Oh yeah, he's bad. He's big and bad, but don't worry, ladies. I'll protect you with my mighty sword." The girls followed the black vamp to the gate. He opened it, and they all walked down the road. Sarah glanced back at Laura and waved. Laura waved back. The girls were safe. Squeaky was on the ground with his hands cuffed behind his back. "There can be no survivors," he whispered over and over. Laura shuddered. Apollo had intended them all to die. With a jolt, she realized Jack could be fighting Apollo right now. She grabbed Squeaky's sword and started running to the temple. The wolf dashed in front of her and stopped with a growl. Laura moved to the right, but the wolf moved too. She ran to the left, but the wolf blocked her again. "Oh, come on!" she yelled. This had to be the werewolf Jack had told her about. Did he understand English? "Are you the delivery man who left the box of Cracker Jack?" The wolf grunted and dipped his head. "I need to get to the temple." The wolf growled low in his throat. "We can't just stand here all night glaring at each other." The wolf sat on his haunches and regarded her with his pale blue eyes. "Look, I want to help Jack. He might need us. What if something happens to him while we're standing here? How could we live with ourselves?" The wolf cocked his head. Then he turned and loped toward the temple. "Thank you." Laura ran after him. Where the hell was Robbie? Jack asked himself for the 10th time. Apollo was a surprisingly good swordsman. Still, Jack could have defeated him 5 minutes ago if Athena hadn't arrived. First, the female vampire had shrieked at him, calling him a dozen foul names. Then, she'd tried to free the 2 guards in handcuffs. When that failed, she'd picked up the sword from the first guard. She was obviously ignorant about fencing, didn't even know how to hold the sword properly. But she was able to be a dangerous nuisance. While he parried with Apollo, she dashed behind him to try to stab him in the back. He spun, knocking the sword from her hand, then continued his fight with Apollo. Where the hell was Robbie? He was supposed to teleport the mortal chosen one to Wolf Ridge, then come right back. Jack lunged at Apollo, forcing him to retreat. Then suddenly, in his peripheral vision, he saw something flying at him. He ducked as a knife flew over his head. That damned Athena. The doors opened and Jack saw Phil slip inside. Good. Maybe he could take care of Athena. Then Jack did a double take when Laura came in carrying a sword. Merda. She was supposed to be safe with the other girls, not putting herself into danger here. Athena spotted her. You bitch! Kneel before your gods! Go to hell. Laura moved toward her, holding her sword in both hands. Athena flung her knife at Laura. Jack froze a second in fear, then jumped to the side as Apollo took a swing at him. He glanced back. Laura had ducked in time, thank God. With a ferocious growl, Phil charged at Athena, but she dashed with vampire speed to pick up her sword. She retreated around a column, swinging the sword wildly to keep the wolf from pouncing on her. Athena squealed as Phil chased her around another column. She passed by one of the tripods holding a lit brazier. Laura kicked the tripod over, and the brazier crashed onto the floor next to Athena. Athena screamed as the fire leaped onto her long purple toga. The flames spread quickly. She fell on the floor, rolling and screeching. Her body writhed, then went still. Athena! Apollo roared with rage. He charged at Jack, abandoning all form in a wild quest for revenge. This was exactly the opportunity Jack had been waiting for. He knocked Apollo's sword aside and skewered him in the chest. Apollo's eyes widened just before his body disintegrated into a pile of dust. Jack turned to Laura. Are you all right? Yes. She looked at the floor and grimaced. Is that what happens when you... Look out! Jack ran toward her. She spun around. Athena was charging at her, her body blackened and burned. She lifted a sword with her charred arm and bellowed with rage. Laura held her sword steady. With a growl, Phil leaped on Athena from behind. The force pushed her right onto Laura's sword. Athena crumbled into a pile of burnt ash. Laura dropped her sword and stepped back. Jack grabbed her in his arms. Her body was trembling. It's all right. He tossed his sword down and held her tight. It's all right. It's all over. She wrapped her arms around his neck. I was so scared for you. I was scared for you too. Jack rubbed her back. You should never try to fight a vampire. It's too dangerous. I had help from the wolf. What's his name again? Phil Jones. Jack looked around the temple. Phil had crossed the room to check on the guards. Thank you, Phil. Yes, thank you, Laura added. Phil looked back at them with a wolfish grin. Are the girls safe? What happened? Jack asked. They're fine. They're with the black vampire. He's a Phineas McKinney, also known as Dr. Fang. Laura laughed. I have a whole new world to get used to. The door opened and Robbie rushed inside, holding his claymore ready. And that one is Robbie McKay, Jack drawled, also known as Mud. Robbie looked around and grimaced. I guess I'm a wee bit late. About 10 minutes late, Jack yelled. Where the hell were you? Bugger. Robbie slid his claymore into the sheath on his back. I did as he asked and found the mortal woman in the back behind the red door. The chosen one, Aquila, Laura said. Was she all right? Nay. The guard had already stabbed her in the chest. She was near death, so I teleported her straight to Romatech. Robbie sighed.
Roman tried to save her life, but she had too many internal injuries. I wiped her memory and took her to a hospital. I do not know if she'll survive."
"That poor girl," Laura whispered.
"You did all you could,"
Jack said quietly. Robbie crossed his arms, frowning.
"So, is everything done here?"
"Just about." Jack motioned to the guards. "They have to be teleported to town." "And there's another guard by the kitchen," Laura said.
"I'll get him."
Robbie strode from the temple. Phil trotted alongside him. "Where's the wolf going?" Laura whispered.
"He's probably going to his clothes so he can shift back. Lara, we're the only ones who know that Phil can shift when the moon isn't full. Don't tell any of the people in Wolf Ridge. I'm not sure why, but Phil wants to keep it secret."
She nodded. "Okay. I guess I'll have a lot of secrets to keep from now on." He touched her cheek.
"It's no secret that I love you and adore you and want to spend my entire life with you. You can shout that from the mountaintops."
She grinned. "I'll just shout it from the top of a certain bell tower I know in Venice." Jack laughed.
"It's a date."
Laura sighed as hot water sluiced down her body. She hadn't wanted to spend one more minute in that white gown. While Jack stayed in the temple watching the guards, she'd gathered her old clothes from the trunk in the side room. Then she'd run back to the dormitory to shower and change. It was all over, she thought, as the last of the soap and shampoo spiraled down the drain. No, it was actually just beginning. Her life would be an exciting adventure with Jack. He'd assured her that he just wanted her to be happy. She could return to her job as a police officer on the night patrol. She could continue to work toward her detective badge. Or she could start as a detective right away, working for McKay Security and Investigation. It was tempting. Very tempting. She already knew about vamps and malcontents and shapeshifters. How could she go back to her regular job when she knew about this strange new world? She would have to find a way to explain it all to LaToya. She turned off the water and stepped out of the shower stall.
"Hello, bellissima,"
she gasped. "Jack." He was standing across the bathroom, leaning against the vanity with his arms folded. His reflection didn't appear in the mirror behind him. "How long have you been here?"
"Long enough."
His golden brown eyes twinkled. She snorted and grabbed a towel to dry off. "I thought you were going to stay in the temple to watch those guards."
"Robbie just teleported the last one away, and I was there all alone, getting worried about you. I wanted to make sure you were all right."
He smiled slowly.
"You are definitely all right. All over."
She grinned as she towel-dried her hair. "You should have joined me in the shower."
"I seriously considered that. I also considered using one of those beds in the dorm room. But they're expecting us to teleport to Wolf Ridge. If we don't show up in a few minutes, they'll come here looking for us."
"Oh, I'd better get dressed." She pulled on some underwear. Jack watched with a wistful look.
"Well, it was nice while it lasted."
She grabbed her bra. "Thank God I can wear this again. I was so tired of flopping around in that gown."
"Yes, it was a very sad thing to watch."
She scoffed. "I was afraid my breasts would start sagging."
"They look perfect to me."
His gaze focused on her chest.
"They puck right up when I see them."
She laughed and put on her bra, then her jeans.
"Jack, are you here?"
Robbie's voice called from the dormitory.
"Merda,"
Jack grumbled.
"Coming."
He strode into the dormitory. Laura quickly donned her t-shirt, then her socks and shoes. She ran into the dorm room. Robbie nodded at her.
I was just telling Jack that we've altered the memories of the guards and most of the lassies. There was one, though, who wanted to retain her memory. Her name is Sarah.
Oh, right. Miss Forbidden. Somehow, Laura wasn't that surprised. Sarah was starting to figure things out. She was given to some creep who called himself Zeus, and he abused her.
Aye, Robbie frowned. She could not remember Zeus, so I helped her regain those memories. It was very hard on the poor lass. She knows now that he raped her and bit her.
Then she knows about the vampires, Jack said.
Aye, we'll have to be very careful with her. I'm teleporting her straight to Romatech, where we can keep an eye on her until we decide whether or not to let her keep her memory.
Robbie turned to Laura.
Ye know her better than we do. Do you think she can be trusted?
Yes, I do. Laura had to admire Sarah. She'd made a tough decision to keep those awful memories. It would have been so much easier to have them simply erased.
Normally, I would just erase her memory anyway, Robbie continued. But she's studying to be a school teacher, so I thought I'd let her talk to Shanna first.
Jack nodded. I heard that she needs more teachers. Teachers for what? Laura asked. A school for special children, Jack said. Shapeshifters or kids like Constantine who have some vamp DNA. I'll tell you about it later. Please do. Laura was really curious about the possibility of having children with a vampire.
One more thing, Robbie said. When I brought back her memories of Zeus, she was able to describe him. Tall, dark eyes, Russian accent, and a left arm bent at a strange angle. He wore a glove on his left hand.
Jack stiffened. 9 circles of hell. What? Laura asked. Do you know him?
We've been hunting him for several years, Robbie explained. The most recent reports had indicated he was in Eastern Europe.
Jack gave Laura a worried look. He's a Casimir, the leader of the malcontents, and he's here, in America. Laura gulped. This had to mean more battles, more deaths, more mortals in danger.
I'm going straight to Romatech to alert Roman and Connor, Robbie said. Then I'll call Angus. He'll want to transfer every available man here.
Jack nodded. Go. I'll take Lara to Wolf Ridge. Robbie vanished. Let's go. Jack wrapped his arms around Lara. Wait. She pressed her hands against his chest. Just how bad is this? What does Casimir want to do? He's building an army of vampires who were criminals in their mortal lives. He plans to kill every decent bottle-drinking vamp like me, and then they'll terrorize the mortal world, feeding and killing with no one to stop them. Lara shuddered. Jack brushed her damp hair away from her face. I'm sorry, cara mia. I didn't mean to drag you into this. It's all right. She touched his face. After the car accident, I wanted to do something really important. Something that made a difference in the world. This is it. I can't think of anything more important than this. You are so brave, cara mia. He kissed her brow. But I have to disagree with you. There is something much more important than Casimir and all his nasty followers. Lara smiled. Are you talking about love? He nodded. Amore. With love on our side, we can never be defeated. Epilogue. 3 nights later, Lara was standing in the campanile of the Piazza San Marco, gazing over the moonlit rooftops of Venice. She leaned back against Jack's sturdy chest, and he wrapped his arms around her. It's so beautiful, so peaceful, she whispered. He rubbed his chin against her hair. This is where I first told you that I love you. It was very romantic. She jumped when music started below. What's that? She peered down from the bell tower and laughed when she saw Lorenzo playing his accordion. The strains of Bella Notte drifted up to her. Oh, Jack. She touched his face. You're so sweet. I wanted everything to be perfect. She gave him a wry look. Are you trying to recreate that first date? He winced. Not really. You left me at the end of that date. Well, yes, but you did make me scream. I'm afraid I permanently traumatized the pigeons. He held up his hands. I learned my lesson. Tonight, we will teleport to my bedroom at the palazzo, and there I will make love to you all night long. I promise to do my best, but the screaming will be left to your discretion. She laughed. You rascal. You always make me scream. He grinned. And then, tomorrow, while I am totally useless in my death sleep, you will be taken on a tour of Venezia. Giannetta's niece works at a museum, and she'll spend the day as your personal guide. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Jack. His eyes sparkled. And I have another surprise for you. You won't be sightseeing alone. I gave Latoya a first-class ticket to Venice. She'll be arriving in the morning. Laura gasped and pressed a hand to her chest. Jack, that's the most wonderful gift ever. She's been a good friend to you. I don't want you to lose her just because you're with me. Laura's eyes filled with tears. She hadn't told Latoya everything yet, but it shouldn't be difficult to convince her best friend that Jack was the most wonderful man in the world, because he simply was. She leaned from the bell tower window. I love Giacomo de Venezia! The pigeons, startled from their roosts, flapped wildly around the tower and piazza. Jack laughed. There you go, scaring the poor pigeons again. She flung her arms around his neck. I do love you, Jack. I will always love you. He held her tight. You are my angel, Lara. I have another surprise for you, in my pants. She snorted. He placed her hand on the bulge. She glanced down. I seem to remember you being a lot bigger than that. She moved her hand to the center. Oh yeah, now we're talking. He chuckled and removed the smaller bulge from his pocket. I think you'll like this too. At least, I hope so. He opened the small black box. Lara gasped. It was a beautiful sapphire surrounded by glittering diamonds. I know it's not exactly traditional, but this sapphire reminded me of your lovely blue eyes. She stepped back. Her skin prickled with goose flesh. She knew this was a moment she would cherish for as long as she lived. She would remember the cool night air blowing through the campanile and the sound of Bella Notte drifting up from the piazza. And she would remember Jack, standing there with a ring and so much love glimmering in his golden brown eyes. He knelt before her. Lara Boucher, will you marry me? She fell to her knees in front of him. Yes, I will. She wrapped her arms around his neck. He held her tight. Well, that's a relief. She leaned back. I do have one condition, though. He looked worried. What is it? She smiled and caressed his cheek. You have to stop saying 9 circles of hell. Oh, he looked surprised.
I can do that." He stood, then pulled her into his arms with a grin. "You are right, cara mia. You have brought love into my life, and we have found our way to Paradiso." This recording of Secret Life of a Vampire by Carolyn Sparks was performed by Jennifer Bradshaw. It was produced and directed by Bob Dion. Executive producer Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2009 by Carolyn Sparks. Production copyright 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.